Chapter 1: The Secret in the Wife's Phone. Chuyu woke up, he coughed twice, and suddenly sensed something was wrong. When he pressed a hand to his mouth, his palm came away stained with bright red blood. For most people, this would undoubtedly cause panic. Yet Chuyu merely sighed, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and got out of bed. As a terminally ill patient, coughing up blood and fainting had become routine matters for him. Noises from upstairs suggested his wife, Han Kaiyan, had woken up. The thought of his gentle and lovely wife filled Chuyu's heart with deep warmth and guilt. Who was Han Kaiyan? The Chanjanasha heiress of the Han Group, one of the 12 most dazzling businesswomen in Jiangbei, with considerable wealth. Her suitors could form a line stretching from Nanjing to Hangzhou, all from elite families, either wealthy or noble. In comparison, Chuyu was just an ordinary man. The Chu family had generations of doctors running a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Though they never worried about food and shelter, they couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as the Han family. Yet Han Kaiyan withstood her family's pressure, even at the cost of severing ties with them, to marry the poor boy Chuyu and became a homemaker for him. Sadly, on their wedding night, Chuyu suddenly fainted. Subsequent hospital examinations revealed he had contracted an incurable disease, so severe he could barely get out of bed, and to this day he remained unable to consummate the marriage with Han Kaiyan. Nevertheless, Han Kaiyan uttered no complaints. Diligent and devoted, she continued to tenderly care for Chuyu with inexhaustible patience. Considering Chuyu's family circumstances, Han Kaiyan didn't ask for any betrothal gifts or jewelry. Even the house they got married in was bought by Han Kaiyan herself. Such a beautiful, virtuous, and considerate wife was truly rarer than finding a lantern in broad daylight. Unfortunately, the remaining time Chuyu had left was not much. Sighing, Chuyu dressed himself and walked out of the bedroom. The rich aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen, where Han Kaiyan bustled about in plain home clothes. Her slender waist tapered gracefully, her long hair casually tied into a ponytail, while her elegant figure radiated boundless charm. Such a woman could drive any man in the world mad. Chuyu couldn't help but sigh again. Han Kaiyan turned at the sound and gasped in surprise. "Honey, why did you come out in just this thin shirt? The cold will hurt you." Han Kaiyan rushed to the bedroom in quick strides and fetched a cotton-padded coat to drape over Chuyu. Her face flushed with exasperation. "You, always making me worry sick. What if you catch a cold? Do you want to kill me with anxiety?" The warmth of his wife's concern and the padded jacket made Chuyu's heart glow. He noticed the glistening sweat on Han Kaiyan's jade-like forehead, with a stray lock of hair clinging to it, so he gently smoothed it away for her. Han Kaiyan's large, limpid eyes brimmed with tenderness and unspoken affection. "You must be hungry. I've prepared some nourishing chicken soup. It's ready now. Let me get you a bowl." Han Kaiyan finished speaking and turned back to the kitchen, soon returning with a bowl of fragrant chicken soup. Although Chuyu initially had no appetite, seeing how diligently his wife had worked, he couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. As Chuyu reached out to take the bowl, Han Kaiyan avoided his hand and spoke in a commanding tone. "Don't move, sit down, open your mouth, she said as she scooped a spoonful of soup, carefully blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to Chuyu's lips. Chuyu obediently sat down and opened his mouth like a child, taking a sip of the chicken soup. The rich aroma made his taste buds bloom to their fullest. Han Kaiyan watched as Chuyu drank the soup, her joy beyond words. "I had someone specially fetch a free-range chicken from the countryside outside the city, and added many precious Chinese herbs to brew this bowl of soup." She scooped another spoonful of soup, again carefully blowing on it to cool before bringing it to Chuyu's lips. "Drink plenty." Chuyu took a few sips of chicken soup, but the guilt in his heart only grew heavier. "I'm sorry, Kaiyan. I've been a burden to you. I'm not a good husband." Han Kaiyan gazed at Chuyu with a tender smile, her eyes brimming with boundless affection. "Don't talk nonsense. You're my dearest treasure. I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life." As she spoke, she lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. "When you recover, I'll give you another little treasure. Our family of 3 will never be parted." Chuyu's heart ached with bitterness. He lowered his head slightly and responded with a quiet The hospital diagnosis hidden by his wife had long been discovered by Chu Yu. Organ failure throughout. If this doesn't count as a terminal illness, then nothing in this world qualifies as one. The pity was Han Kai-yin, bearing the crushing weight of pressure and heartbreak alone, yet still forcing smiles before Chu Yu. After helping Chu Yu finish the chicken soup, Han Kai-yin went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chu Yu sat in a daze, his mind adrift. Suddenly, Han Sai-yin's phone on the table buzzed twice. Chu Yu opened the phone and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message. "Sweetheart, I miss you. Room 312, Golden Nest Hotel, waiting for you." Following the message was a string of kiss emojis. Chu Yu froze. The intimacy radiating from this WeChat message struck Chu Yu's mind like a thunderbolt. How could he believe that his wife, whom he had always viewed as pure and angelic, could do such a thing? For a moment, Chu Yu's mind was in chaos, as if stuffed with a tangled mess of straw. Before long, Han Kai-yin had finished washing the dishes and stepped out of the kitchen. Completely unaware of Chu Yu's distress, she wrapped her arms around him and planted a kiss on his forehead. "I'm off to work now. Be a good boy and wait for me at home. If you get bored, you can watch some TV or scroll through Douyin, but don't overdo it." Han Kai-yin finished speaking, picked up her phone from the table, and headed to the bedroom to change. But after just 2 steps, she turned back to gaze tenderly at Chu Yu. "By the way, I have some good news for you. The 9 Gods Nectar pill formula you provided has passed the company's medical technology evaluation. Mass production can begin next month. Once the product hits the market, we'll receive our technology dividends." Chu Yu nodded blankly, his whole body feeling weightless as if floating on clouds, his mind in a daze. The 9 Gods Nectar pill was a secret recipe passed down through the Chu family, known for regulating internal organs, revitalizing vitality, and possessing miraculous effects. Even a dying person could extend their life for a while with just one 9 Gods Nectar pill. This ancestral recipe has been secretly passed down through the Chu family lineage for centuries. Traditionally inherited only by sons and never daughters, it has earned the Chu family their reputation as a renowned lineage of medical masters. Chu Yu couldn't bear to watch his wife exhaust herself daily, worrying and withering away while scrambling to cover his exorbitant medical expenses. 1 month ago, he broke family tradition by revealing the ancient recipe to Han Kai-yin. The couple joined Han Pharmaceutical Group's new technology development project in exchange for royalty shares. They were husband and wife after all, bound together in joy and sorrow, life and death. Moreover, with Chu Yu suffering from terminal illness and requiring massive medical funds, he had no choice but to break this ancestral rule. But now, thinking about that WeChat message just moments ago, Chu Yu felt as if he had stepped off the edge of a towering cliff. Suspicion and pain gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Han Kai-yin watched Chu Yu spacing out, but said nothing more, simply smiling as she retreated to her room. She pulled out her phone to check it while walking. Chu Yu keenly noticed the moment she unlocked the screen, her steps visibly faltered. Then, she returned to her room as if nothing had happened. Shortly after, Han Kai-yin changed into a black uniform and left. The fitted blazer, white shirt, pencil skirt, and high heels exuded an elegant and sophisticated aura of a modern urban professional woman. After gently giving a few more instructions, she stepped out the door. Chu Yu sat stunned for a long while before suddenly springing to his feet. What exactly was the meaning behind that ambiguous WeChat message? He needed to investigate it personally. Chapter 2. I heard you want me dead? In the taxi, Chu Yu stared fixedly at the Audi A6 ahead, his heart pounding violently. The mere thought of that possibility felt like someone had him by the throat, stealing his breath away. Sweet and happy memories with Han Kai-yin flickered before his eyes like scenes from movie. If not for that damn text message today, he would never have doubted his own wife. Dear God, I'm already dying. Must you break my heart in my final moments too? Chu Yu's heart was bleeding internally. Over 10 minutes later, the Audi took a turn and entered Changshan Avenue from the northeast direction. It felt as though a massive stone had been tied to Chu Yu's heart, dragging it down into an abyss. Darkness flickered before his eyes. Han Cyan's workplace was at the headquarters of Han's Pharmaceutical Group. There was absolutely no need to detour through Changshan Avenue. Chuyu took out his phone and checked the location of Golden Nest Hotel, realizing it stood at the northeastern corner of Changshan Avenue. His teeth drew blood as he bit down. It can't be. Cayenne must be discussing business with a client. She would never betray me. At this moment, Chuyu desperately denied the truth in his heart, defending Han Cayenne with near-desperate justification. Yet, over 20 minutes later, Han Cyan's Audi actually pulled into the underground parking lot of the Golden Nest Hotel. Chuyu stopped the taxi, stumbling out of the car. The pain in his heart had already numbed him to near insensibility. At this point, having prepared for the worst, he found himself completely calm and composed. No matter what, the truth must be revealed today. Chuyu smoked half a pack of cigarettes outside the hotel. Then, seizing a moment when the security wasn't looking, he sneaked into the hotel lobby. Minutes later, he stood before room 312. The door was tightly shut with a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on it. Chuyu pressed his ear against the door and immediately heard a series of sounds that flushed his cheeks and quickened his heartbeat. Adults knew exactly what those sounds meant. All the emotions Chuyu had suppressed in his heart finally erupted completely. The love he had once harbored for Han Cayenne now turned into anger of equal intensity. "Open the door! Han Cayenne! Open it now! I swear I'll kill you today!" Chuyu roared furiously, banging on the door like a madman. His fists were soon bruised and bloodied from the violent impact. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. A large hand abruptly reached out, grasped Chuyu by the neck, and yanked him inside. Chuyu only felt his world spin violently before he was slammed onto the ground with a loud thud. Just then, a pair of pale feet appeared before his eyes. The feet were beautiful, adorned with crimson nail polish, like exquisite works of art. His gaze traveled upward from her feet, taking in the slender calves, then the embroidered lace hem of her nightgown. Finally, his eyes met Han Cyan's flushed face, her expression slightly languid. She stood lazily before Chuyu, holding a slender cigarette between her fingers, exhaling a wisp of smoke through her rosy lips. Behind Han Cayenne stood a handsome young man, completely naked, looking down at Chuyu with mocking contempt. These two had clearly just gone through some intense exercise. Despite having imagined this scenario countless times, Chuyu still found it surreal to actually face it all. Was this seductive woman before him really his simple and pure wife? Chuyu slowly raised his head, struggling to stand up. But his arms gave way, and he collapsed onto the carpet again. Han Cayenne slowly bent down, her delicate fingers hooking under Chuyu's chin. Her voice was like a warm afternoon breeze, carrying a languid scent. "I heard you want to kill me." Her face remained gentle, yet her current gentleness seemed smeared with venom. Chuyu shook off Han Cyan's hand and managed to get up by supporting himself on the bed. His eyes were fixed intently on Han Cyan's legs. Han Cyan's legs bore striped bruises and bloody marks. Noticing Chuyu's gaze, Han Cayenne smiled with a bewitching charm. She turned her body lightly, revealing her snow-white back. "Does it hurt? Hee hee. There's more here. You don't know how happy I am." Her back bore even more bruises and bloody scars, a horrifying sight. Chuyu closed his eyes in anguish. After dating Han Cayenne for a year and being married for 6 months, he had never laid a finger on her. Yet now, she seemed to be enjoying such brutal abuse from another man. When Chuyu opened his eyes again, his gaze was already clear and composed. This woman was nothing but a lowly wretch, utterly unworthy of his anguish. Chuyu straightened his body and looked at Han Cayenne expressionlessly. "Why?" All of this demanded an answer. Han Cayenne gazed at Chuyu as if she'd heard the world's most ridiculous joke, bursting into delicate laughter. "Why? You're asking me why?" "Ha ha." Chuyu vaguely understood something, gnashing his teeth. Was it to get the secret recipe for the 9 gods nectar pill? "You vile woman, lower than pigs and dogs." Han Cayenne looked mockingly at Chuyu. "It's too late for you to realize now. You choose have no idea of the value of the 9 gods do elixir," she sneered. "A single recipe could create a billion-dollar pharmaceutical empire? Ha ha." For this recipe, I, Han Kai-yin, willingly degraded myself, enduring your disgusting filth for a full year and a half, pretending to be gentle, vomiting countless times behind your back. As she spoke, Han Kai-yin wrapped her arms around the handsome young man behind her, closing her eyes slightly with an intoxicated expression. Luckily, Brother Ming has been by my side, comforting me, or would have been disgusted to death by you long ago. The handsome young man wrapped his arm around Han Kai-yin's slender waist, wearing a mocking expression. Kid, recognize me? I'm Liang Ming, the young master of the Li family. Kai-yin has been my woman all along. All this time, I've been working tirelessly to fulfill your husbandly duties for you. No need to thank me. He smirked and leaned close to Chu Yu's ear, lowering his voice to a whisper. Let me tell you a little secret. Kai-yin is quite skilled in bed, very refreshing. Han Kai-yin pinched him from behind, making Li Yangming step back with a loud laugh. Frustrated? Feel like dying? Good. You should be. People like you were born to be trampled under our feet. Blame yourself for being born poor and worthless, yet still so stupid. Han Kai-yin was tightly wrapped around Li Yangming's waist, her body bonelessly soft against his, her eyes glistening with moisture. The pair showed not the slightest hesitation, treating Chu Yu as if he were already dead. Han Kai-yin watched as Chu Yu's face grew increasingly pale, deciding to deliver another crushing blow. Don't think yourself clever. That phone message was deliberately shown to you. I've already obtained the 9 Divine Nectar pill formula, verified it's authentic, and I'm not willing to play this charade with you for a second longer. Speaking these words, Han Kai-yin's voice grew even more honeyed and gentle. Oh, and there's something else you should know. How do you think you developed your terminal illness? Chu Yu's heart tightened, his voice turning hoarse. Was this your doing too? Han Kai-yin burst into a fit of giggles. Did you enjoy the chicken soup? Hee, these past 6 months, I've secretly been dosing you with 7 different types of slow-acting poison. These 7 poisons are undetectable by any advanced technology, colorless, odorless, intertwining and seeping into your organs. It's a wonder you're not dead already. Even Chu Yu, as composed as he was, finally shattered. His eyes reddened as he lunged at Han Kai-yin. Bitch, I'll fight you to the death. However, before he could get close, he was kicked in the stomach by Li Yangming. Li Yangming lazily wrapped his arm around Han Kai-yin and spat. Pa, you worthless dog. Chu Yu staggered and fell, curling up on the carpet, his vision darkening as blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. In his dazed state, he faintly heard Han Kai-yin's voice whispering in his ear. Take back this piece of worthless trash. Wearing it only makes me sick to my stomach. From this moment on, there's nothing left between us. Chu Yu opened his eyes to find a jet-black jade pendant tossed before him. This black jade pendant was a family heirloom of Chu Yu's, which he had treasured and given to Han Kai-yin. Li Yangming pressed his foot against Chu Yu's face, smiling down at him with amusement. If nothing goes wrong, news of your arrest for soliciting prostitution will be on the front pages of all major Jiangdong newspapers tomorrow. The Han family will issue a public statement severing all ties with you. Good luck. Li Yangming finished speaking, put on his clothes, and left with Han Kai-yin. Chu Yu's body felt weak and powerless, his head buzzing. Blood continuously spilled from his mouth, winding into a crimson stream that dyed the dark jade pendant scarlet. Suddenly, the black jade pendant erupted with a blinding golden light, illuminating the entire room as if a sun had risen within it. Chapter 3. Heavenly Reversal Inheritance. Chu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced this vision appearing at death's door must be a hallucination. Within the golden radiance emerged an immortal old man of celestial bearing, floating mid-air. His voice resonated like sacred temple bells, vibrating through Chu Yu's skull with dizzying force. I am the medicine immortal Chu Pingsheng of a generation. Never could I have imagined that after millennia, a descendant of my Chu family would disgrace our lineage so profoundly. For the sake of a woman, you've lost yourself to such foolishness. Pitiable, lamentable indeed. So be it. Today I shall impart to you my life-bound divine abilities, the all-seeing heavenly eye and the Ghost Valley wisdom pearl, along with the profound heaven pagoda. Remember this. The primary stage of the all-seeing heavenly eye enables you to see through the human body and discern the root of illnesses. As your cultivation advances, this divine eye will reveal countless more miraculous applications. The Ghost Valley Pearl of Wisdom is an ethereal relic left behind by the ancient Master Gaguzzi. Upon merging with your soul, it will open your 9 orifices, dispel ignorance, awaken innate wisdom, penetrate human hearts, and grant divine foresight. As for the third treasure, the Mystic Heaven Pagoda, it is a delicate 9-tiered sacred tower containing a profound mystery. All the knowledge I've acquired in my lifetime originates from within its walls. Regrettably, limited by my innate gifts, I only mastered up to the 5th level. You must diligently cultivate your skills, forge ahead courageously, and not squander this extraordinary opportunity. From this day forth, you must practice medicine to relieve suffering and heal the wounded, honoring our Chu family legacy as your sacred duty. Never again stray into the demonic path. Chu Pingshang finished speaking, his entire figure transforming as 3 beams of light shot toward Chu Yu's forehead. Chu Yu saw with perfect clarity. These 3 beams were respectively a single vertical eye, a white bone bead, and a golden pagoda less than 3 inches tall, entwined with 9 dragons. In the blink of an eye, without the slightest pause, the 3 beams of light directly entered Chu Yu's forehead. Boom! Inside Chu Yu's mind, it was as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split apart, nothing but blinding golden light. His head felt as if it were being torn apart and exploding in pain. Chu Yu couldn't help but let out a scream, then everything went dark before his eyes as he lost consciousness. In the dimly lit room, Chu Yu's body convulsed uncontrollably. It was as if countless golden snakes were slithering wildly across his skin. Finally, everything gradually fell silent. Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan had just reached the elevator when they suddenly heard Chu Yu scream. The pair couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles. Han Kaiyan stretched her arms and took a deep breath. This feels amazing. We've finally gotten rid of that disgusting toad. Li Yongming glanced back with a mocking smile. Think this loser might crack under pressure and jump off a building? Han Kaiyan snorted impatiently as she pressed the elevator button, not even turning her head. Good riddance if he dies. Saves me the trouble. But you're overthinking it. That worthless trash doesn't even have the guts to kill himself. Proceed with the next phase as planned. Li Yongming responded with a grunt while pulling out his phone to make a call. Old Chi, have Nana come up, then call the police and contact all major media outlets. Got it. He hung up without waiting for a response, leaving the call abruptly. Li Yongming, still feeling unsatisfied, wrapped his arm around Han Kaiyan's waist. Things were cut short earlier. How about we find another place to have some more fun? Han Kaiyan gave a seductive smile before shaking her head. Not today. We've got plenty of important things to take care of next. Li Yongming froze, puzzled by her words. Han Kaiyan gazed at him tenderly, yet what she said brimmed with lethal intent. I can't wait another moment. The second he stepped into that hotel, he stepped into hell with no hope of redemption. I need to change clothes now. Next, I'm going to put on a performance. I'll still be his virtuous and naive wife, a pitiful woman betrayed by her husband. When a scandal blows up, I'll step forward, publicly forgive him, find him a lawyer, and beg the family, swearing I'd rather die than divorce him. Han Kaiyan looked at Li Yongming, her gaze as gentle as water, yet carrying a venomous glint. And you must do everything in your power to stoke the public's fury to its peak, to nail him to the pillar of shame. This man will become the most despicable scumbag Jiangbei has ever seen, a worthless creature, a rat scurrying in the streets despised by all. Only then can I maintain my pristine, noble image as a lady from a distinguished family and smoothly marry into your Li family. Li Yongming looked at Han Kaiyan with a meaningful gaze and nodded. A sinister glint suddenly flickered in Han Kaiyan's eyes. There's one more important matter. By tomorrow night at the latest, I need you to stage an accident that wipes out the entire Chu family. Li Yongming gazed at Han Kaiyan, angelically sweet in appearance, yet couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The depth of this woman's disguise, the precision of her schemes, and the venom of her heart. Even he was somewhat unnerved. Noticing Li Yangming's reaction, Han Kaiyan offered a faint smile. "You're well aware of the value of the 9 divine nectar pills. This precious recipe must remain firmly in my grasp. Everyone in the Chu family who knows this recipe must die, Chu Yu's parents and younger brother included. No one gets to live." Li Yangming raised his thumb in approval at Han Kaiyan. Ruthless and venomous indeed. Though truth be told, I rather fancy having such a virtuous helper by my side. When it came to family influence, the Hans ranked merely as a third-tier clan, far beneath the second-tier Li family. However, Li Yangming chose Han Kaiyan for a simple reason. This woman was cunning and ruthless enough. Such a woman was the best ally for Li Yangming in seizing the family inheritance. As they spoke, the elevator arrived, and the two entered it before leaving. A few minutes later, Chu Yu slowly regained consciousness. I actually encountered Chu Pingsheng, the founding ancestor of the Chu family. Chu Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. The scene just now felt like a dream. In the Chu family genealogy, there was a record of their founding ancestor, Chu Pingsheng. It is said that this ancestor possessed unparalleled medical skills, saving countless lives during his lifetime before ascending to immortality in broad daylight. The secret family recipe of Chu Yu's 9 divine jade dew pills originated from this very ancestor. Chu Pingsheng's fame was so great that all families surnamed Chu north and south of the Yangtze River worshipped him as their founding patriarch, with temples dedicated to him everywhere. As Chu Yu reflected on the legends surrounding this ancestor, he realized his thoughts had become unprecedentedly clear and agile, filling him with quiet astonishment and delight. This must be the effect of the Ghost Valley's wisdom pearl, utterly marvelous indeed. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt waves of warmth, like a gentle stream, flowing through his limbs and permeating every corner of his body. All the previous exhaustion and weakness vanished without a trace, replaced by a pervasive sense of strength surging through his entire being. Chu Yu then realized that these warm currents originated from between his brows. Closing his eyes, he discovered a delicate golden pagoda slowly rotating within that very spot. And those warm currents, could they possibly be qi? They seemed to emanate from the pagoda itself. Chu Yu's heart trembled violently. Modern technology advances rapidly, while traditional Chinese medicine gradually declines. It's not that Chinese medicine is ineffective, but many of its techniques require the support of true qi to be truly potent. The method of cultivating true qi had been lost for centuries. /p, yet now, this legendary true qi had miraculously appeared within his own body. How could Chu Yu not be overwhelmed with ecstasy? Chu Yu steadied his mind and entered the mysterious Heaven Tower. Though the tower appeared small from the outside, the interior opened into an astonishingly vast space. This is a 9-story pagoda, with the first floor covering approximately 300 square meters. What first caught Chu Yu's eye were rows upon rows of wooden bookshelves, densely packed with ancient texts. As Chu Yu took a closer look, he was overwhelmed with joy. 36 celestial needles, 72 earthly massage techniques, the green satchel classic. Some of these names sounded both familiar and foreign. Techniques Chu Yu had heard of from his grandfather's stories. These were all long-lost Chu family secrets of traditional Chinese medical treatments. Yet many of the legendary techniques bore names even his grandfather had never mentioned. He probably didn't know either. Chu Yu was certain that any single secret manual appearing in the outside world would overturn the current medical field's established knowledge. Chu Yu tried picking up an ancient book titled 36 Heavenly Needle Techniques, but unexpectedly, the book transformed into a streak of light and entered his mind. Immediately afterward, all the methods and techniques of 36 Heavenly Needle Techniques appeared clearly in Chu Yu's consciousness. Chu Yu froze for a moment, then was overjoyed. So these books weren't physical objects, but actual skills themselves. Chu Yu picked up another book, the Green Pouch Classic. The moment his fingers touched it, the tome transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his mind. Overjoyed, Chuyu kept reaching for more books. One by one, each volume dissolved into radiant streams that flowed into his consciousness, becoming tangible skills etched into his being. After several minutes, Chuyu's mind grew saturated, overwhelmed by the flood of knowledge and techniques, forcing him to pause when absorption became impossible. At that precise moment, the door swung open and a heavily made-up woman stepped inside. Chapter 4. Shocking news. Chuyu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the garish woman before him, his voice utterly calm. "Did Han Kai-yin and Li Yongming send you here?" The woman froze for a moment before flashing a practiced, coquettish smile. "Sir, didn't you ask me to come?" she said, casting Chuyu a flirtatious glance before beginning to undress. "My name is Nana. Trust me, I'll make sure you're thoroughly taken care of." It must be said, this woman is quite beautiful with a good figure. Chuyu stared at Nana, his pupils radiating an eerie glow, dark and fathomless, as if an additional iris had appeared within them. He kept his gaze fixed on Nana, lost in thought, before finally speaking. "Even if I escape you and break through this door, I won't be able to avoid the reporters and police outside, right?" In the past, Chuyu might have recognized the danger, yet failed to acutely perceive the situation unfolding beyond these walls. But now, having merged with the Ghost Valley's wisdom pearl, the enemy's entire scheme unfolded naturally in his mind, down to the finest detail. Nana felt slightly uneasy and moved closer to Chuyu with a coquettish smile. "I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, take off your clothes." Just then, the piercing sound of police sirens suddenly erupted outside the Golden Nest Hotel. Nana seemed not to hear it. She took off her top, directly embraced Chuyu, forcefully pinned him onto the bed, and began tearing at his clothes. Chuyu didn't resist, his tone still eerily calm. "If I were you, I wouldn't dare provoke someone like me." His voice was unnaturally calm and composed, making Nana unable to resist stealing a glance at Chuyu. "What do you mean?" Chuyu suddenly whispered something quickly into her ear. Nana froze, her eyes widening instantly. When she looked at Chuyu again, her entire body trembled as if she'd seen a ghost. Just as Chuyu and Nana were locked in their tangled confrontation, 7 or 8 police officers stormed into the lobby of the Golden Nest Hotel. The hotel manager was terrified and hurried forward to greet them. The captain showed his credentials to the manager and shouted sternly, "We've received a report that illegal prostitution activities are taking place in your hotel." As he spoke, he issued orders to his subordinates. "2 of you stay behind. Seal off the front and back exits. No one gets in or out. The rest, come with me upstairs." The captain and several officers then split into 2 teams, closing in on room 312 from both sides. On the roadside, inside a Bugatti Veyron, Li Yongming flicked away his cigarette, but then picked up his phone to make a call, his voice low and grim. "The show is about to begin. Make sure all those reporters are ready," Han Kai-yin said from an Audi parked less than 500 meters from the hotel entrance, having changed back into her black office attire. She carefully wiped off the smudged eyeshadow and lipstick before reapplying a light makeup. Clutching a folder filled with documents, Han Kai-yin now looked pure, simple, intellectual, and noble, without a trace of her former seductive aura. No one would believe that moments ago, she had been cheating on her husband with another man in the hotel room. Outside the hotel, more than 20 reporters and freelance journalists stood ready, armed with cameras and recording devices. Bang! With a dull thud, the door to room 312 was kicked open from the outside. 5 or 6 police officers stormed into the room, shouting sternly, "Don't move. Stay right where you are." The large bed was in disarray with sheets tangled. A woman wearing only a spaghetti strap top was pressed atop Chuyu like an octopus. Chuyu's jacket had already been removed, and his shirt was halfway undone by her. This scene directly confirmed the accusations made by the whistleblower. Without hesitation, several police officers handcuffed the pair and, amidst loud commands, escorted them out of the room. Chuyu neither resisted nor spoke, his eyes revealing deep, icy calm. In this room, he plummeted into the hell of his life, only to glimpse heaven from within that very hell. Amid such extremes of sorrow and ecstasy, Chuyu's nerves had become steely. From this moment onward, nothing and no one could unsettle his composure. In contrast, Nana appeared utterly distraught, her head perpetually bowed. No sooner had they stepped out of the room than a cacophony of media reporters came pouring into the third-floor hallway. These people seemed to have conspired in advance, as the cameras relentlessly bombarded Chu Yu and the woman with flashes. Half a year ago, Han Cyan's marriage to the poor boy Chu Yu had stirred up quite a storm in the city, even making headlines. Thanks to Han Cyan, Chu Yu had become somewhat of a local celebrity in Jiangdong. Countless men envied his good fortune, burning with jealousy and resentment. However, this wasn't the peak of public opinion about Chu Yu in Jiangdong. Soon after, news spread that Chu Yu had fallen ill and couldn't even perform his marital duties. This nearly rocked the entire Jiangbei region, transforming all envy and jealousy into mockery and humiliation. Thus, Chu Yu was never short of attention and gossip. And today, a man like him was actually caught cheating on his wife while soliciting prostitution. Such an outrageous scandal was destined to unleash an even greater media storm, sweeping through the entire Jiangzhou region. In an instant, over 20 reporters swarmed Chu Yu and Nana like sharks drawn to blood. They ignored the police officers' reprimands and shouted, continuously aiming their cameras at Chu Yu and Nana, capturing endless close-up shots. It was only after much effort that the officers managed to escort Chu Yu and Nana out of the hotel entrance, only to find that a crowd had gathered outside. No one knew when they'd arrived. Looking out from the hotel entrance, the area was packed wall to wall with people completely surrounding the building. No one knew who had leaked the news, but onlookers from several nearby streets had all come to witness the spectacle. On the outskirts of the crowd, countless onlookers who had heard the news kept pouring in to join the spectacle. Within the crowd, murmurs and curses buzzed incessantly, rising and falling like tidal waves at sea, each surge louder than the last. What a scoundrel! Even with a virtuous, gentle, and heavenly beautiful wife waiting at home, he still has to go philandering. As a man, damn it, I want to beat him to death myself. Absolute trash. I truly feel for Miss Han Cyan. A scumbag like him should be thrown into a pig cage. Already terminally ill, yet still so reckless. Such a person deserves to die and burn in hell. Amid countless sighs and curses, Chu Yu was pushed forward by the officers, his face impassive throughout. Behind him, Nana had already dressed herself and was hanging her head low. No one needed to tell. Her garish clothes and makeup unmistakably revealed her vulgar profession. A handsome young man suddenly charged towards Chu Yu, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage and hatred, as if he wished nothing more than to tear Chu Yu apart. You despicable bastard, you low-life scum. How could you do this to Cyan? Back then, Cyan chose you. I respected her decision and believed you could make her happy. That's why I stepped aside. But you, how could you treat Cyan like this? You've ruined Cyan's life. I could devour your flesh and drink your blood. Everyone recognized this handsome young man in the Versace shirt. He was none other than the eldest son of the Li family, Li Yongming. The people of Jiangbei all knew Li Yongming was one of Han Cyan's suitors. In everyone's eyes, Li Yongming and Han Cyan were the perfect golden couple made for each other. Yet Han Cyan inexplicably chose the poor loser Chu Yu, leaving countless people sighing in disbelief. Li Yongming was desperately pulled back by a companion. Unable to break free, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly. Watching the once elegant young master Li in such agony, everyone's heart ached for him. Countless people gnashed their teeth with hatred toward Chu Yu. Just at that moment, someone suddenly shouted from the outskirts, "Miss Han Cyan is here." With those words, the crowd instantly erupted into excitement. Chapter 5. The Shameless Acting King. What a performance. The onlooking crowd dispersed like a receding tide. Han Cyan hurried over with quick, delicate steps, clutching a folder in her arms. All eyes in the room were fixed on Han Cyan. Those gazes carried sighs and pity. To think that the esteemed eldest daughter of the Han family, with her noble status, would stoop to marry such worthless gutter trash for the sake of love. This is already heartbreaking. And now, this beast has committed such an unforgivable act, betraying Miss Han. He deserves to go to hell. The crowd on the scene wished they could kill that bastard Chuyu right now. Han Kaiyan walked quickly, hurrying along without so much as a glance at anyone else. Yet, the moment she saw Chuyu and Nana being escorted out by the police, her face instantly paled. The folder she was holding fell to the ground with a loud slap. Han Kaiyan stopped in her tracks, staring at Chuyu in a daze. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she couldn't even stand steady. Disbelief, heartbreak, devastation, overwhelming grief. All these emotions played out vividly upon her face. Yet, on Han Kaiyan's face, there wasn't a trace of hatred or resentment to be seen. Tears fell from her eyes one by one as she clasped her forehead, looking as if she might faint at any moment. Her desperate struggle to maintain a strong facade made every man on the scene ache with pity. Countless reporters' cameras aimed at Han Kaiyan, capturing her rawest moments in a frenzy of flashes. Li Yongming rushed over and reached out to steady Han Kaiyan. "Kaiyan, don't be upset. Someone like him isn't worth your pain." Han Kaiyan avoided Li Yongming's supporting hand, her voice icy cold. "Don't touch me. I'm a married woman. My husband." At this point, she suddenly crouched down and burst into loud sobs. Han Kaiyan had finally broken down completely. Her sorrow, helplessness, and vulnerability were all laid bare with striking clarity. Chuyu gritted his teeth as he watched the despicable couple put on their Oscar-worthy performance. Even if Chuyu spoke the truth, no one would believe him. Everyone present would merely think he was smearing Han Kaiyan's name to absolve himself of guilt. This would only provoke greater public backlash and intensify the hatred toward Chuyu. This outcome was precisely within Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming's expectations. They couldn't care less whether Chuyu spoke up or not. Countless furious onlookers surrounded Chuyu and his group, making it impossible for the officers to push through. If we forcibly break through, it might provoke even greater public outrage and trigger a mass incident. The captain's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he continuously contacted the city bureau, pleading for backup. Han Kaiyan crouched on the ground, covering her face and weeping bitterly. Nearby, Li Yongming rushed toward Chuyu again like a madman, swinging his fists. "You beast, do you see now? Even the money you spent on prostitution was earned through Kaiyan's hard work. Tell me, what does Kaiyan see in you? How can you be so shameless?" This time, Li Yongming's companion failed to stop him in time. Han Kaiyan screamed and grabbed Li Yongming from behind. However, Li Yongming was too strong. Han Kaiyan was dragged to the ground, her forehead scraping and leaving a bloody mark. Startled, Li Yongming quickly turned around to help Han Kaiyan up. Yet, she avoided his hand once more, got up on her own, and walked step by step toward Chuyu. Her eyes overflowed with boundless affection as she gazed fixedly at Chuyu. "Did they hit you? Don't be afraid. I'll hire the best lawyer to defend you. I know you just lost your way for a moment. It's my fault. I haven't been a good wife." As she spoke these words, tears streamed down her face again, while her hands reached out to tidy Chuyu's disheveled collar. What an admirable woman. Yet every onlooker directed looks brimming with hatred toward Chuyu. Some women even shed tears of sympathy. Chuyu felt nauseated looking at her outstretched hand. The whole world has been deceived by this bitch. Who could imagine that just an hour ago, she was acting like a bitch in heat, being ridden and taken at will? Chuyu could feel the overwhelming tide of public fury. He could even hear the female police officer behind him grinding her teeth. Chuyu could only control himself, not to get angry, not to rage, not to speak. He knew any attempt to explain or complain would be futile. "Han Kaiyan, get your ass over here." At that moment, a furious roar came from beyond the crowd. Everyone turned to see a man in his 50s storming into the gathering, visibly enraged. Dressed in luxurious attire with an extraordinary bearing, he carried the commanding aura of old aristocracy. For bodyguards flanked him, forcefully parting the packed crowd as gasps erupted from the onlookers. The head of the Han family, Han Sicheng, has arrived. This fellow is about to face terrible misfortune. Seeing the elderly man, Han Kaiyan shuddered slightly, wiped away her tears, and hurried forward to greet him. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Slap. Before she could even finish her sentence, Han Sicheng's palm struck her face. Han Siqing raised his voice in harsh condemnation. You've utterly disgraced our Han family. Sign the divorce papers immediately. From today onward, I want you to cut all ties with this piece of trash. Han Siqing finished speaking and waved his hand, immediately prompting his secretary to present an agreement. Han Kaiyan covered her face, shaking her head repeatedly. No, Dad, I don't want to divorce him. He just had a momentary lapse. Please forgive him. Han Siqing's chest heaved with rage, his eyes nearly spitting fire. You'll be the death of me, you wretched thing. Han Siqing turned his head to glare at Chu Yu with an oppressive, condescending gaze. Chu Yu, what do you have to say for yourself now? Let me make this clear. Whether you sign the divorce papers or not makes no difference. My Han family is a paragon of virtue and integrity. We cannot tolerate the presence of filth like you. Chu Yu watched the performance of this father-daughter pair, recalling the heart-wrenching scene in the hotel, and inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity and ridiculousness. Thieves and prostitutes, scheming and plundering, are portrayed as noble and innocent. Yet honest people like him are branded as vile and filthy. So this is how the world operates. The crowd stared at Chu Yu while the journalists perked up even more, their cameras trained on him. Yet, Chu Yu simply shook his head. I have nothing to say. I just feel disgusted and amused. Chu Yu spoke, casting a glance at one of the journalists and offering a faint smile. Why don't you interview this lady beside me? She has something to say. The reporter froze, while the others instantly sensed the explosive news potential. A clamor arose. Countless journalists and media personnel surged forward, pushing past the officers as microphones were thrust in Nana's face. Nana's head remained bowed, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face. At this moment, Nana raised her head and looked towards Li Yongming in the distance. Her gaze was filled with venomous hatred, like a demon clawing its way from hell, as if she wanted to devour Li Yongming alive. Li Yongming shuddered, sensing something terrible was about to happen. Meanwhile, Nana let out a shrill, blood-curdling scream. Li Yongming, you animal, I've followed you for 3 years and had 4 abortions for you. I never expected that to harm Chu Yu. You would infect me with the 10 Directions goo poison. You're a monster. Nana's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, she raised her voice and shouted, You promised to wed me that day, yet later you carried on an affair with that wretched Han Kaiyan. Still I endured it. Who told me to degrade myself and covet wealth? This is my just deserts. I just want to help you deal with Chu Yu, take the money you promised me, and then disappear. But you wouldn't even spare my life. You'd skimp on a mere 100,000 yuan. I'll drag you down with me. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Chapter 6. The Scandal That Shook the Heavens. As the crowd stood frozen in shock, Chu Yu merely responded with a cold, silent smile. His mind flashed back to the scene in the hotel room 20 minutes prior. Chu Yu, if I were you, I'd stay far away from someone like me. Nana, what do you mean by that? Chu Yu, you were poisoned with the deadly 10 Directions goo long ago. The one who ordered you never intended to let you leave alive. Nana was utterly thunderstruck, staring at Chu Yu as if she'd seen a ghost. You're lying. He promised to let me go and give me 100,000 yuan once it's done. Nana covered her mouth immediately after saying this, eyeing Chu Yu warily. I didn't say anything just now. We're just that kind of relationship. Chu Yu laughed in spite of himself. Are you currently experiencing unexplained panic, palpitations, frequent urination, with a blue-purple discoloration under your left armpit that feels intensely itchy? Nana's eyes widened instantly. How do you know? Indeed, she exhibited every symptom Chu Yu had described, each word hitting the mark with chilling accuracy. Chu Yu gave a cold snort. These are the early signs of the 10 Directions goo poison. Because a vast number of venomous insects have already multiplied and spread throughout your body. I promise you, in 3 hours, the itching will grow increasingly unbearable, so intense it penetrates deep into your bones. The toxins secreted by these insects will not only corrode your internal organs, but also damage your brain's nervous system. By then, you'll be tormented by unbearable itching, yet unable to move, even a single finger or cry for help. You'll die in agony, utterly helpless. And I assure you, even the most advanced technology available today couldn't detect this potent poison. Because after you die, the goo worms lose their host and will perish, melting into your bloodstream. Nana felt her hair stand on end. Though the goo worms hadn't activated yet, she already felt an unbearable itch creeping across her entire body, with her armpits being particularly agonizing. Nana reached out to grasp, suddenly discovering a patch of cyanosis under her armpit, resembling some sort of scar. At this moment, Nana froze completely, muttering to herself, Why? Why won't you let me go even in the end? I'd already agreed to leave him. Chuyu looked at her indifferently. For some people, only the dead can keep secrets forever. Besides, this Deca-goo is highly contagious. He wants to use you to kill me, and then silence you as well. Nana gnashed her teeth in fury. So that's how it is. Even if I die, I'll drag him down to hell with me. I'll make sure everyone knows the true face of this beast in human clothing. I'll ruin him completely. Chuyu snorted coldly. Since you've met me, you don't have to die. If I can recognize your poisoning, I can cure you. Moreover, I'll give you the chance to take your revenge. Nana was both shocked and overjoyed. Then what should I do? A peculiar smile appeared on Chuyu's face. Follow their lead, and I'll give you the chance for revenge. The scene from 20 minutes ago flashed through Chuyu's mind. This moment had long been part of his plan. The real show was just beginning. In the midst of the crowd, Li Yongming finally came to his senses. Han Kaiyan reacted faster than him, her face already ashen with dread. Nana's words struck like one muffled thunderclap after another, booming directly above their heads. Every syllable she uttered felt like acid being splashed across their faces. At this moment, the gazes of the entire crowd converged on Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan, brimming with suspicion and a uniquely petty bourgeois thirst for gossip. Li Yongming screamed hysterically. You're spouting nonsense, you crazy woman. I don't even know you. His mind worked quickly, immediately flipping the script to smear her instead. I know you and that trash chew you are trying to shift the blame onto me and Kaiyan because you can't escape responsibility. Tell me, how much did Chu pay you? A whore like you would say anything for money. Isn't that right? Han Kaiyan couldn't help but applaud Li Yongming's words. Though this man couldn't shake off the arrogance typical of wealthy young scions, he possessed quick wit when it mattered most. Almost 99% of those present immediately believed Li Yongming. There was simply no comparison in credibility between a shameless woman selling her body and a gentle, affectionate heir from an aristocratic family. Yet the very next second, Nana let out a piercing, ice-cold laugh that cut through the air like an awl. That's right, I'm a whore. You're a dog. We're a match made in heaven. Don't you dare pretend you don't know me. Back then, to please me, you had my name tattooed on your inner thigh with a Cupid's arrow. Do you dare take off your pants and show everyone what kind of man you really are? As she spoke, Nana suddenly lunged forward, breaking free from the police officer's grip. She flipped and rolled right in front of Li Yongming, biting onto his suit pants above the calf with a forceful tug. Rip! With a tearing sound, Li Yongming's trousers were ripped apart. Nana rolled again, this time tearing off the entire left pant leg clean off him. Li Yongming never would have imagined that this woman, who had once seemed as meek as a lamb, could possess such ferocity. He hurriedly covered his vulnerable parts and twisted his body to dodge. But in that split second, the truth had already been laid bare for all to see. There, on Li Yongming's inner thigh, were indeed the words Shin Nana, carved into his flesh, pierced through by a feathered arrow. Countless media reporters would never let slip such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They immediately trained their cameras on Li Yongming's tattoo and began snapping away indiscriminately. Li Yongming frantically covered his private parts while shouting in panic. Stop filming. Stop filming. Don't listen to this bitch's nonsense. Han Kaiyan's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Though she considered herself clever, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, she was momentarily at a loss. Why did Nana's sudden attack succeed? This was no coincidence. They had rehearsed this assault between Chu Yu and her in the room many times before. Everything was meticulously planned: the striking distance, the angle, the direction of the forceful tug, and more. Only after eliminating numerous unfavorable factors did they achieve success decisively. Two police officers rushed over and apprehended Nana as she struggled wildly on the floor. Nana's hair was disheveled, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Restrained firmly by two police officers, she laughed wildly without restraint. "Li Yongming, do you recognize me now? I'm Shen Nana, you beast in human skin. Let me tell you another secret. Every night I play with you, and every day you play with Han Kaiyan. To get back at you two adulterous bastards, I deliberately infected myself with peach blossom disease. Just wait until you rot away, ha ha ha." When Nana spat out these words, Li Yongming felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. You vile bitch. How could you be so vicious? I'll kill you." He abruptly stood up and lunged at Nana. However, just as he lunged halfway, a sudden realization seemed to strike him, causing his body to stiffen as if struck by an invisible acupuncture point, freezing mid-motion. His handsome face twisted grotesquely, turning nearly fiendish in appearance. On the other side, Han Kaiyan nearly collapsed onto the floor, her face deathly pale. Witnessing this scene, the entire venue erupted into an uproar in an instant. This scandal is absolutely earth-shattering. The reactions of Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan instantly confirmed Nana's accusations. Han Kaiyan shot Chuyu a venomous glare before suddenly turning and fleeing through the crowd. Having finally exacted her revenge, Nana burst into hysterical laughter, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, a loud and authoritative voice resounded throughout the venue. "Do you actually believe the words of a lowly woman who sells herself? What happened today concerns the face of both the Han and Li families. I, Han Siqing, declare this now. If any media outlet dares to report recklessly, they will become sworn enemies of both our noble families." Han Siqing spoke with a face as dark as water, his voice icy cold. "I suggest everyone disperse. Right and wrong will be judged by the public." Han Siqing's words carried a strong tone of intimidation. All the media reporters looked at this imposing old man and shuddered at the mere thought of the terror of the two great aristocratic families. A few minutes later, the police officers led Chuyu and Nana away, while the onlookers buzzed with gossip, lingering for a long time before dispersing. In the Audi parked not far from the hotel, Han Kaiyan clenched her fists, her face twisted with malice. "Chuyu, you've ruined my reputation. Tonight, I'll slaughter your entire family." Chapter 7. Haunting Shadows. Chuyu and Nana were released from the police station within half an hour. This farce, though seemingly supported by solid evidence, couldn't withstand even superficial scrutiny. The officer handling the case wasn't stupid either. They'd already grasped the whole story at the hotel entrance. Now they were just going through the investigative motions. After completing the statement, Nana couldn't wait any longer, looking at Chuyu with pleading eyes. "Now, can you help me detoxify? You promised me." Chuyu smiled faintly. "Don't worry, you were never poisoned in the first place. I lied to you." Nana was utterly shocked and couldn't resist the urge to check her underarms again. "Then why do I have every single symptom you mentioned? You still have frequent urination and itchy underarms now." Chuyu had no fondness for this woman whatsoever, his gaze icy cold as he stared at her. "This is a complication from peach blossom sickness. Don't you know that yourself?" Nana glared fiercely at Chuyu, wishing she could take a bite out of him. "You've made me offend masterly. Not only will I not get the money, but now he'll do everything in his power to have me killed." You bastard." Chuyu scoffed coldly. "You know Saint either. You brought this upon yourself. Let me remind you, even if he hadn't poisoned you, silencing you permanently was inevitable. If you don't want to become another corpse in the river, leave now. The farther you run, the better." Nana shuddered at the memory of Li Yongming's cruelty. She dared not stay a moment longer, turning around and hastily departing. Chuyu strode away, his pace quickening with every step. He felt the flow of inner energy within him, and as memories of the past resurfaced, his heroic spirit surged fiercely. From today onward, Chu Yu is no longer the old Chu Yu. Whoever schemes against me, I'll scheme against them twice as hard, and drag their 18 generations of ancestors into it too. Chu Yu had just stepped out the front gate when 3 figures came into view. Leading them was an elderly woman in her 50s, frail and trembling, with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles. At this moment, she watched as Chu Yu stepped out, and tears quickly streamed down her face. "My son, you've finally come out. I knew you were innocent all along. You'd never do those despicable things since you were a child." This person was none other than Chu Yu's mother. Supported by his father, her eyes were now red-rimmed, tears soaking into his salt and pepper beard. The elderly couple looked at Chu Yu, their eyes filled with nothing but loving concern. Even if the whole world didn't believe in Chu Yu, his parents would unconditionally trust and adore him. Behind the elderly couple stood Chu Yu's younger brother, Chu Ming. Chu Ming sported a shaved head and stood at a towering height of 1.9 meters. He was as bold and vigorous as his name suggested, grinning foolishly while greeting Chu Yu at that moment. "Bro, we've been waiting for you for ages." A tremor ran through Chu Yu's heart, flooding him with unparalleled remorse and heartache. Both his father and mother were people who cherished their reputation, yet he had ended up in a police station for soliciting prostitutes. Judging by their demeanor, they had been waiting here for quite some time, completely disregarding any sense of propriety. Counting up, it had been a full half year since Chu Yu married Han Kaiyan without returning to visit his elderly parents. He hadn't even mentioned his illness to his elderly parents. On the surface, it was to avoid worrying his parents, but wasn't it also a way of keeping them at arm's length? I showed utmost care and tenderness to a venomous-hearted woman while neglecting my own parents. Looking back now, I was truly the worst scoundrel. Chu Yu walked up to his elderly parents and knelt on the ground. "Father, mother, I'm sorry. Your unfilial son has brought you shame." Chu Yu's mother hurried forward to support him. Tears streamed down her face as she wept uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Father stepped forward to help Chu Yu up, letting out a sigh. "We all know what you've done. That wealthy woman has too many tricks up her sleeve. We're no match for her. Best we stay away from now on." Chu Yu's mother patted the dust off his clothes with great care, cautious not to hurt him. "You're still sick, and that woman is truly wicked to treat you so cruelly." Chu Yu was startled. "How did you know I was sick?" Father let out a sigh. "Right after you fell ill, Han Kaiyan showed us your medical report and asked us to pool money for your treatment. She told us not to mention it in front of you, saying she was afraid it would upset you." Chu Yu's heart skipped a beat. "She told you to pool money for medical expenses? How much did you gather?" Their father remained silent, lost in thought, but Chu Ming interjected. "Brother, Dad sold the house he just bought and borrowed $7 million in high-interest loans to scrape together over $10 million for that evil seductress." Chu Yu was completely dumbfounded and couldn't help but curse aloud. That despicable woman. So her so-called savings were actually extorted from you, too. The treatment only cost a little over $3 million at most. She pocketed all the rest of the money. The elderly couple were utterly bewildered. They found it absolutely unbelievable. How could there exist such a greedy and ruthless woman in this world? After a long silence, Father Chu heaved a sigh. "It's good that you've seen her true colors clearly. We'll talk more about these matters later." Chu's father called out to Chu Ming as he spoke. "Ming, carry your brother home." Chu Ming slapped his bald head, bent down, and hoisted Chu Yu onto his back. Although the toxins still lingered in Chu Yu's body, the vital energy from the Mystic Heaven Tower had strengthened his physique considerably. He struggled to get down. Chu Ming unhappily tightened his grip around his waist and strode forward. "Bro, stop moving. Since we were kids, whenever you couldn't be bothered to walk, I carried you. Why stand on ceremony with your own brother?" Chu Yu felt a wave of warmth and reassurance resting on his brother's broad, sturdy back, so he stopped struggling. Chu Ming was a burly man with a simple and honest nature, though somewhat dim-witted. In Chu Yu's memory, from childhood to adulthood, no matter what happened, it was always Chu Ming who protected him. He remembered once in middle school when they were walking to school, a truck ran a red light, reckless driving, and charged straight toward the two brothers. At the critical moment, Chu Meng used all his strength to push Chu Yu away, but was himself sent flying by the impact, suffering a severe head injury. From that moment on, Chu Meng seemed to grow slower, his grades plummeted, and he dropped out after finishing middle school to stay at home. Chu Yu, however, overcame every obstacle and was admitted to the prestigious Huaqing Medical University, the top institution in the country. He acquired exceptional skills, returned home to inherit the Chu family's ancestral medical arts, and became the most outstanding descendant of the Chu lineage. Although their circumstances were worlds apart, it didn't affect the brothers' bond in the slightest. Chu Meng carried Chu Yu on his back for 2 bus stops before the family prepared to take a taxi home. Chu Yu shook his head. "Let's take the bus instead, not a taxi." The elderly couple of the Chu family, accustomed to frugality, had no objections. Just as a bus pulled into the station, Chu Meng carried Chu Yu onto the vehicle. The bus started up and gradually drove away. Amid the crowd, a gaunt man watched the departing bus with cold eyes, his expression filled with resentful frustration. "That guy got lucky." The gaunt man took out his phone and made a call. "Seventh boss, the target just boarded the bus. Should we still make our move?" On the other end of the phone, a chilling voice spoke. "Do you have a death wish? Arranging a bus accident would cause too big of a scene. If it gets traced back, we'll all be screwed." After a brief pause, he spoke coldly. "Keep watching him. Although the client said the target must be eliminated today, we have our own rules. As soon as an opportunity arises, strike him down immediately. For lives for 4 million. Worth it." The lean man nodded, hung up the phone, drove a Mazda, and followed the bus. More than 40 minutes later, the bus stopped at Tongluo Lane Station. Chu Meng continued carrying Chu Yu on his back as the 4 of them got off the bus. On the bus, Chu Yu had already learned that his family sold their house to pay for his medical treatment and had no choice but to move back to the old Chu family residence. The Chu family's ancestral home is located in Tongluo Alley, part of the old district that hasn't yet been redeveloped. The area is densely populated, mostly rented by migrant workers from out of town. The drawbacks of the old district are its poorer transportation and security issues. Petty theft, neighbor disputes, and brawls are commonplace occurrences. The 4 walked into Tongluo Alley. The entrance was narrow, barely accommodating a regular-sized car. High walls rose on both sides. At that very moment, a muffled roar of an engine could be heard. A Mazda sedan came barreling down from behind the 4 men at lightning speed. Chapter 8. Chu Yu's scheme within a scheme. 100 meters. 60 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the Mazda sedan had already sped up right behind Chu Yu and his 3 companions. With a 100-meter acceleration, the car's final speed had exceeded 100 miles per hour. At such velocity, it could instantly crush all 4 men into pulp. To make matters worse, the alley was narrow with brick walls on both sides, leaving absolutely no room to dodge. Chu Yu could already make out the driver's vicious expression behind the windshield. Chu Yu suddenly whispered something to Chu Meng. "Meng, knock down that utility pole, quick!" Chu Meng focused his gaze and saw a half-broken utility pole by the roadside, leaning precariously to one side. Even so, countless wires were hung densely on it, making it a sort of recycling of waste. Although Chu Meng was strong, lifting such a power pole was still beyond his capability. However, knocking it down posed no problem at all. Above all, he relied more on leveraging the momentum of the pole's fall. Chu Meng roared loudly, his body darting forward like a leopard. He hunched his back, turned his shoulder, and rammed straight into the telephone pole. Crash! The concrete pole toppled and lay across the middle of the road. But Chu Yu's parents and Chu Yu himself had long since moved far away. At this moment, the thin man had already accelerated to the maximum speed, exceeding 120 miles per hour. He was fully convinced this collision would claim 4 lives. Yet the power pole came crashing down with a thunderous clamor, directly blocking the vehicle's path. The gaunt man was scared out of his wits, stomping on the brakes with all his might. But it was already too late. Screech! Amid the ear-piercing friction between tires and pavement, the Mazda sedan slammed headfirst into a utility pole. Bang! With a deafening crash, a A cement pole as thick as a water bucket exploded, sending concrete fragments flying while the steel reinforcement inside bent into an arch. The Mazda's front end was deeply dented, and its airbags deployed with force. The driver, face covered in blood, fell unconscious instantly. The broken power line from the utility pole had fallen onto the car, sparks crackling and leaping high into the air. The gaunt man had already lost consciousness, yet the agony of electrocution still made his body convulse violently. From Chu Yu's perspective, faint blue sparks could be seen flickering across the man's body. Witnessing this scene, Chu's parents stood frozen in terror, their mouths gaping wide. Chu Meng gave a simple, honest smile, flashing a set of white teeth. "Bro, why did this guy crash into us? Does he have bad eyesight?" Chu Yu responded with a non-committal, "That's right. I bet this guy must be nearsighted. Didn't even spot 4 living people standing right there." Old man Chu shot a glance at Chu Yu, as if piecing something together, his expression turning grave. He released the stunned Mrs. Chu and opened his mouth to speak, but Chu Yu raised a silencing finger to his lips. Old man Chu froze mid-breath and fell silent. Chu Yu checked the skinny man and confirmed he was beyond saving from the electric shock before dialing the emergency number. "Hello, 110? There's been a car accident with injuries here, requiring rescue. The location is Tongluo Alley." After reporting to the police, Chu Yu continued forward with his parents and Chu Meng. Chu's father deliberately lagged behind, lowering his voice. "Yu, what's going on? Is someone trying to harm our family?" Chu's father was a traveling physician. In his younger years, he roamed the rivers and lakes, a man who had truly weathered storms. So Chu Yu concealed nothing from his father, recounting the Han family's plot to seize the ancestral remedy formula passed down through the Chu lineage. This included the collapse of his marriage, his wife's infidelity, and her treacherous schemes, holding back not a single detail. However, he concealed the fact that he had inherited the legacy of the medical immortal ancestor, Chu Pingshan. It wasn't that he distrusted his father, but this matter was simply too unbelievable for his father to comprehend. Upon hearing the Han family's plot, old man Chu gnashed his teeth in anger. "So that's how it is. Though I may be old, I'm not afraid of these scoundrels." Chu's father spoke while surveying Chu Yu up and down with a look of astonishment. "So, you knew all along that they would try to harm us this way, and you calculated they would make their move here? You'd already prepared countermeasures?" Chu Yu smiled faintly. "I could actually sense someone watching us in the shadows the moment we left the police station. In this rule of law society, if they want to kill our entire family, they can only stage a car accident. This location, this timing, it seems like the perfect opportunity to strike, but in reality, they're all deliberate weaknesses I exposed. Originally, I thought it was too obvious and that our enemies probably wouldn't take the bait. Who knew the assassin would be this stupid?" A look of contentment appeared on Father Chu's face. "You've always been clever since childhood. After this tribulation, I feel you've undergone a qualitative transformation. You've finally matured. I'm truly happy for you." Chu Yu nodded, gazing at his aged father with a pang of guilt in his heart. Father was right. As a top student at Huaqing Medical University, Chu Yu could truly be described as exceptionally brilliant. The reason Han Kaiyan was able to deceive Chu Yu was because he had been blinded by love. Yet, after this ordeal, Chu Yu rose from the ashes like a phoenix. From now on, harming him wouldn't be so easy for others. However, Chu Yu knew that Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming would never let the matter rest so easily. This time, it was a car accident. The next attack would likely be even more ruthless. After all, the commercial value of the 9 Gods Jade Dew pill was simply too immense. Han Kaiyan absolutely would not allow a third person to get their hands on this secret formula. Chu Yu gazed at his mother, shuffling unsteadily, his father with temples frosted gray, and his tall, simple-hearted younger brother, making a silent vow within himself. "Whoever dares to harm my family, I will send them straight to hell. Han Kaiyan, Li Yongming, just you wait. I swear I'll make you pay for this. If I don't avenge this, I'm no longer human." After walking through Tongluo Alley, you arrive in Old Street. This is a famous old street in Jiangbei City, lined with many antique shops. Besides antique shops, there are also various establishments catering to all walks of life. Fortune tellers, physiognomists, name givers, pawn shops, tailor shops, paper effigy stores. You name it, they have it. The Chu family's generations-old traditional Chinese medicine clinic stood at the street corner, with 3 sides facing the road. Behind the clinic lay a Sihuan courtyard house, which was the ancestral home of the Chu family. When Chuyu returned with his family, many neighbors greeted him warmly. You're back. Your grandpa Cho talks about you every day. You, drop by our place when you're free. Qian just graduated and is struggling to find a job. Maybe you can give her some advice. Old Chu, your son's made it big, yet you're still hustling like this. You really should be enjoying your retirement. The familiar voices and warm greetings filled Chu Yu's heart with a sense of belonging. In no time, they returned home to find mother already in the kitchen preparing dinner. Although Chu Yu had developed inner qi, the lingering poison in his system remained. After walking just this short distance, he already felt exhausted beyond endurance. Father Chu gestured for Chu Yu to sit in the recliner while instructing Chu Meng to prepare a hot towel to wipe his sweat. In no time, Chu Meng came out holding a basin of hot water. The tall and sturdy younger brother carefully wiped Chu Yu's sweat with the hot towel, taking great care not to hurt him. Soon after, Mother Chu had prepared the meal. She had stewed a pot of savory old duck soup for Chu Yu. Although poisoned, Chu Yu still managed to eat 2 full bowls of rice. After dinner, Old Man Chu went out for a stroll, but no sooner had he stepped outside than he turned back in a hurry. Ayu, come take a look at this. What is it? Chu Yu and Chu Meng stepped outside to see 5 palm prints, crimson as blood, imprinted on the white wall to the left of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Bloody palm print. A heavy feeling instantly sank in Chu Yu's heart. This was the signature mark of the mass murderer blood butcher. Where the bloody palm appears, no blade of grass survives. Chapter 9. True extermination without leaving even a chicken or dog alive. Blood Butcher was a Jianghu man, someone ordinary people originally knew nothing about. However, this utterly ruthless villain was far too brazen in his actions. Nearly every year, he would commit blood-soaked crimes throughout the regions north and south of the Yangtze River. And before committing each crime, he would leave behind a bloody handprint. Each bloody handprint represented a human life. In the past 3 to 4 years, the Blood Butcher had killed over 20 people, nearly every time wiping out entire families. Despite such brazenness and blatant acts, local police departments across regions still couldn't capture him. For this individual was not only exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but also exceedingly cunning. He often attacked the east while appearing to strike the west, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making him impossible to guard against. On the chief superintendent's most wanted list, this fellow's bounty reached as high as 3 million. Chu Yu stared at the 5 bloody palm prints, his heart turning cold. The legacy of the ancient medicine immortal contained not only enigmatic and profound medical arts, but also methods for cultivating martial paths. But how could Chu Yu, still an ordinary man, possibly contend with such a notorious bandit? Chu's father, who naturally knew the legends of Blood Butcher, trembled violently. Our family has only 4 members. Why did he leave 5 bloody palm prints? Chu Yu smiled bitterly. He even counted our family's Big Yellow in the scheme. Truly leaving neither fowl nor hound. Big Yellow was the watchdog of the Chu household. The other party must have already scouted the Chu residence, understanding every detail of the family's circumstances. Chu's father, despite being a seasoned man of the world, couldn't help but tremble with fear at this moment. You call the police. We can't handle a ruthless thief like this on our own. Chu Yu shook his head. They dare to leave the bloody handprint. They're not afraid of us calling the police. The families previously massacred by the Blood Butcher also chose to report it to the police without delay. But the police always arrived just a step too late. And this time, reporting to the police scared him off. Now the enemy is hidden while we're exposed. Like a lingering ghost, he'll be even harder to deal with. Chu Sr.'s body trembled, rendered speechless for a long moment. Countless strategies flashed through Chu Yu's mind in an instant. Suddenly, Chu Meng's voice came from behind the two of them. "Brother, Dad, what are you doing?" "Hey, these red palm prints are so fun. Who put them here?" Chu Yu turned around to see Chu Meng holding De Huang, playing happily with the dog. A shimmering light flickered in Chu Yu's pupils, as if an additional ring-shaped iris had appeared within them. He activated his heavenly eye, carefully observing Chu Meng. In that instant, Chu Meng appeared completely transparent in Chu Yu's vision. His internal organs and limbs, Chu Yu could see them all clearly. Suddenly, Chu Yu spotted streaks of yellow in his younger brother's blood, which startled him at first, then filled him with overwhelming joy. According to the Qingnong Jing, human constitutions are categorized into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire. For most ordinary people, these elements intertwine in a chaotic and impure manner. However, Chu Meng's physique turned out to be a pure Wutu constitution. This type of constitution is a martial arts cultivation talent that's 1 in 10,000. He struck gold. Chu Yu looked at his tall and burly younger brother and suddenly had an idea. Meng, what would you do if someone tried to harm me?" Chu Meng froze for a moment, then straightened his back. "Then I'll beat them up." At this point, Chu Meng hesitated slightly and scratched his bald head. "But I only know how to take a beating, not how to fight. What should I do?" Chu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Chu Meng was telling the truth. Though he was tall and powerfully built with immense natural strength, strict family upbringing had made him honest and good-natured. Never once in his life had he raised a hand against anyone. Even in fights, he would only avoid vital spots and let others beat him up to vent their anger. Chu Yu called his younger brother and father into the courtyard, fetched paper and ink, and casually sketched a sequence of stick figures depicting a boxing technique. He handed the sketch to Chu Meng. "Take a look. Do you know this move? If someone hits me or tries to harm my parents, use this move to strike them down." The boxing techniques Chu Yu painted originated from a martial arts tome within the Mystic Heaven Tower, named the Tiger Demon Body Tempering Fist. This move is called the Bull Demon's Horn. With his left hand feigning a pull, his right elbow suddenly shot forward in a straight thrust toward the center, a move as simple as could be. Yet this simple punch, augmented by Chu Meng's divine strength, transformed into something of boundless power. Most crucially, this fist technique was a martial cultivation method that worked from the outer to the inner, exceptionally profound. It could fuse the body's qi, blood, and vital essence into a unified whole. Chu Meng greatly enjoyed such straightforward and simple techniques, claiming he'd mastered them after just a few viewings. Chu Yu then had Chu Meng demonstrate the moves several more times, correcting his footwork and instructing him to practice 100 repetitions daily. He knew Chu Meng had always followed his instructions faithfully. If told to practice 100 times, he'd execute exactly 100 repetitions. Chu Meng treated his martial practice like an entertaining game, cheerfully launching into his drills in the courtyard with visible delight. Chu Yu's father wore an expression of constant anxiety and worry. After watching Chu Meng practice several times, he immediately shook his head. "It's no use. Meng can't defeat Blood Butcher. Though the boy possesses great strength, without experiencing life-or-death combat and lacking killing intent, how could he possibly stand against a bloodthirsty maniac like Blood Butcher?" Chu Yu smiled. "I never expected Meng to defeat the Blood Butcher. I already have a plan to deal with him." Old man Chu was taken aback, staring at his son. "You actually came up with a solution? What is it?" Chu Yu raised a finger to his lips with a quiet shish. Father Chu suddenly startled awake at this, glancing around with a prickling sensation down his spine. The Blood Butcher must already be lurking nearby. No wonder Chu Yu refused to speak. On the rooftop of a building less than 800 meters northeast of the Chu family courtyard, 3 figures had now materialized. Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming, along with another man wearing a cloak-style trench coat. The man was burly with a square-shaped face, a bull-like thick neck, and a mess of curly hair framing eyes that gleamed sharply. His entire body exuded a savage and cruel aura that made people uneasy. Even Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming spoke with cautious voices around him. This man was none other than the infamous Blood Butcher, a name in Jiangbei City that could silence crying children. Blood Butcher held binoculars, watching the Chu family's old courtyard from a distance. He gave off the aura of a leopard lurking in the shadows. Han Kaiyan had originally intended to avoid such a crude and direct method. This was far too risky. However, since Blood Butcher had been recruited by Seventh Master, even if the scheme was exposed, it wouldn't implicate the Han family. The most important thing was that Chu Yu was simply too intelligent. The failed car accident during the day had already made Han Kaiyan aware of Chu Yu's capabilities. There was no longer any hope of eliminating the Chu family through an inconspicuous accident. Therefore, she offered no objection. Li Yongming had already nurtured an intense hatred for Chu Yu, one that ran deep into his very bones. Although the strong pressure from the Li and Han families prevented major media outlets from reporting the story, some independent journalists had already posted the scandal involving the two individuals online during the day. The spread of these news reports was limited due to suppression by the Li and Han families. However, within Jiangdong's upper-class society, the scandal concerning both individuals had already become common knowledge. This directly affected Li Yongming's standing within the family, possibly even jeopardizing his position as heir. So, after Seven's assassination attempt failed during the day, he recommended Blood Butcher to carry out this mission, and Li Yongming agreed almost instantly. In fact, to satisfy his hatred, he even invited Han Kaiyan to witness the entire bloody massacre in person. He wanted to personally watch as Chu Yu's entire family lay dead on the spot. The Blood Butcher was thorough and cautious. The nature of his mission left absolutely no room for error. Every movement of Chu Yu's family members since they entered the old courtyard had been under his surveillance. After a long while, the Blood Butcher turned to face Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan. They didn't alert the police. That was quite clever, beyond what I'd expected. But if all goes according to plan, by sunrise tomorrow, not a single soul of the Chu family will remain. Chapter 10. The pain was real. Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming exchanged a glance, neither speaking a word. Bloodslaughter observed their expressions and knew they didn't quite trust him. He let out a cold laugh, then suddenly sprang up and leapt off the rooftop. This is the third floor, a sheer drop of nearly 30 feet. Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming were both shocked and rushed to the edge of the rooftop. Yet the Blood Butcher had already landed, as light and silent as a bale of cotton. His towering figure moved effortlessly, executing several somersaults in succession before vaulting over the courtyard wall. As he cleared the wall, Xue Tu deliberately, or perhaps reflexively, planted a powerful kick against the thick trunk of an old locust tree in the yard. Boom! The waist-thick locust tree snapped cleanly at its midpoint as if blasted by dynamite. The enormous tree canopy came crashing down, sending wood chips and branches flying in all directions. On the third floor, Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming were utterly shocked, their faces drained of color. How could there possibly be someone so formidable in this world? This kick from the Blood Butcher wasn't just a display of his strength. It was an outright challenge to the two of them. No one would dare to default on such a person's commission. Even prominent families like the Han and Li clans can't afford to offend them. Li Yongming watched as Xue Tu vanished into the darkness and murmured to himself, "That Blood Butcher is impressive. There's no way this kid will live through the night. That 10 million was well spent." Han Kaiyan nodded, finally allowing her anxiously suspended heart to settle back into place. Li Yongming picked up the binoculars again, peering toward the old Chu family residence. There stood the towering figure of Chu Meng, practicing the peculiar fist technique over and over in the courtyard, brimming with vigor. Li Yongming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this what you call sharpening your spear before battle? Insects will always be insects with their limited horizons. They don't know that the person they're facing is an elephant. No, a primordial Tyrannosaurus Rex. Han Kaiyan, however, eyed the ancestral Chu residence with a hint of suspicion. What are the Chu Yu family up to? By conventional logic, one should at least call the police. Li Yongming burst into laughter. Likely they're paralyzed with fear now, probably arranging their funeral affairs. Han Cayenne held the binoculars, remaining silent for a long time. The twilight gradually deepened, and it was already midnight. The clamor of the old street gradually faded into silence, leaving only the dim glow of streetlights casting reflections on the Chu family's ancestral courtyard. Shuetu had been lurking in a dark corner northeast of the courtyard for a full 3 hours. He coiled like a venomous serpent. The Chu family didn't call the police. There wasn't even the slightest unusual movement before they turned in for the night as darkness fell. Inside the shadowy old mansion, not a single light burned. Outside the ancestral home, the burly Chu Meng practiced the ox demon's horn thrust tirelessly, over and over again, as if driven by an unquenchable zeal. Chu Meng had practiced this move over 2,000 times by now. The Blood Butcher scoffed at such clumsy techniques. Never mind that Chu Meng was just an ordinary man. Even if he were a master, repeating the same single move posed no threat whatsoever to the Blood Butcher. 2 more hours passed, and even Chu Meng had gone into the old house to sleep. At this moment, all was silent. The moon hid behind dark clouds, visibility reduced to less than half a meter. A dark and windy night indeed. The perfect time for murder. Shuetu scaled the wall like some feline predator, landing soundlessly before slinking toward the Chu family's old manor in complete silence. The night was extraordinarily quiet. Even Chu family's dog, Da Huang, seemed to have fallen asleep. Bloodslayer edged up to the front door of the Chu family's old house, pressing his ear to listen. His hearing was incredibly sharp, distinctly picking up the breathing of 4 people inside, with nothing unusual. Bloodslayer produced a slender iron wire, inserted it into the keyhole, and within a few deft twists, the door swung open. He walked in, a razor blade pinched between his fingertips. The blade glinted ominously in the darkness of the night. Smack! At that very moment, a light snapping sound was heard. The living room of the old house lit up brilliantly, bathing everything in blinding whiteness. Butcher Su was startled and instinctively stepped back. However, he had only retreated 2 steps before stopping abruptly. The reason was simple. There was only one person standing opposite Blood Butcher. Chuyu. Chuyu sat in an old-fashioned scholar's chair, casually crossing his legs with an expression of utter ease. His prolonged illness had left his complexion abnormally pale and haggard. Huddled in the spacious armchair like that, he appeared even more pitifully gaunt. How could such a helpless, doomed patient possibly make the Blood Butcher retreat? The Blood Butcher glared viciously at Chuyu. You knew I would come, so you waited here to meet your death? Before Chuyu could utter a word, he coldly severed all his hopes. I'm sorry, but my mission is to wipe out your entire family. Even if you voluntarily surrender your life, I won't spare your parents or relatives. Blood Butcher believed that Chuyu's choice not to report to the police or flee meant he wanted to die alone, and begged for Blood Butcher to spare the others. Chuyu smiled faintly. No, I waited here to tell you one thing. In 10 minutes, I will capture you alive and hand you over to the police. Your bounty of 3 million is mine now. Blood Butcher froze, then couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. A powerless, ordinary man, a man on the verge of death. Yet they claimed they wanted to capture him alive. What a colossal joke. Before Blood Butcher's laughter could fade, he lunged at Chuyu like lightning. He intended to slaughter every last member of the Chu family in the shortest time possible. And above all else, he would carve out this pretty boy's tongue while he still breathed. The living room of the old house was 10 meters long, and Chuyu stood at its far end. For the Blood Butcher, this distance could be covered in an instant. Yet the Blood Butcher had only taken 2 steps when his legs gave way, sending him tumbling helplessly into a deep pit. Unbeknownst to anyone, a pit measuring 5 to 6 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide had somehow appeared in the center of the Chu family's ancestral living room. The trap was covered with loose wooden flooring. Beneath the wooden flooring lay a thick layer of craft paper, seamlessly concealing it. With a distance of 5 to 6 meters, Blood Butcher couldn't possibly leap across. This meant that if he intended to kill Chu Yu, he would undoubtedly fall into the pit. Blood Butcher stepped into thin air and plunged into the pit. He only felt a sharp pain beneath him as hundreds of steel spikes pierced his body simultaneously. It turned out the bottom of the trap was a spike board, densely studded with countless nails. Blood Butcher felt agonizing pain as his body was instantly riddled with countless bleeding holes, leaving him both terrified and enraged. Who would have thought that this primitive method of trapping wild boars, used by mountain hunters, would appear in modern cities? Chu Yu's lazy voice drifted down from above. I told you I'd capture you alive and hand you over to the police. Believe me now. Blood Butcher took a deep breath, then suddenly let out a cold chuckle. These pathetic tricks want to catch the Blood Butcher? Keep dreaming. Blood Butcher's body suddenly leapt up, darting straight towards the top of the pit. The pit was over 2 meters deep, impossible for an ordinary person to leap out of. But to Bloodslayer, this was nothing at all. Blood Butcher's body soared through the air, 1 foot already stepping on the edge of the pit. Yet at that very moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared. With an elbow cutting through the void, producing a cracking sonic boom, it blocked Blood Butcher's path. It was Chu Meng. This technique, bull demon strikes with horns, was something Chu Meng had practiced thousands of times. Executing it had become second nature. The elbow strike concentrated all of Chu Meng's strength into a single point, even cracking the air with a sharp snap. Blood Butcher had no choice but to block with his palm. Bang! Their elbows and palms collided. Blood Butcher unleashed tremendous force, knocking Chu Meng back. Yet although Blood Butcher repelled Chu Meng, he could no longer maintain his footing and tumbled back into the pit. Thud! Splat! The sharp tips of the nails on the board pierced Blood Slaughterer's body again, sending waves of excruciating pain through his heart. Blood Slaughterer barely paused, his body springing up like lightning as he lunged upward once more. Chu roared like a fierce tiger, bending his knees into a horse stance before delivering another ox demon's horn strike, its force howling through the air. Left with no choice, Blood Slaughterer summoned all his palm strength and swung out a devastating strike. Bang! Another loud boom resounded as Chu Meng staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Blood Butcher's upward charge was blocked, sending him tumbling back into the pit. As his feet touched down, a searing pain shot through both soles. Just like that, Blood Butcher charged forward over a dozen times, only to be sent flying back each time by Chu Meng's same move, the Bull Demon's horn charge. Chu Meng indeed suffered injuries, but with every return to the pit, Blood Butcher was also pierced relentlessly by the nails, leaving him covered in wounds. On level ground, 10 Chu Mengs wouldn't have been able to stop Blood Butcher. Yet precisely in this treacherous terrain, Blood Butcher found himself helpless against Chu Meng. In Chu Meng's straightforward, bullhorn thrust technique, as if designed to counter him, completely suppressed Blood Butcher. No matter how he changed his moves or shifted his stance, he invariably ended up forced into the pitfall. Each time he fell, dozens to hundreds of bloody holes would cover his body. The wounds weren't lethal, but the pain was excruciating. Bloodslayer was blocked once more and tumbled into the pit, finally unable to hold back his furious curses. Chu Yu, I'll fuck your mother, I'll fuck your ancestors. No wonder Xue Tu was filled with grief and indignation. A peerless master who once dominated unchallenged, now utterly outmaneuvered by a pretty boy without an ounce of strength and a fool who only knew one punch. However, Blood Butcher quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a hardened veteran of the underworld. Despite this minor setback, he'd already formulated a new plan. He was now absolutely certain he could escape and slaughter this entire family. By then, he would make Chu Yu long for death but find it unattainable. Chapter 11, A Scheme Nearing Demonhood. After gasping for breath for a long while, Blood Butcher suddenly lunged toward the pit trap again without warning. This lunge was faster, fiercer. Chu Meng's unchanging oxhorn thrust came charging forward once more. After exchanging over a dozen blows, Chu Meng knew his opponent was formidable. His nerves were stretched taut, his reactions nearly reflexive. Yet just then, as Blood Butcher stepped onto the pit's edge, he suddenly withdrew his hand. Chu Meng unleashed every ounce of force through his elbow, driving it squarely into Blood Butcher's chest. Blood Butcher flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Yet mid-air, he had already adjusted his posture, like a great bird swooping, and lunged straight toward Chu Yu on the other side. This was Blood Butcher's meticulously calculated move. Though he took a hard elbow from Chu Meng, he simultaneously received a powerful push from him as well. Propelled by that force, the Blood Butcher instantly flew 5 or 6 meters clear across the trap's spike-covered panel. As he was about to plunge back into the pitfall, his unnaturally long arms suddenly stretched out, grasping the opposite edge of the pit where he pressed down with all his strength. This push sent him soaring into the air, lunging straight toward Chu Yu. Chu Yu clearly hadn't anticipated this move. His face flashed with panic. Yet without hesitation, he flung out a powdery substance. Lime packet. This quicklime was no trivial matter. Upon contact with eyes, it would instantly boil and could destroy a person's retinas in mere moments. Bloodslayer cursed, "You little brat," tightly shut his eyes, yet his body landed precisely on the grand armchair where Chu Yu sat. Chu Yu had already leapt from the grand armchair, rolling away to dodge, while Bloodslayer landed squarely on it. Ah! He suddenly let out a shriek as sharp objects pierced his buttocks, leaving them instantly mangled and bloodied. Turns out, the grand armchair also had a nail board placed atop it, concealed beneath a wooden plank. Chu Yu leaped down from the grand chair, pulling the wooden plank away as he went. How could the Blood Butcher not fall into the trap? His body was truly riddled with holes like rain pockmarking a sandy beach. Though covered in wounds, the Blood Butcher finally managed to escape from the pitfall. He stood up and kicked the grand chair flying, but instead of rage, he burst into laughter. "You little bastard. Now, let's see what other tricks you've got up your sleeve." Before his words had faded, there came a thunderous crash as an enormous object plummeted from the ceiling, perfectly trapping him inside. Blood Butcher's vision turned pitch black, and he was utterly stunned. He shoved with all his might against the object. His hands met something cold, rigid, and impossibly heavy. Despite exerting all his strength, the object refused to budge. Bloodslaughter's shock turned to horror as he let out a desperate roar. "You little bastard, what trick are you up to now?" Chu Yu's voice came from outside, calm and indifferent. "This bronze bell weighs a solid 7 or 800 pounds. It was an antique my father collected, perfect for catching an old turtle like you." Bloodfiend finally realized he had once again fallen for Chu Yu's wicked trap. Chu Yu had used himself as bait while secretly rigging a simple pulley system to suspend the bronze bell from the roof beams. When Bloodfiend pounced, Chu Yu's father above immediately severed the ropes holding the bell. Even if it didn't fully ensnare Bloodfiend, the falling bell would at least crush him severely, shattering bones and severing limbs. The traps in the hall, the nail boards, the bald giant's ambush, and even the quicklime Chu Yu scattered were all just to provoke Blood Butcher to rattle his nerves. Sure enough, Chu Yu's voice rang from outside. "As soon as I saw the bloody palm print, I knew if I didn't call the police, you'd come for me tonight. So I had Aming practice boxing outside to divert your attention, then turn off the lights and set up this trap indoors." Haha, Blood Butcher's vicious reputation is well known, definitely no fool. A mere trap could never capture you, but it would inevitably ignite your rage to kill me. Once your fury reached its peak, I used myself as bait to set up this copper bell trap, waiting for you to take the hook, and indeed succeeded in one stroke. Chu Yu's voice was calm, devoid of any self-congratulation. Yet to Bloodslayer's ears, these words brimmed with incomparable mockery. Bloodslaughter took a deep breath, his voice solemn. "I admit, I underestimated you. Your scheming is almost demonic. I concede defeat in this round with complete admiration." As Blood Butcher spoke, a trace of pride gradually surfaced in his expression. "You've miscalculated one thing. Thinking you could capture me with just a mere bronze bell is pure fantasy. You're not a martial artist. You'll never understand how terrifying the power of a martial artist truly is. As Blood Butcher spoke these words, he suddenly expelled his breath with a forceful ha. With one hand supporting the bell's lower rim, he actually managed to lift the bronze bell half an inch off the ground. He's about to come out. Chu Meng was startled and rushed over, throwing his entire body onto the bronze bell to press it down with all his might. Chu Yu, however, shook his hand, signaling for his younger brother to step aside. Though puzzled, Chu Meng obeyed as he always listened to his elder brother, releasing his grip and standing up. Sure enough, Blood Butcher lifted one side of the bronze bell a full 2 inches before suddenly letting go. With a thunderous crash, the heavy bronze bell plummeted downward, once again trapping Blood Butcher inside. From within the bell came Blood Butcher's voice, equal parts shock, fury, and panic. "You little bastard, what kind of trick is this now? Why is my whole body numb? And why do I have no strength at all?" Chu Yu sighed and said leisurely, "Have you ever heard of dragon's blood vine? It's a deadly poison, but it can also be used as medicine. Coincidentally, my family's herbal shop still has a bit left. In the rainforests, the poison arrows that indigenous people use to hunt elephants are soaked in the sap of the dragon's blood vine. Even an elephant, once poisoned by this, will become completely paralyzed within minutes, losing all strength to resist before collapsing to the ground. So what chance do you have?" Blood Slaughterer's heart turned cold, abruptly recalling the nails that had stabbed him, his voice trembling. "You coated the nails with dragon's blood vine poison? You little bastard, I'll kill you." Chu Yu had Chu Meng help him lift the grand chair and remove the nail-studded board. He leisurely sat down in the chair, rocking gently, his voice remarkably calm. "I checked the time, neither more nor less. Exactly 10 minutes have passed. I told you I'd capture you alive within 10 minutes, but you just didn't believe me." The Blood Slaughterer recalled Chu Yu's earlier words and felt a surge of fury, so intense it chilled his guts with regret. If I had known this pretty boy was so capable, I shouldn't have let my guard down. Chu Yu seemed to know exactly what Blood Butcher was thinking, letting out a cold laugh. "Don't think you're on. In fact, I have a total of 6 plans, all capable of capturing you alive. Only beneath this house lies a cellar, a natural pitfall, most fitting for the occasion. You're already deeply poisoned by the dragon's blood vine. Even your nerves are paralyzed. There's no escape. You'd better start thinking about how to confess to all the crimes you've committed." By the time Chu Yu finished speaking, Blood Butcher could no longer hear him clearly. The toxin from the dragon's blood vine had spread to his brain. His consciousness gradually blurred, darkness surging over him like a tide. This notorious and feared pirate of the rivers and seas was finally captured. Half an hour later, following Chu Yu's instructions, Chu Meng moved the bronze bell aside. Blood Butcher was completely drenched in blood, already fallen into a deep state of unconsciousness. Chu Meng glared at Chu Yu. "Brother, what should we do now?" Chu Yu looked outside with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Tie him up and hang him on the elm tree outside. Call the police at dawn." Some people want to get a surprise, but I insist they receive a shock instead. Chu Meng couldn't understand what his brother was saying. Nevertheless, he followed Chu Yu's instructions and bound the Blood Butcher with steel wire rope, hanging him from the old elm tree in the courtyard. After a whole night of turmoil, the eastern sky gradually paled with the first light of dawn, and daylight slowly broke. On the rooftop of the 3-story building, Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming had stayed up all night, utterly exhausted. However, Shuetu never showed up, nor was there any news of him. Not wanting to miss the good news of Chu Yu's death, the pair refused to leave. Li Yongming yawned and muttered curses under his breath. These Jianghu ruffians have no sense of propriety. They take money to do jobs, but can't even be bothered to send word when it's done. But that guy and his whole family should be thoroughly dead by now, finally easing the hatred in my heart. Li Yongming picked up his binoculars and peered toward the Chu family's courtyard. At this sight, his mouth gaped open and his eyes bulged wide, looking just like a thunderstruck toad. Chapter 12. Hard to believe. Han Kaiyan noticed his strange expression and, without pausing to ask questions, immediately grabbed the binoculars to look toward the ancestral Chu residence. At this moment, The first light of dawn broke, allowing the scene within the courtyard of the Chu family's old estate to be seen with perfect clarity. The bald-headed giant, Chu Ming, was still practicing that same monotonous set of peculiar martial arts in the courtyard, showing no sign of boredom. Meanwhile, Xue Tu, whom they had anxiously awaited all night, hung limply like a dead dog from the old elm tree in the yard. His body was covered in wounds, his head lolling against his chest. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. This was none other than the notorious and vicious Xue Tu, a top-tier assassin who left countless SWAT teams helpless and shocked the entire nation. Yet he was brought down by this pretty-faced Chuyu. Han Kaiyan felt a chill rise from her feet, shooting up her spine to her brain, freezing her to the core. She stood motionless, as if petrified into a wooden statue. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Han Kaiyan wouldn't believe it even if she were killed. This low-class trash she had played like a fiddle, this loser she looked down upon, was actually so formidable. For a fleeting moment, Han Kaiyan even felt a pang of regret. Provoking someone like this would bring endless trouble. However, the negative emotions quickly flickered and faded as Han Kaiyan immediately regained her composure. No matter how intelligent Chuyu might be, he was still just a worthless pauper, utterly unworthy of her. Even if given another chance, Han Kaiyan would still choose to kill him for the secret recipe of the 9 divine nectar pills. Li Yongming stared at the bloodstains on the old elm tree, his eyes filled with killing intent. He uttered a curse before suddenly turning and walking away. Han Kaiyan stopped Li Yongming. "Come back, what are you going to do?" Li Yongming turned around, his teeth clenched in fury. "Before the police arrive, I must find a way to kill Butcher Xue. Otherwise, once he confesses, we'll both be in big trouble." Han Kaiyan abandoned her usual gentle demeanor, speaking in a stern tone. Going there now would be falling right into Chu Yu's trap. If he's captured Su Tu, why didn't he immediately call the police? And why did he hang Su Tu from a tree for public display? Li Yongming was stunned why. Han Kaiyan sighed and shook her head repeatedly. His purpose is to lure the mastermind into silencing him. I guarantee that if your people show up, they will definitely be caught on camera, leaving behind evidence of the crime. When that time comes, uncovering one clue will lead to exposing the entire plot. You won't escape either. Li Yongming gasped in shock, his entire body turning cold with dread. That little bastard's schemes are truly formidable. What should we do now? Han Kaiyan put on her coat and motioned for Li Yongming to follow. What we need to do now is get out of here as quickly as possible. As for the Blood Butcher, let 7th Master handle it. The Blood Butcher is just a desperate rogue from the Jianghu. 7th Master will certainly find a way to silence him. If all else fails, we'll have our planted informant in the prison intervene. The Blood Butcher won't even get the chance to speak. Though Han Kaiyan was a woman, her schemes ran far deeper than Li Yongming's. Li Yongming gave an affirmative grunt, yet the toxic flames of humiliation and defeat within him refused to be extinguished. Are we really going back with our tails between our legs? I can't accept leaving this bastard alive. Han Kaiyan glanced back at Li Yongming, disappointment swelling in her heart. This so-called scion of nobility, despite receiving the most elite aristocratic education, had only honed his superficial veneer. When it comes to calculation and planning, he isn't even 10% as skilled as Chu Yu. Han Kaiyan suppressed her disappointment, yet her voice remained gentle. Don't you think the Chu you were facing is quite extraordinary? Ever since he foiled our plan in front of the hotel yesterday, every move we've made has been within his expectations. He's even been leading us by the nose, making every move follow his rhythm. Though such a person may lack wealth and power, they remain the most formidable opponent. We must take him seriously, reassess him, study him, or we'll keep suffering losses. Li Yongming stood frozen in place, speechless. He had to admit that every word Han Kaiyan said was the truth. In his eyes, Chu Yu, who used to be like a bug he could crush effortlessly, had suddenly become unfathomable, as deep as the ocean. Han Kaiyan shook her head and continued downstairs. Seeing Li Yongming still standing there in a daze, she called out to him. Let's go back. We'll convene a meeting of our family's think tanks to gather information about Chu Yu and reassess this man. Li Yongming still couldn't accept defeat when an idea suddenly struck him. By the way, didn't you arrange a scheme recently that left the Chu family owing 7th Master millions in loan shark debts? Since this kid's putting on such airs, perhaps we should have 7th Master step in to teach him a lesson. Repaying debts is only natural. Let's see how he gets past 7th Master's hurdle. Han Kaiyan smacked her forehead. How could I forget about this? You're absolutely right. Since we can't silence the Chu family with murder anymore, we'll just take our time playing with them. Call 7th Master, Chu Yu said. The two of them continued discussing as they descended the stairs, vanishing into the labyrinth of the old city. In the courtyard of the Chu family's old residence, Chu Meng was still practicing his martial arts. Meanwhile, Chu Yu lay reclined in a grand armchair, fiddling with a remote controller in his hand as if anticipating something. A full 2 hours passed. The sky grew bright, and the old street gradually came alive with bustling crowds and clamorous voices. Chu Yu seemed somewhat disappointed and let out a sigh. He fiddled with the controller in his hand as the compact drone camera descended from the sky. Han Saiyan's guess was correct. Chu Yu had hung the Bloody Butcher here precisely to set another trap for his opponent. For now, it seemed this ploy of flushing out the snake had failed. Chu Meng walked over, pointing at the bloodstained and unconscious man hanging from the tree, frowning. What should we do with this guy? Hanging around here, he's even scared Mom from leaving the house. Chu Yu cast a meaningful glance into the distance, his enthusiasm waning. Now that he's served his purpose, let's hand him over to the police. Chu Meng still didn't grasp Chu Yu's meaning. But to him, his elder brother's words were always right, even when he couldn't understand them himself. At Jiangbei Tongluo Lane Police Station, the emergency phone rang urgently. An officer answered it, and after hearing just 2 sentences, immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, you're saying you captured a criminal nicknamed Bloody Butcher? Please repeat that. The person you apprehended is truly called Bloody Butcher? Within law enforcement circles, the name Bloody Butcher was truly thunderous. The other officers' eyes widened in alarm, their faces tensing at the mention of Bloody Butcher's name. A few seconds later, the officer put down the emergency call, his face still filled with shock. He looked at the police chief and reported in a near-delirious tone. Chief, the top priority fugitive Su Tu, wanted by the commissioner himself, has been captured by civilians in our jurisdiction. The chief's steel teacup clattered to the floor, his entire body frozen in shock. Minutes later, several police cars roared out of the station, speeding toward Old Street. Simultaneously, the city SWAT team, fully armed, also raced toward Old Street with lightning speed. More than 20 minutes later, the sirens blared outside the Chu family's ancestral home, and the entire street was cordoned off. Chu Yu opened the front door, welcomed the police inside, and briefly recounted what had happened. Countless officers stared up at the massive elm tree, where Shui Tu hung high, unconscious and limp as a dead dog. Every single person present struggled with a surreal sense of disbelief. This notorious, heinously criminal S-class felon was actually caught by the sickly-looking Chu Yu. This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 13, Unwelcome Visitor Arrives. SWAT Captain Li grasped Chu Yu's hand, so excited he could barely speak properly. Comrade Chu, on behalf of all the citizens of Jiangbei City, I thank you. You've accomplished a great deed. In order to capture this ruthless criminal, several of our comrades sacrificed their lives. I've dreamed of avenging them every night. Now they can rest peacefully in the netherworld. As Captain Li spoke, his eyes reddened with unshed tears glistening in their corners. Chu Yu politely declined the praise, but all the police officers present raised their right arms in unison, saluting him. Following Captain Li's request, Chu Yu and Chu Meng went to the municipal bureau to give their statements, boarding Captain Li's vehicle. The remaining SWAT team members loaded Blood Butcher into the prison van, escorted by several police cars that sped away with sirens blaring. Neighbors on the old street witnessed the scene, buzzing with various speculations and heated discussions. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yu and Chu Meng finally completed their police statements and walked out of Jiangbei City Municipal Police Bureau. The municipal bureau leaders and Captain Li personally escorted Chu Yu and Chu Meng out the gate. Captain Li stated that he would personally commend the two of them for their merits, along with a 3 million yuan reward, and requested Chu Yu to return and await further news. Chu Yu didn't mention Han Kaiyan or Li Yangming by name, merely stating that the blood butcher had been committing random crimes and was accidentally captured by him. This kind of vendetta between rivals is understood by those involved, but without evidence, one shouldn't make baseless accusations. Otherwise, not only would it be futile, but could also give them an opening to take advantage of you and bring trouble upon yourself. The two brothers returned to the old street, and from afar they saw a large crowd gathered outside the Chu family's medical clinic, as if something had happened. Chu Yu's heart tightened as he hurried over. Someone spotted the two brothers and shouted out, all right, Chu Yu and Chu Meng are back. The old master can be saved now." The crowd quickly made way for Chu Yu and Chu Meng. The two brothers exchanged bewildered looks as their footsteps grew increasingly quicker. Chu Yu had just stepped up to the clinic entrance when his heart sank further at the sight of a shockingly large pool of blood. He entered the medical hall to find his father lying on a long couch, pale-faced and barely breathing, his beard stained red with blood. His mother knelt before his father, tending to him with eyes red from crying. The medical hall was in complete disarray, with the counter and many precious Chinese herbs smashed to pieces. Chu Meng and Chu Yu's eyes instantly reddened with rage. Chu Yu quickly walked to his father's sickbed, his eyes blazing with fury. "Mom, who did this? Who hurt Dad?" Chu Yu's mother turned around, saw her two sons had returned, and burst into loud sobs. It was the debt collectors. "These damn executioners. Your father is already in his 50s or 60s, and they still had the heart to strike such a cruel blow." Chu Meng roared like an enraged bull. "Those bastards, I'm going to find them." Chu Meng was about to charge out the door when Chu Yu's sharp shout stopped him in his tracks. Chu Yu, overwhelmed with rage and no outlet for his fury, saw his father on the verge of death and suddenly burst into loud, unrestrained sobs. A grown man, robust and sturdy, wept like a child. Without further inquiry, Chu Yu activated his heavenly eye to meticulously examine his father's injuries. Under Chu Yu's heavenly eye, his father's body gradually turned translucent, revealing his internal organs and skeletal structure with perfect clarity. His injuries were severe, with 3 broken ribs and cracks in his sternum. At the same time, his head had suffered a heavy blow, with capillaries and part of his brain nerves damaged. Fortunately, the fractured bone did not puncture his heart or lungs, sparing him from severe internal bleeding. But father was already over 50 years old. Such severe injuries had taken half his life. Chu Yu gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Old Mr. Chu had spent his lifetime healing the sick and aiding the poor, accumulating boundless virtue. He enjoyed immense popularity wherever he went. He was a broad-minded, righteous, and kind-hearted man who wouldn't even argue with his neighbors. How could he suffer such injury? To think someone would commit such a vicious assault against a highly respected elderly man, it's enough to make one's blood boil with rage. After examining his father's injuries, Chu Yu felt slightly relieved. In the past, such severe injuries would have undoubtedly required hospital surgery. But Chu Yu had inherited the medical skills of an immortal physician. For him, such injuries could be healed effortlessly without leaving any lasting effects. After seeing off the enthusiastic neighbors and closing the clinic's door, Chu Yu began treating his father. He took out a set of silver needles and used the 36 techniques of heavenly stars to first stabilize his father's injuries and drain the stagnant blood. The gleaming silver needles pierced the vital acupoints across father's body as dark crimson blood flowed out through their hollow tubes. Chu Yu then prepared a secret wound-healing medicine according to the formula recorded in the Qingnong Classic. He dripped the medicine into the silver needle's tube, allowing it to enter his organs through the acupoints. After treating the internal injuries, Chu Yu then reset the broken bones for Old Master Chu and firmly secured them with a brace. In just over 10 minutes, Old Master Chu's weak breaths showed signs of improvement, his sallow cheeks regaining a healthy glow. His faint, barely, their breathing gradually grew stronger and more pronounced. The mother watched from the side, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had spent her entire life assisting old Master Chu in practicing medicine and saving lives, so her understanding of medical arts was naturally profound. Yet, the acupuncture technique Chu Yu performed flowed smoothly like drifting clouds and running water, so perfectly attuned to nature that even she had never witnessed such a method. Suddenly, the old master coughed and slowly opened his eyes. Chu Ming and his mother were both overwhelmed with shock and joy. The two hurried over and helped the old man up. Chu Yu kept his heaven eyes fixed on his father's internal organs and, confirming no serious harm, finally let out a sigh of relief. His expression turned icy as he looked at his father and mother. "Who is it? How much do we owe them?" Old man, Chu opened his mouth to speak when he heard someone chuckle coldly outside the door. "He's back after all. If only he'd come back sooner. My lord wouldn't have bothered knocking about some old bones." Chu Yu whirled around to see a horse-faced man slinking sinisterly into the traditional medicine shop. Following behind the horse-faced man were 7 or 8 burly henchmen surrounding him. These men clearly had malicious intent. Though each had furtive eyes brimming with menace, they were all dressed in impeccably tailored suits. Chu Ming stared at the group for a long moment before comprehension dawned. "Was it you who assaulted my father?" His foolish question made the horse-faced man burst into laughter. "A fool, a dying waste of space, plus 2 old relics. To think a family like yours still exists in this world. The heavens truly show mercy to all living things." Chu Ming gritted his teeth, his face flushing crimson. "It's really you who hurt my dad. I'll kill you." He roared like a tiger, clenched his fist the size of a sandbag, and was about to pounce. Chu Yu stretched out his arm to block Chu Ming, glaring coldly at the horse-faced man. "You'll pay a heavy price for what you did today. However, if you kneel down now and apologize to my father, I might consider letting you live, though you'll spend the rest of your days in a wheelchair." The horse-faced man burst into laughter as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, doubling over with mirth. "Everyone listen. A dying man threatening to cripple us. Oh, I'm terrified, absolutely terrified." The horse-faced man's exaggerated tone and antics sent the suited men behind him into fits of raucous laughter. A cold glint flashed through Chu Yu's eyes, though his voice remained utterly composed. "I promise you, before the day is over, your arms and legs will be broken as an apology to my father." Chapter 14. The Poisonous Woman. Chu Yu spoke with deadly seriousness, each word seeming to be ground out from between his teeth. The horse-faced man froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Damn, that almost had me convinced. Like hell I believe you. If you could actually break my arms and legs, I'll fucking livestream myself eating 3 pounds of shit." He suddenly stopped laughing, his expression darkening abruptly. "Listen up. The debt your family owes to 7th Master was due a long time ago. Within 3 days, if your family can't repay the money, according to the contract, this Chinese medicine clinic will belong to 7th Master, and you'll have to get out of Jiangbei. Understand?" As soon as the horse-faced man uttered these words, old man Chu's face instantly flushed crimson, and he began coughing violently. Chu Yu's mother looked ashen, her eyes brimming with anguish. Yet she said nothing, gently patting Elder Chu's chest to help him breathe smoothly. This traditional Chinese medicine clinic was the ancestral legacy of the Chu family. The elderly couple had both operated and lived in this clinic their entire lives. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile here seemed like kin to the elderly Chus. How could they allow anyone to snatch it away? What's more, being forced to leave Jiangbei City means leaving one's hometown behind. How could this not break the hearts of Chu Yu's elderly parents? Chu Yu turned around and glanced at his parents. "Mom, how much do we owe them?" Mother's eyes were red, tears streaming down continuously. "Half a year ago, that woman Han Cayenne brought your diagnostic report and said your organs were failing, that we needed to pool money to treat you. Your father and I were frantic. We sold our city apartment at a low price to gather over 5 million yuan. But Han Kaiyan still said it wasn't enough. Your father and I borrowed money everywhere, desperate, until we had no choice but to go to Xinheng pawn shop. We mortgaged the old house to borrow 7 million yuan and gave it all to Han Kaiyan. At that critical moment, you were hemorrhaging internally and needed immediate surgery at the hospital. We didn't think too much about the consequences then. But who could have known these people would come demanding today? The 700,000 suddenly became 2,100,000. How are we supposed to survive like this? Your father couldn't take their bullying and argued back, and they just beat him mercilessly until her voice dissolved into sobs. Mother broke down, crying again as she spoke. The horse-faced man nearby spoke up lazily. No, you're mistaken. If you don't repay the debt today, the amount will increase to 22,400,000. As he spoke, he pulled out a crumpled sheet of paper and waved it in his hand. Here's the promissory note. Take a good look at it yourself. Chu Yu's face darkened as he stepped forward to take the IOU, scrutinizing it carefully. This IOU was a photocopy, specifying the repayment date and interest rate. While the loan's interest was high, it still fell within the typical range of shady lending. What was truly outrageous was one stipulation. For each day of overdue payment, the defaulter would incur a penalty equivalent to 20% of the principal. In other words, for each day the payment is delayed, the Chu family must repay an additional 1.4 million. This is absolutely fucking insane. This clause was buried in the dense fine print, virtually impossible to spot without reading every line meticulously. Chu Yu could understand his parents' position. At that time, they were desperate to cure their illness and solely focused on getting the money. There was no way the elderly couple could thoroughly read through the contract before signing it. Thus, they fell right into the trap. The long-faced man, afraid Chu Yu might not understand, pointed his finger at that specific clause, his face twisting into a malicious grin. Did you see this rule? Every day you're late, there's a penalty of 20% of the principal, which is 1.4 million, written in black and white. Chu's father and mother were shocked upon hearing the words of the long-faced man. Chu's father gurgled in his throat, his eyes rolling back, while Chu's mother let out a piercing scream. We didn't agree to this clause when signing the contract, and nobody mentioned it to us. You're utterly ruthless. Chu Yu quickly stepped forward to soothe his father, his mind now crystal clear. This was Han Saiyan's scheme. That vile woman had set this trap as early as half a year ago. She exploited Chu Yu's illness as leverage, not only draining the old couple's lifelong savings. Moreover, she would seize this opportunity to take over the Chu family's ancestral business. 6 months later, with the secret recipe in hand, Chu Yu died of illness, and the Chu family's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was taken over. Even the Chu family members would be driven out of Jiangbei, or even exterminated, leaving Han Kaiyan with no worries from then on. What a perfect plan. Father finally caught his breath, his face flushed crimson. This has nothing to do with you. It's my name on the IOU. I'll fight these bastards with my old bones if I have to. At worst, I'll just owe them my life. Chu Yu's heart ached. At this point, Father still wanted to protect him, unwilling to let him wade into these troubled waters. He reassured his father. Dad, let me handle this matter. Don't worry, I have a way to repay this debt. At this point, he turned to look at the horse-faced man and his companions, his face revealing intense hatred. But before dealing with this matter, since they beat you badly, I'll break their arms and legs to avenge you. The horse-faced man and the others burst into laughter again upon hearing this. This pretty boy has a terminal illness, hanging by a thread, yet he keeps threatening to break people's limbs. It's nothing short of the greatest irony. The horse-faced man took 2 steps forward, planted his hands on his hips, and stood arrogantly in front of Chu Yu, his face full of provocation. Let me teach you a lesson. Those who owe money aren't people anymore. They're just livestock to be slaughtered at will. What's it to you if I beat up your damn dad? Motherfucker, I'm standing right here. If you got the balls, take a swing at me. Go on, do it. Chu Ming couldn't tolerate such provocation and let out a furious roar, preparing to charge forward. Chu Yu smiled faintly and reached out to stop his younger brother. I fear your blood would dirty my hands. There's no need for you to act hastily. Someone will naturally take care of it." With that, Chuyu returned to the inner chamber and soon emerged with a letter, which he handed to the horse-faced man. The Chu family conducts itself with honor. The debt owed to Xianheng Bank will naturally be settled. Take this letter to your master, and he will understand everything. Remember, you must deliver this to your master personally. Otherwise, I'll call the police, and I'll never acknowledge this debt again." The long-faced man glanced at the envelope Chuyu handed him and sneered contemptuously. "You poor bastard. You really think you're some big shot? Does Boss Chi even acknowledge you? What a joke." Chuyu watched him calmly, his eyes utterly tranquil. Yet within those calm and indifferent eyes seemed to harbor a soul-shaking power. The long-faced man resentfully took the envelope, weighing it in his hand. "All right, I like to see what tricks you're up to. But let me be clear up front. If this letter pisses off 7th Master, I'll come back and break your legs." The horse-faced man finished speaking and waved to the others. "Let's go." A group of people walked out, cursing and grumbling. Although the Chu family's old house wasn't worth much, the land itself was valued at tens of millions. The horse-faced man wasn't worried about the Chu family running away. Chuyu watched the group's backs disappear around the street corner, his expression unreadable. Chu Meng panted heavily, looking at Chuyu in confusion. "Brother, you just let them go like that? At the very least, we should have called the police to arrest them." Although Chu Meng was a rough man, he was well aware that the country was cracking down on these gray organizations. "Just call the cops, and these guys won't know what hit them." Chuyu smiled faintly. Calling the police would at most get them locked up for a year or two. That would be letting them off too easily. "I'll break their legs when they return to Xianheng Bank, crippling them for life. I mean what I say." Chu Meng was stunned. "Bro, are you serious?" Chapter 15, Hidden Meanings. With Chu Meng's straightforward way of thinking, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't fathom Chu Yu's intentions. According to Chu Meng's thinking, if they truly intended to break the horse-faced man's leg, they should act right here. Once the horse-faced man returned to Xianheng Money Shop, they would be on his home turf. By then, with the other side having strength in numbers, how could they possibly harm the horse-faced man? Father stared at Chu Yu in astonishment. He was an old hand in the world and knew that trying to break someone's legs on their home turf was harder than reaching the heavens. Without further explanation, Chu Yu had his mother tend to his injured father and called out to Chu Meng. "It's about time. Let's head to Xianheng Bank now to avenge our father." Their mother grew anxious and quickly stopped the two brothers, Chu Yu and Chu Meng. "Don't go. Xianheng Bank is powerful and wealthy. Rushing over there will only bring you harm." Chu Yu gave his mother a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. With your son's intelligence, no one could take advantage of me." Having said that, he left with Chu Meng in tow. The mother still wanted to chase after him to stop him, but Old Master Chu blocked her way. Old Master Chu watched Chu Yu's retreating figure with a hint of relief. After this incident, Chu Yu has truly undergone a rebirth. I believe in him. Xianheng Finance is a microfinance company. The company's office building stood on Jinxiao Road in Jiangbei City, its lavish interior design strikingly opulent. At this moment, in the general manager's office, a man in his 40s was sitting leisurely in his office chair, smoking a cigarette. Behind the man, a woman wearing a short skirt with a striking figure was massaging his shoulders. The woman's face bore an enchanting blush. Meanwhile, the man wore nothing but a black shirt draped over his shoulders. It was evident that the two had just engaged in some intense physical activity. The man was none other than the notorious underground lord of Jiangbei, Chen Shi, also known as 7th Master. Nearly half of the underground casinos, KTVs, bars, and loan sharking operations in Jiangbei bore Chen Shi's influence. Moreover, numerous missing persons cases, homicides, and kidnapping and extortion incidents were inextricably linked to him. Many noble families would hand over the dirty work they couldn't or wouldn't do themselves to him, while offering him their protection in return. So all these years, no matter how fierce the storm, Chen Shi has always stood firm and unshaken. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door. Chen Shi frowned and waved his hand, signaling the woman to open the door. The office door opened, and the horse-faced man walked in with an obsequious smile. "Boss, we're back. Got something to report." Chun-Chi dismissed the woman and straightened his expression. "How many times must I say it? Stop calling me boss. Address me as chairman from now on. Didn't you fucking learn your lesson?" The horse-faced man was arrogant and overbearing in the Chu family's old courtyard, but before Chun-Chi, he acted like nothing more than a groveling lapdog. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, call him chairman. My memory's gone to the dogs." Chun-Chi stubbed his cigarette into the ashtray and leaned back lazily in his chair. "What about the Chu family's old house? Got the land deed yet?" From the very day he lent money to the Chu family, Chun-Chi had his eyes set on their ancestral home's land deed. Repayment was never an option. Not only was the Chu family incapable of settling their loan with interest, even if they could, Chun-Chi had 100 ways to make them hand over the land deed with both hands. The horse-faced man shook his head. The old man from the Chu family is stubborn as hell. He refuses to give in, so we'll have to keep pressuring him. Chun-Chi's face suddenly darkened as he glared at the horse-faced man with anger. "Then what the fuck did you come back for? Unless he hands over the land deed, you'd better die right there on the spot." The horse-faced man's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he pulled out an envelope and handed it to Chun-Chi. "That dying good-for-nothing from the Chu family asked me to deliver a letter to the chairman. He said he had something important to discuss with the boss. Once the boss reads the letter, everything will become clear. I was afraid I'd delay the chairman's important matters, so I came back." "Chuyu?" Chun-Chi let out a disdainful scoff. "That pretty boy's already been ruined by the Han family's eldest daughter. What business could he possibly have with me?" That being said, Chun-Chi still took the envelope. No sooner had he accepted it than a thought struck him, and he pressed it back into the hands of the horse-faced man. "You open this envelope and see what's inside." The bloody butcher met his inexplicable downfall at the Chu residence. This incident made Chun-Chi wary of Chuyu, fearing he might have tampered with the envelope. The horse-faced man was just a small-time thug and didn't have as many schemes as Chun-Chi. As instructed, he tore open the craft paper envelope. Inside the craft paper envelope was nothing but an ordinary sheet of letter paper, nothing else. The horse-faced man took out the letter paper but didn't dare look at its contents, instead handing it to Chun-Chi with both hands. Chun-Chi carefully examined the letter paper for a moment, verifying there were no issues before accepting the letter. His eyes swept over the letter, and his face involuntarily twitched. There were only 2 lines written on it. The first line reads, "You've been poisoned. Without my antidote, you'll die from unbearable itching and bodily decay." The second line states, "If you want to live, first break the limbs of these debt collectors coming to my house." Chun-Chi recoiled as if electrocuted, letting the letter flutter down onto the table. Without hesitation, he carefully examined the thumb and forefinger that had held the letter. He stared at it for a full minute and found nothing abnormal. The letter in his hand caused no pain or itch. Chun-Chi couldn't help but fly into a rage. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he glared at the long-faced man. "You useless fool, eating human food, but refusing to do human work. That pretty boy played you for a fool. He paid me to break your legs." The horse-faced man was startled and cautiously leaned in to look at the letter. When he finally made out the 2 lines of text on the letter, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Chairman, I'll head back to the Chu family's old residence right now and teach him a lesson. Damn it, how dare he play me? He's got a death wish." The long-faced man grabbed the letter from the table as he spoke, crumpled it into a ball, then turned and strode away. TSK. A wisp of nearly transparent smoke sprayed out from the letter paper. It turned out there was a hidden layer within the letter paper where the smoke had been concealed. The smoke dispersed alarmingly fast, filling the entire office in an instant. "Poisonous smoke!" Chun-Chi shouted and bolted out of the office like an arrow. His heart still racing, he suddenly noticed a thin layer of green powder staining his shirt. Startled, Chun-Chi hastily stripped off his shirt. The horse-faced man wasn't so fortunate. His entire body, head, and face were covered in countless green powder particles. Still oblivious to what had happened, the horse-faced man remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Chen Qi with complete bewilderment. Chen Qi stomped his foot. "Aren't you coming out yet? You want to die?" The horse-faced man stared blankly at Chen Qi. "Chairman, I don't feel anything at all. Is this punk just trying to scare us?" Before he could finish speaking, an unbearable itch, as if crawling out from between his bones, swept violently through the horse-faced man's entire body. He instantly crumpled to the ground, desperately clawing at himself while screaming in agony. "Itchy, it's killing me. Boss, help me." In just a matter of seconds, the horse-faced man had already torn his clothes to shreds. His entire body was covered in countless bloody gashes, and even his face was torn to a bloody, mangled mess. A few more seconds passed, and the horse-faced man was already too consumed by itching to make a sound. He frantically clawed at his own body, banging his head against the ground while guttural screams tore from his throat. Chen Qi, standing outside the door, watched in terror. He glanced at his own fingers again and was suddenly horrified. His fingers had somehow developed a faint, sickly green hue without him noticing. Chen Qi's heart instantly sank like a stone into an icy abyss, his entire body turning cold. This damn letter is soaked through with deadly poison. Chapter 16. Remember, this is just the appetizer. Chen Qi's entire body trembled as he suddenly felt an itching sensation around his neck. He couldn't resist reaching up to scratch it. Yet as soon as he reached out, Chen Qi's other hand immediately seized it. Chen Qi's forehead veins bulged as he panted heavily. The tragedy of the horse-faced man taught him that once caught, the poison spread faster and death came quicker. Yet the itch at his neck grew increasingly unbearable. The itching felt as if countless insects were crawling out from between his bones, utterly unbearable. Chen Qi rushed to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, horrified to discover a sickly green stain spreading on the left side of his neck. The ghastly green blotch was slowly expanding. To Chen Qi's eyes, this sight was more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. The sound of the long-faced man banging his head echoed from one side. From his throat came the muddled sound of gasping for breath. This sound is more bone-chilling than any scream could ever be. Chen Qi widened his eyes, mustering unimaginable willpower to endure the torment. His mind kept replaying that one line from the letter over and over. "You've been poisoned. Without my antidote, you'll die from itching and festering sores all over your body." Chen Qi was not afraid of death. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. Yet, dying from unbearable itching like this was even more torturous than being flayed alive. Chen Qi held on for another dozen seconds, desperately hoping to withstand the drug's effects. Those brief dozen seconds felt like an eternity. When the seconds passed, Chen Qi's willpower collapsed like a breached dam. Chen Qi clutched at his own throat with savage hunger, his nails carving bloody furrows into his skin. The excruciating pain brought a slight, momentary relief from the unbearable itching. Yet in the next instant, the itching retaliated with a vengeance, becoming 10 times worse than before. At the same time, Chen Qi's fingers began to itch unbearably, so fiercely that he wished he could chop them off. Unable to endure it any longer, Chen Qi collapsed to the ground screaming, clawing, and scratching frantically. The female secretary rushed in at the commotion. Watching Chen Qi roll on the floor like a madman, wailing in agony, she was utterly horrified. "Chairman, what's wrong with you?" The female secretary tried to help Chen Qi up, but he pushed her away, causing her to fall to the side. Chen Qi, despite the unbearable itching, found his mind growing ever clearer as he let out a hoarse scream. "Call Chuyu, ask him to come right away. Just tell him I agree to his terms. Everything can be negotiated, hurry-o." The secretary didn't dare delay for a second. She flew out of the office like an arrow to make the call. At this very moment, Chuyu and Chu Ming had arrived at the foot of Xinheng office building, only to be blocked by several burly men. As fate would have it, these were the very same thugs who had gone to the Chu family's ancestral home to collect debts. They were the ones who brutally beat Old Man Chu. The leader of the thugs had a face full of hardened flesh and a menacing glare. This fellow was called Nyo Chio, and just like Horseface, he was one of Chen Chi's most trusted enforcers. It was him and Horseface who ruthlessly broke Old Man Chu's ribs and even slapped Mother Chu across the face. Nyo Chio blocked Chu Yu's path, sizing up the two Chu brothers with a mocking tone. "Mr. Chu, you're here already? Did you manage to scrape together the money so quickly? Truly a worthless piece of trash. Won't repay the money unless beaten." Chu Meng glared at these men, his eyes nearly spitting flames. Though simple and honest by nature, seeing his father's enemies standing before him filled him with irrepressible fury. Chu Yu extended a single finger, calmly pointing at each thug present in turn. "You're all here, neat and complete, not a single one missing. Good. I'm not here to return the money. I'm here to break both your arms and legs." He said it so casually, as if he were just going to the market to buy groceries. When the thugs heard this, they burst into raucous laughter. This is the headquarters of Xinheng Money House. This dying pretty boy actually dares to claim he'll cripple everyone here? What gave him the right? Is it that dumb brute standing behind him? Or that frail physique of his that couldn't even subdue a chicken? As the crowd roared with laughter, Chu Yu stood composed, appearing utterly unembarrassed. Chu Meng glared at the hoodlums who were doubled over with laughter, but seeing how outnumbered he was, he didn't dare act recklessly. Chu Yu waited until everyone finished laughing before speaking calmly. "I want to see Chen Chi." The thug blocking Chu Yu's path, Nyo Chio, suddenly twisted his face into a fierce expression. "Pay up if you've got the money. Otherwise, get the hell out. Who the hell do you think you are to speak to our boss?" Chu Yu studied the thug before him with amused fascination. "Are you sure you want me to leave? Do you believe that in under a minute, you'll be kneeling and begging me to come in?" Nyo Chio flew into a rage and swung his palm toward Chu Yu's face. "I'll kneel to your mother's ass. I'll teach you a lesson first." Chu Meng stepped forward, gripping Nyo Chio's wrist with eyes burning crimson. "Try moving again and see what happens." The other hooligans, seeing a fight break out, immediately swarmed forward. Just then, a sharp shout echoed through the hall. Everyone stopped this instant. The crowd was startled, and they saw a slender woman rush out, her face dark with anger. Nyo Chio and the few thugs immediately turned into groveling sycophants at the sight of this woman, bowing and scraping with ingratiating smiles. "Good day, Sister Zhang." This woman was none other than Chen Chi's personal secretary, named Zhang Lifang. The ruffians, knowing she was their boss's woman, wouldn't dare step out of line. Zhang Lifang was about to call Chu Yu when she witnessed this scene from upstairs and immediately rushed down in a frenzy. She stepped in front of Chu Yu, her eyes filled with wary apprehension. "Mr. Chu, the chairman asked that you come up. He says everything can be discussed." Chu Yu glanced at the thugs and let out a leisurely sigh. "I originally want to go in to find Chen Chi, but these guys wouldn't let me through." "Very well, consider it meddling on my part. Farewell." Chu Yu spoke, then called out to Chu Meng before turning to leave. Seeing Chen Chi so gravely ill, Zhang Lifang knew Chu Yu was likely his only hope for survival. How could she dare let him walk away? She jogged to block Chu Yu's path, her face all smiles as she tried to appease him. "Mr. Chu, please don't go. As for these blind fools who offended you, I'll make sure they regret it terribly." The thug stared dumbfounded at the scene, completely stupefied. Sister Zhang was no pushover. Under the boss's authority, her methods were fiercer than the boss himself. How could she be so polite to some loser who couldn't even pay his debts? Nyo Chio couldn't help but step forward. "Sister Zhang, this deadbeat." Smack! Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Lifang slapped him hard across the face. "Shut your mouth." Chu Yu quietly observed this woman before him. "That's not enough. Make them kneel and slap themselves." Zhang Lifang didn't hesitate. She turned to face the thugs and barked sharply. "Did you hear what Mr. Chu said? Get on your knees and slap yourselves. Keep going until Mr. Chu is satisfied." The thugs looked at each other, each wondering if they'd misheard. Zhang Lifang's voice rose an octave higher. "What? Do I need to summon the old ghost from the punishment hall?" At the mention of the old ghost from the punishment hall, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. If he fell into the hands of the old devils in the punishment hall, a few self-inflicted slaps would be the least of his worries. Neochio immediately dropped to his knees and delivered a resounding slap across his own face. "I've offended Mr. Chu. I deserve to die." The other thugs all dropped to their knees alongside him, slapping their own faces with desperate force. Under the intimidation of the old executioner from the punishment hall, the thugs wielded their blows mercilessly. After several slaps landed, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, their cheeks swelling like inflated pigs' buttocks. Zhang Lifeng forced a smile. "Mr. Chu, can you go up now? The chairman has something urgent to discuss with you." Chu Yu seemed not to hear her words, leaning closer to the bull-like man with a faint, mocking smile. "Remember, this is just the appetizer. When I say kneel, you kneel. If I say I'll break your limbs, I'll do exactly that." After speaking, Chu Yu called Chu Meng and swaggered upstairs. Chapter 17. Enjoy it slowly. Niu Chio and the others kept slapping themselves since Chu Yu hadn't told them to stop. It wasn't until Chu Yu and Zhang Lifeng had disappeared from sight that Niu Chio's group gradually ceased their self-inflicted punishment. These men knelt on the ground, beating themselves, starting with heavy strikes that grew progressively lighter over time. Even so, he was battered and bruised, looking utterly wretched. What was most terrifying was the threat Chu Yu had uttered before going upstairs. Before this, no one would have taken that pretty boy's word seriously. But now, a shadow had fallen over everyone's hearts. The words of this pretty boy sounded like a devil's curse, making everyone instinctively fearful. Neochio knelt stiffly, but gritted his teeth to boost everyone's morale. "Don't be afraid, comrades. We're all the boss's old brothers. All these years we've served the company diligently. If not for merit, then surely for our hardship. Besides, the boss isn't stupid. In this line of work, loyalty's the name of the game. If the boss really dares to touch us, his reputation will be ruined. How could he still survive in Jiangbei City after that?" Hearing this logical reasoning, everyone immediately felt reassured. At this moment, Chun Shi was already itching like mad. His clothes were torn to shreds, his body covered in gruesome wounds that were too horrible to look at. Under this hellish torment, he had even lost control of his bodily functions. The entire office reeked of an awful stench. The other long-faced man had already lost all human semblance, reduced to a mangled mass of flesh and blood. Even in his unconscious state, his hands scratched instinctively, leaving trails of bloody marks. Chu Yu had just entered the office when Chun Shi frantically lunged at him, attempting to cling to his legs. He let out a series of agonized screams, curled up on the floor, his whole body convulsing uncontrollably. Such a miserable sight not only made Sister Zhang pale with shock, but even sent shivers down Chu Meng's spine. Chu Yu dodged aside, refusing to let Chun Chi touch him. Then he took out a small glass vial and held it up to Chun Chi's nose. The vial emitted a foul stench, similar to the smell of rotting fish and shrimp. Yet, the moment Chun Chi took a single whiff, the strange itching on his body instantly vanished without a trace. Chun Chi smashed the glass bottle with all his might, collapsing onto the ground moments later as he gasped for breath. Chu Yu then had Zhang Lifeng take the remaining antidote to save the horse-faced man. Chu Yu stood quietly nearby without disturbing them. Chun Chi lay there for a full 5 minutes before regaining some strength. He struggled to his feet, his eyes fixed on Chu Yu, filled with venomous hatred yet tinged with fear. "You, what poison did you give me?" Chu Yu smiled faintly and casually took a seat. "This is golden silkworm blue phosphorus powder, normally colorless and odorless. Upon contact with living tissue, it immediately turns a deathly emerald green. This poison is fiercely potent. Once it takes hold, it clings like maggots to bone, impossible to shake off." Chun Chi's grotesquely mutilated face twitched spasmodically, twisted into something monstrous. He eyed Chu Yu cautiously before venturing a question. "The scent you just had me smell, that was the antidote, wasn't it?" Chun Chi was no saint. The moment he confirmed the poison was neutralized, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Chu Yu. Chu Yu nodded. It is indeed the antidote, but this small dose will only keep you docile for a quarter of an hour. In 15 minutes, the poison will take effect, and it will be 10 times more violent than before. A chill ran through Chen Qi's heart. That hellish torment from moments ago. He never wanted to experience it again. Chen Qi stared at Chu Yu, his eyes gradually flooding with crimson, killing intent. Chu Yu seemed to know what he was thinking and smiled faintly. I know what you're planning, to kill me and take the antidote, right? Exactly. I still have the antidote on me. All you need to do is kill me, and it's yours. A flash of brutality flickered in Chen Qi's eyes as he prepared to strike at any moment. Chu Ming tensed up and positioned himself in front of Chu Yu, ready for action. Chu Yu rose gracefully, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his pocket with a cold smile. Did you really think I wouldn't have prepared for this scenario? This antidote can temporarily neutralize the poison in your system, but it's missing one crucial ingredient. Taking this bottle of medicine after killing me will only delay your poisoning symptoms by 1 hour. Once that hour passes, the toxin will return and no divine power can save you. At these words, Chen Qi collapsed like a deflated balloon, sinking limply to the ground. After a long silence, Chen Qi finally looked up, his tone mercilessly blunt. I admit defeat. What do you want in exchange for completely detoxifying me? Chu Yu gazed at him leisurely. The people you sent injured my parents. Now, I want you to break the arms and legs of these men. Chen Qi immediately refused. No way. In a martial world, loyalty comes first. If I were afraid of death and crippled my own sworn brother, how could I keep roaming the rivers and lakes once word spread? Chu Yu gave Chen Qi a thumbs up. You're indeed a man of honor. In that case, I'll take my leave now and won't trouble you further. With these words, Chu Yu stood up and signaled to Chu Meng to depart. Chen Qi quickly intercepted Chu Yu, his manner extremely courteous. Bro, don't go this route. Let's negotiate different terms. I can give you money, and I can also reveal the mastermind behind setting you up. Anything but breaking my brother's limbs. That's the one thing I can't agree to. Chu Yu strode forward without stopping, yet his words sent chills down Chen Qi's spine. Excuse me, but you have 13 minutes left before the poison takes effect. Enjoy it slowly. The muscles on Chen Qi's face twitched uncontrollably as he let out a frantic scream from behind. Help me detox, and I'll give you $5 million. No, $10 million. Chu Yu strode forward without pause, while Chen Qi followed behind in trepidation, matching his every step as he frantically increased his bids. 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. Yet, Chu Yu didn't pause for even a moment, swiftly reaching the doorway. Chen Qi's heart was bleeding, not because he was deeply principled or extraordinarily loyal to his sworn brother. Instead, they agreed to Chu Yu's terms, breaking the limbs of their own brother. The scandal spread, ensuring they could never regain their footing in the underworld again. Money lost can be earned again. But once his persona collapses in this Jianghu world, Chen Qi will have no place to stand. Chen Qi watched as Chu Yu was about to leave, his heart filled with urgency. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but his entire body began itching again. The poison lingering in his system was stirring once more. A shiver ran down Chen Qi's spine. Having experienced that unbearable, maddening itch, he would rather die than endure it a second time. Watching Chu Yu stride out the door, Chen Qi inexplicably shouted out, "Fine, I agree." Chu Yu turned back, looking at Chen Qi with scorn. "It seems your so-called camaraderie is nothing more than this." As he spoke, he glanced at his wristwatch and folded his arms. "You have 11 minutes left." Chen Qi's face was as dark as water as he turned to instruct his secretary Zhang Lifang. Notify the torture chamber's old ghost to capture Niu Qiu and his 6 men. Zhang Lifang's countenance changed. She wanted to say something, but seeing Chen Qi's gloomy expression, she didn't dare utter a word and instead began making a call. At the entrance of the office building, Niu Qiu and the others remained kneeling, their faces filled with anxiety. Just then, Over a dozen burly men rushed out from the hotel's back door. Like eagles swooping down on chicks, they overpowered Neo Chio and his companions, 2 men handling each one, and swiftly tied them up. Everyone was shocked and horrified, yet none dared to struggle. Tied up like a dumpling, Bull Chio thought of that calm-faced pretty boy and couldn't help but feel his liver and gallbladder splitting with terror. Could it be that both his hands and feet would really be crippled? Chapter 18. The Shamelessness, oh the shamelessness. 2 minutes later, a burly man with a face full of scars came to report at Chen Chi's office. Chairman, Neo Chio and the others are already waiting in the punishment hall, awaiting your instructions. Chen Chi glanced at Chu Yu, who understood his intention and responded with a faint smile. Fine, let's go take a look. Chen Chi cursed inwardly. Even underhanded tricks were out of the question now. Yet we are merely fish on the chopping block, while others wield the knife. Chu Yu, that living king of hell, was determined to cripple these men, and even Chen Chi could do nothing about it. A minute later, Chen Chi brought Chu Yu and Chu Meng to the interrogation room. The so-called interrogation room was actually just a row of short, squat buildings behind the company headquarters. Pushing open the heavy iron door, they were immediately hit by the pungent scent of blood. Chu Yu swept his gaze across the room and cursed under his breath. Every single one of these people deserved to die. The entire punishment chamber resembled an ancient prison cell. In the center stood an iron frame reaching 2 meters high, behind which lay an array of torture instruments. Branding irons, iron brushes, daggers, tiger benches. Everything one could imagine. The heavy stench of blood filled the house, with darkened bits of flesh still clinging to the iron brushes. The branding irons bore traces too. All this made it clear these instruments of torture were far from being mere decorations. Who knew how many atrocious deeds these people had committed here? You deserve to burn in hell. 7 men were already hanging from the iron rack, their hands bound behind their backs and cloth stuffed in their mouths. They were none other than the thugs who had beaten Old Man Chu, including the horsey-faced man who had lain unconscious. As Chu Yu and Chen Chi entered, the group of people inside began making muffled groans. Their eyes revealed indescribable terror. Chu Yu walked up to these men and stared coldly at them. You took advantage of my father's old age and frailty, breaking his ribs. I warned you before, I'll break each of your limbs, and no one will escape. Now the retribution has come. It's all your own doing. After speaking, Chu Yu glanced at Chen Chi behind him and issued a cold command. Proceed. I've warned you beforehand. Their remaining years must be spent in wheelchairs. So ensure their bones are shattered beyond repair, leaving no possibility of recovery. Otherwise, he left the threat unspoken. Yet it terrified Chen Chi into frantic nodding. I wouldn't dare. Please witness this carefully. After speaking, Chen Chi glared at Neo Chio and the others, sternly rebuking them. Your ignorant eyes failed to recognize Mount Tai. You've offended Mr. Chu. Now I can't protect you anymore. You'll have to blame your own miserable fate. After saying this, Chen Chi waved his hand. The scar-faced, burly man, standing nearby, swung an iron rod and walked toward Neo Chio. Neo Chio struggled desperately, whimpering through clenched teeth, his face etched with terror. Suddenly, the gag fell from his mouth, and Neo Chio let out a hoarse scream. Boss, we were just following your orders. How could you listen to this pretty boy and turn against your own brothers? I won't accept this, I won't. Chen Chi's expression darkened as he cautiously glanced at Chu Yu beside him, his face twisting with vicious intent. Did I fucking tell you to go collect debts by beating people up? I said communicate properly, not start a damn fight. Moreover, Mr. Chu is such a venerable elderly gentleman. How could you bring yourselves to deal him such a heavy blow? Have you no conscience left? Neo Chio, realizing there was no escape, immediately erupted into a furious stream of curses. Chen Chi, damn your mother, damn your ancestors for 18 generations. Is this how a leader acts? He suddenly let out an agonized and utterly wretched scream. But it was Chen Chi who snatched the iron rod from the old ghost and swung it straight at his calf. That swing struck with brutal force, shattering Niu Chio's shin bone into pieces. It dangled limply like a broken wind chime. The broken bone pierced back through the flesh, white and ghastly, utterly horrifying. Chen Qi showed no mercy, striking several more blows that shattered the bones in Niu Chio's remaining limbs. Niu Chio's agonized screams, like those of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the torture chamber. After finishing with Niu Chio, Chen Qi stuffed the ragged cloth back into his mouth. Then he tossed the club to the scar-faced man, Lao Gue, and barked sharply, "Carry out the sentence." The other thugs had already been scared out of their wits. Yet their mouths were covered, making it impossible for them to even beg for mercy. Bang! 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 With a series of dull thuds and the sound of shattering bones, the other 6 men had their arms and legs broken by Lao Gue. Lao Gue had clearly done this sort of work often. His movements were swift, precise, and ruthlessly efficient. In an instant, the interrogation chamber was filled with muffled groans of agony, as though they'd stepped into the depths of hell. Among these people, the horse-faced man was the luckiest. He had his limbs broken while unconscious and didn't even groan. Though Chu Meng was bold, this scene still made his hair stand on end. However, when he recalled his severely injured father lying in bed, waves of satisfaction washed over him. Chu Yu had originally assumed that arriving at Xianheng Bank would lead to a fierce battle, and he might even suffer losses. Yet, without lifting a finger, the 2 brothers avenged their father. Chu Meng admired his elder brother with utmost reverence, utterly in awe of him. On the other side, Chen Qi's heart was bleeding. He had painstakingly built his reputation in the Jiangbei region for over a decade. Anyone who mentioned 7th Master would praise his unparalleled righteousness. But from this day forward, that golden reputation was completely shattered. This was far worse than losing billions. He wished he could kill that pretty boy right now, flay him alive with 1,000 cuts. Yet, Chen Qi didn't dare. Not only did he not dare, but he didn't even dare to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qi began to feel increasingly itchy all over his body. The memory of that living death agony sent shivers down his spine as he gazed pleadingly at Chu Yu. "Mr. Chu, I've done what you asked. Can you help me detox now?" Chu Yu narrowed his eyes, as if appreciating a piece of artwork, examining the 7 howling thugs. He paid no attention to Chen Qi whatsoever. This was the feeling of power. The miraculous art of healing can give life, but it can also take it. It too is a formidable power. Imperceptibly, Chu Yu's state of mind had undergone a curious transformation. Chen Qi, seeing that Chu Yu was ignoring him, dared not show his anger and could only repeat his words humbly once more. Only then did Chu Yu turn his head, letting out a nonchalant hum through his nose. "You've done well. There's just one small procedure left, and our grudges will be settled." Chen Qi froze for a moment before quickly forcing a smile, as if suddenly remembering something. "Mr. Chu, are you referring to the 21 million yuan loan? I'll handle this matter myself, and I'll make sure Mr. Chu is thoroughly satisfied." Chen Qi waved at Zhang Lifang as he spoke. "Fetch Mr. Chu's loan agreement." Zhang Lifang trotted off and soon returned with Elder Chu's loan contract. Chen Qi took out a lighter and ignited the contract, letting out a hearty laugh. "I declare that old Master Chu never borrowed any money from Xianheng Pawn Shop. Everyone present bears witness." Watching the thick contract burn to ashes, Chu Yu sighed heavily. "You must have a nobleman's memory, 7th Master," Chu Yu said coldly. "It's Xianheng Bank that owes the Chu family 21 million. How could you burn the contract?" "You burned the contract. How am I supposed to demand money from you now? You're utterly shameless." "Damn it, Xianheng Bank owes the Chu family 21 million, and I'm the one without shame." Chen Qi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Everyone, including Chu Meng, stared at Chu Yu in shock, unable to believe their ears. Shameless, utterly shameless. They had never seen someone so despicable. Chapter 19. The Wretched Pretty Boy. Chu Yu snorted as he watched Chen Qi stand there dumbfounded. 7th Master, you're a renowned figure in this line of work. Surely you wouldn't think of defaulting on your debt, would you? Chun Chi's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes burning with fury. He had wished Chu Yu dead 1,000, no, 10,000 times in his heart. That damned pretty-faced scoundrel. He had publicly destroyed the loan contract in front of everyone, all just to make Chu Yu hurry up and cure his poisoning. Yet this bastard had the gall to turn the tables and extort 21 million from him instead. He was clearly spouting nonsense blatantly, and yet he kept a straight face without changing his expression. People always said the Xinheng Bank was ruthless both in action and intention, but this pretty-faced man was 100, no, 1,000 times more vicious than them. If possible, Chun Chi would tear Chu Yu's skin off right now, dig out his heart and innards, and see just how blackened they were. But Chun Chi couldn't. Chu Meng stared at Chu Yu in shock, his mouth hanging wide open. In Chu Meng's memory, his elder brother had always been a gentle and kind-hearted man, reasonable in all matters. Even when encountering unreasonable people, he would simply laugh it off and never bear a grudge. He was like a refined gentleman of ancient times, well-versed in poetry and literature, akin to a smooth and lustrous piece of fine jade. Chu Meng never expected that Chu Yu would resort to outright extortion right to his face. However, this kind of acting style of Big Brother, Chu Yu absolutely loved it. Just one word, satisfying. The air in the punishment hall seemed frozen solid, with no one daring to breathe loudly. The old ghost narrowed his eyes, staring at Chu Yu with a dangerous gleam in his gaze. The other enforcers from the punishment hall also stood ready, awaiting Chun Chi's command. There had always been only Xinheng money shops swindling others. Who would dare swindle Xinheng money shop? This pretty boy is begging for death, like an old man hanging himself on his birthday, utterly reckless. With just a single glance from Chun Chi, these desperate men would rush forward and tear him to pieces. Chu Yu didn't even glance at the others, simply staring coldly at Chun Chi. He casually mentioned 21 million, as if it were just $2.10. Chun Chi glared fiercely at Chu Yu, panting heavily. Humiliation, fear, and anger were about to burst him apart. Ignoring Chun Chi's murderous gaze, Chu Yu glanced down at his wristwatch. This motion felt like a bucket of ice water being poured directly over Chun Chi's head. He instinctively glanced at his Rolex gold watch. Only 2 minutes remained before the poison would take effect. In 2 minutes, he'd be plunged back into a living hell worse than death. Chun Chi took a deep breath and lowered his head. When he raised his head again, his face had miraculously transformed into a bright, beaming smile. He playfully slapped his own cheeks and burst into laughter. Look at my memory. How could I forget such an important thing? Chun Chi waved his hand at his secretary, Zhang Lifang. Go to the finance department and immediately transfer 21 million to Mr. Chu. In our line of work, we must keep our word. Others may not repay what they owe me, but the money I owe others must be repaid. Chun Chi uttered those last 2 words through gritted teeth. As soon as Chun Chi spoke these words, Old Ghost and the others were completely stunned. Even Zhang Lifang, who was privy to the inside story, was utterly shocked. In her memory, Chun Chi had never been this generous before. Chun Chi saw Zhang Lifang standing there dumbfounded and immediately slapped her across the face. Quick, you've got 1 minute. If the money isn't transferred, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Lifang clutched her stinging cheek and fled outside in haste. All men are scoundrels. They whisper sweet nothings like baby darling between the sheets, but once it's over, they'll turn violent without a second thought. She took a few steps before Chu Yu called out to stop her. Wait a minute, you don't even know my bank card number. How are you going to transfer the money? Zhang Lifang suddenly understood and respectfully returned to stand before Chu Yu. Chu Yu handed over his bank card number, then suddenly smacked his forehead as if remembering something. I almost forgot, 21 million was yesterday's repayment amount. However, since Xinheng Bank delayed for a day, an additional 1.4 million in late fees should be added, bringing the total to 22.4 million. He looked at Chun Chi calmly and said, "Seventh Master, do you think my accounting is correct? Late fee? This guy extorted 21 million from me, and now he has the nerve to demand late fees?" Chun Chi was stunned, his vision turning dark before his eyes. All he felt was a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, as if it might burst violently from every orifice at any moment. However, Chun-Chi burst into laughter almost immediately. Mr. Chu is absolutely right. These accounts couldn't be any clearer. Chun-Chi finished speaking, then turned to berate Zhang Lifang. What are you waiting for? Do as Mr. Chu says. 1 penny short, and I'll skin you alive. Zhang Lifang hurried out the door. A few minutes later, Chu Yu received the bank deposit notification on his phone. A total of 22.4 million yuan was deposited into Chu Yu's bank card. For an ordinary person, such a large transfer amount would absolutely not arrive this quickly. However, this presented no problem for Xinheng Bank. Before long, Zhang Lifang entered the interrogation room to report to Chun-Chi. Chairman, a total of 22.4 million yuan has been transferred to Mr. Chu's account. Chun-Chi's heart was bleeding. That's 22.4 million yuan. In addition to the 7 million previously lent to the Chu family, Xinheng Money House suffered a total loss of approximately 30 million. This was equivalent to nearly half a year's profits for Xinheng Money House, all of which ended up in Chu Yu's hands. However, Chun-Chi's thoughts were no longer focused on the money at this moment. He forced a smile as he approached Chu Yu. Mr. Chu, I fulfilled all your requests. You see. Chu Yu gave an acknowledging hum, then waved his hand grandly. Good, I'll help detoxify you right now. Chun-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart burned with malice. Once I recover from this poison, I'll make sure you pretty boy bastard suffers a fate worse than death. 30 million. I'll make you pay it back with interest. Chu Yu took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi didn't hesitate. He aimed at the medicine bottle and, enduring the foul stench, sucked down the antidote in one breath. The instant he inhaled, the stench was so overwhelming it nearly made Chun-Chi faint. Yet he felt completely at ease, his heart thoroughly relaxed. Suddenly, Chun-Chi thought of something, his expression turning slightly cold. Mr. Chu, with your esteemed status, it's easy to be forgetful. You mentioned this antidote lacks a crucial ingredient. Will it truly suffice? Chu Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry, I carry this key ingredient with me. I'll give it to you right now. As he spoke, Chu Yu took out another small porcelain vial and handed it to Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi almost couldn't wait as he grabbed the vial. Inside, he saw some yellow powder that was slightly irritating to the nose. Chu Yu stood by and introduced. Take it with hot water. The secretary poured Chun-Chi a cup of hot water. Chun-Chi poured the hot water directly into the porcelain bottle and downed it in one gulp. Chun-Chi dared not act rashly, his eyes fixed wide on the Rolex's hands as they completed the quarter hour Chu Yu had stipulated. When the quarter hour passed without any noticeable change in his body, Chun-Chi suddenly bared his teeth in a vicious grin. The poison has finally been neutralized. Now comes the time for my relentless revenge. Chun-Chi swore that today, he would personally flay that pretty boy alive. Chapter 20, Like Hell I Believe You. Chu Meng noticed Chun-Chi's menacing glare and felt a chill run down his spine, silently taking 2 cautious steps forward. The moment Chun-Chi launched a sudden attack, Chu Meng would step forward without hesitation to shield Chu Yu, creating an opportunity for him to escape. This household could manage without Chu Meng, but to lose Chu Yu would be unthinkable. Suddenly, Chun-Chi's lower abdomen felt as if it had been stabbed by a bayonet. The sudden, sharp pain made him double over instantly, his whole body trembling like a shrimp. The others were shocked, and the female secretary hurried forward to steady Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi's eyes bulged with fury as he pointed at Chu Yu. What did you give me? Why does it hurt so much? The sudden turn of events seemed to leave Chu Yu momentarily stunned. After a long while, Chu Yu suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I must have mixed up the medicine I just gave to 7th Master. Cough, cough, cough. Chun-Chi nearly threw out his back at these words, erupting into violent coughs. Having already experienced the potency of Chu Yu's poison, the realization that he'd ingested the wrong medicine instantly scared the soul out of his body. Trembling all over, Chun-Chi stared at Chu Yu with a mixture of shock, suspicion, and terror. What medicine did you give me? Chu Yu's face was full of apology, appearing utterly sincere. I'm really sorry. When I was preparing this medicine last night, I accidentally mixed in a handful of 10,000 spider venom powder. So later, I concocted a new antidote for Master Chi. The two bottles looked identical and were placed together. Now it seems certain that I grabbed the wrong one. I truly deserve to die for actually feeding Lord Chi the 10,000 poisonous spiders powder. He kept repeating his apologies, saying he deserved to die, but there wasn't a trace of remorse on his face. Chun-Chi was so furious he nearly exploded. I'll believe you when pigs fly. That damned pretty boy obviously did it on purpose. Yet Chun-Chi could no longer afford to overthink such matters. The 10,000 venoms of the spider bloom. Just hearing the name, Chun-Chi could imagine how terrifying this poison must be. He looked at Chu Yu with tearless eyes, his voice hoarse. What kind of poison is the 1,000 spider venom? Why does it hurt so much? Save me quickly. Chu Yu smiled faintly. Rest assured, Seventh Master, this 1,000 spider venom doesn't itch, it just hurts. The poison causes pain every 3 hours until the intestines burst and the entrails rot, continuing until all internal organs decay. At this point, he looked at Chu Yu with a teasing gaze. Though Lord Seventh is a true man among men, surely he can bear this little pain. As for your bowels rupturing and organs rotting, rest assured, Lord Seventh, such symptoms won't appear until after 17 or 18 years of agony. That is to say, from this moment onward, Lord Seventh has at least 18 years left to live. No need to worry. 17 or 18 years of agony. In just those dozen-plus seconds, Chun-Chi had already endured excruciating pain that made him wish for death. He would have gladly ended his own life right then and there to be done with it. Chun-Chi couldn't even imagine what 17 or 18 years of constant agony would feel like. Chu Yu sighed sympathetically, shook his head, and immediately turned to leave. Thud! Chun-Chi struggled to kneel before Chu Yu. He kowtowed repeatedly, his hoarse cries resembling the howls of a tortured ghost from hell. Please, divine physician Chu, grandfather Chu, my ancestor, save me, I beg you. I swear, I'll never dare offend you again. Please be merciful and let me go. Chu Yu stopped, looking at Chun-Chi with a half-smile. A physician's heart is like that of a parent. Saving you wouldn't be a problem. But how can I be sure that after reviving you, you won't turn around and bite your savior? After all, you, Seventh Master, hold absolute power in Jiangbei. I'm just an ordinary man who can't afford to offend you. Chun-Chi was so angry he nearly passed out, his eyes rolling back. Ordinary man? If you're considered an ordinary person, then everyone else in the world must be gods. Turning his palm creates clouds, flipping it brings rain. His strategies leave no room for error, and to top it off, he possesses heaven-defying medical skills. Chun-Chi had barely shown a hint of ill intent before immediately suffering retribution. It was clear that every reaction and scheme of mine had been anticipated by him. Even gods wouldn't dare mess with someone like him. Chun-Chi screamed internally, not daring to utter a word, only kowtowing vehemently. Chu Yu seemed somewhat hesitant, ultimately letting out a sigh. Forget it. I've always had a soft heart and can't bear to see others suffer, even if they're complete scoundrels. The scoundrel Chun-Chi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He clutched his stomach, looking at Chu Yu with a pained expression. Chu Yu took out a small plastic packet and handed it to Chun-Chi while explaining. The 1,000 spider poison is quite potent. The antidote can only be taken once a month, and it takes a full year to completely neutralize all the toxins. I'll give you this month's antidote first, and another dose next month. As long as you take the antidote on time, the toxicity won't recur. Chu Yu handed the small plastic packet to Chun-Chi while speaking, then gestured for Chu Meng to leave with him. Chun-Chi tore open the plastic packet and poured all the dark yellow antidote into his mouth. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the pain in his chest and abdomen gradually faded away. Chun-Chi slumped to the ground, limp as a pile of mud, and took a long while to scramble back up. A thug watched Chun-Chi suffer like this, his eyes gleaming with malice. That Chu didn't go far, boss. Should I chase him down now and take care of that pretty boy? Smack! Chen Shi slapped the thug hard across the face, fury blazing in his eyes. You trying to kill me? Huh? If you kill him, who's going to give me the antidote? The thug clutched his face while the others stood frozen in terrified silence. Chen Shi glared darkly at the doorway, his growing realization filling him with dread. From the moment Chu Yu sent that letter, he'd been walking step by step into his trap, utterly powerless to resist. Every single scheme and reaction of mine was within his expectations. Monster! When Blood Butcher was captured, Chen Shi felt disdain, thinking he was all terror without substance, just a feeble-minded idiot putting on a tough act. Yet, it was only after crossing swords with Chu Yu that Chen Shi truly grasped how terrifying he was. When encountering such people, no matter how unwilling or resentful Chen Shi felt in his heart, he could only resign himself to fate. Chen Shi gave the order. Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, Chu Yu's life is my life. Whoever tries to harm Chu Yu is coming after my life, and I'll fight them to the death. Also, never provoke that living deity, Chu Yu, again. Even if he spits in your face, you're not allowed to wipe it off. The others stared blankly at Chen Shi. Chen Shi bellowed furiously. Did you hear me? Are your ears stuffed with donkey fur? The entire group shouted in unison. Yes, Chairman. Chen Shi walked out of the interrogation room and returned to the CEO's office. After a moment's thought, he made a mysterious phone call. At that very moment, Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan were dining at a Western restaurant. Because of Chu Yu's breakthrough, the two had become a laughingstock in Jiangbei's high society, engulfed in scandal. Countless signs of wealthy families mocked Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan. It wasn't due to their sordid affair, but rather because these two elites from prominent families, despite their privileged education, had lost to a powerless piece of trash from the bottom rungs of society. This humiliation tarnished the entire aristocratic offspring of the Jiangdong region. However, Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming didn't care and simply carried on their relationship openly. As long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who will feel awkward. Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming believed that once the Nine Gods Nectar Pill product series hit the market, all the scandals and storms would dissipate like mist. By then, the two would become radiant monarchs, the hottest rising stars of Jiangbei. At that moment, Li Yongming's phone rang. His expression changed instantly when he saw the caller's name. The call was from Chen Shi, his voice as cold and hard as iron. Young Master Li, I regret to inform you of something. Starting today, our cooperation is over. And what's more, I'm warning you, don't you dare lay a finger on Chu Yu again, or I'll fight you to the death. Chen Shi hung up the phone without giving Li Yongming a chance to respond. Li Yongming's mouth formed in no, his eyes widening in shock. He was completely dumbfounded. That pretty boy, Chu Yu, actually made the infamous underground Kingpin's seventh brother switch sides? Damn it. Han Kaiyan noticed Li Yongming's dramatic change in expression and quickly asked him what was wrong. Li Yongming let out a long sigh of turbid air as he recounted the entire incident. This outcome stunned Han Kaiyan as well. Chu Yu actually managed to subdue Chen Shi. It was as absurd as an elephant kneeling before an ant. How could this be? Han Kaiyan's thoughts raced, and she quickly made a decision. There's no doubt, Chen Shi must have some leverage in Chu Yu's hands. This pawn is no longer usable. Her stunning face darkened with utmost solemnity. It's the critical period right before the launch of the Nine Gods Nectar Pill product line. What I fear most now is Chu Yu making a move to sabotage us. No, we can't let him come to his senses. We must keep him constantly off balance. Once the Nine Divine Jade Dew Pill product line hits the market and the overall situation is secured, dealing with a minor Chu family will be easy for me. Li Yongming nodded approvingly, looking at Han Kaiyan. Do you have a plan? Han Kaiyan leaned closer to him, and their voices gradually dropped to whispers. A few minutes later, Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming exchanged knowing smiles. Han Kaiyan's expression turned sinister. This time, let's see how Chu Yu manages to survive. Chapter 21. The Cruelty of Human Hearts. Outside Xining Bank, Chu Yu and Chu Meng walked side by side. Chu Meng was completely dazed, his mind in turmoil. Everything felt so surreal, so unreal. He had followed Chu Yu to Xinheng Bank, originally ready to gamble with his life. Yet now, not only had they avenged their father and wiped out the 7 million loan shark debt, they'd also inexplicably gained a large sum of money. Over 20 million yuan. This was an astronomical sum that Chu Meng couldn't even begin to fathom. His father had toiled his entire life, yet only managed to save a few 100,000 yuan, enough that buying a property still required borrowing from all around. But Chu Yu was in remarkably good spirits. This time, Chu Yu skillfully defended and attacked, successfully turning the tables. Not only did he wipe out the 7 million loan shark's debt, but he also intimidated Qin Shi, effectively cutting off one of Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming's hands. At the very least, attacks like blood butchers should quiet down for a while. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Yu finally had the chance to cleanse the 7 hidden poisons from his body. Additionally, Chu Yu now had time to thoroughly study the mystic heaven tower embedded in his forehead. As for the extra 20 million in his account, Chu Yu didn't pay it much mind. Having inherited the immortal physician's legacy, wealth surpassing nations was now within his easy reach. Everything had only just begun. The two brothers took a taxi back to the old street. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Chu Yu saw a line of parked cars outside the old mansion. 3 Mercedes-Benz and 1 BMW stood out conspicuously on the old street. Chu Yu frowned, but Chu Meng remained oblivious to this subtlety and strode home carelessly. The two had just reached the front gate when they heard a shrill voice. "Sister-in-law, if you ask me, there's no point wasting resources on a Yu's illness like a blind man lighting a lamp. People should learn to accept fate. Those destined to die young won't survive no matter what you do. Don't end up losing both the person and the fortune." Chu Meng's face flushed crimson with rage upon hearing these words, his normally honest features twisting in anger. He was just about to step forward and push the door when Chu Yu grabbed him, simultaneously making a silencing gesture. Chu Yu pushed the door open a crack and peered into the courtyard. Under the old elm tree in the courtyard, an octagonal table now stood. A woman with high cheekbones was chattering incessantly, her spittle flying. And beside her stood a plump, heavily built woman with an air of haughtiness plastered across her face. Both women appeared to be around 47 or 48 years old, bearing expressions of extreme arrogance. Surrounding these women, either standing or seated, were 6 or 7 fashionably dressed young people. The entire group shared one common trait: disdain and arrogance. Chu Meng caught sight of the crowd and let out a surprised "Huh. Why have second aunt and third aunt come? And Chu Xiu and the others are here too. What are they doing here?" This group was none other than members of the Chu family. A century ago, the Chu family was a vast clan numbering several hundred members strong. But by the time of old man Chu's generation, the once illustrious Chu family had disintegrated, scattering like startled beasts and birds fleeing in all directions. However, during every Qingming festival when the ancestors were worshipped, the Chu family would still gather to pay homage to their divine physician ancestor. Over the years, other families jumped on the trend, amassing fortunes by trafficking in substandard medicinal herbs or charging exorbitant fees to treat patients. Some families simply closed their traditional Chinese medicine clinics and turned to other industries, making a fortune. But old Master Chu always adhered to the family motto of saving lives and healing the wounded. His consultation fees and medicine costs were extremely low. For the elderly, weak, young, or poor, he even provided free treatment and gave away medicine. This way, Grandpa Chu's family naturally couldn't make much money. The wealth gap grew increasingly larger, and naturally, the other branches of the family looked down on Chu Yu and his family. Human relationships were as fragile as paper, and worldly sentiments as cold as frost. Thus, while the elders behaved somewhat normally during family gatherings, Chu Yu and Chu Meng often endured ridicule and scorn. Chu Yu's brow furrowed deeper as he heard his mother retort angrily. "Yu is indeed ill, but it's no terminal disease. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Whether to seek treatment or not is my family's affair, none of your concern." According to father, mother came from extraordinary origins, having received strict upbringing since childhood with impeccable manners and a gentle temperament. Throughout Chu Yu's childhood, he rarely saw his kind and virtuous mother lose her temper. This time, she was thoroughly enraged. Annie responded with a cold sneer. You're willing to pour money into AU's bottomless pit. That's your choice. However, I have objections if you're using our money to fill the gap. Since we've laid things out openly, I won't stand on ceremony now. At the last family gathering, shouldn't that emergency fund we raised for AU be returned to everyone? Annie's words seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest, and everyone started making a scene. That's right, I pitched in nearly 100,000. It might not be much, but it's still money. It's not about the money. Chu Yu actually solicited prostitutes while married and got kicked out by the Han family. He's disgraced our Chu family name. He must pay the money back. Speaking of this, it makes me furious. I say we should kick this beast Chu Yu out of the Chu family. He's truly shamed our ancestors. Enough with the nonsense. Pay up, and pay up now. Chu's mother paled at the sight of the large group of relatives coming to demand repayment. Half a year ago, Chu Yu fell seriously ill and required a large sum of money. Chu Qianxing, the cousin of Chu Yu's grandfather, was quite honorable and gathered the Chu family to raise funds for him. Note, it was a donation. In other words, this wasn't debt, it was voluntarily contributed money. At the time, the Chu family was unaware of Chu Yu's illness. Yet, everyone witnessed Chu Yu marrying into the influential Han family, and they all generously opened their purses. In total, the donations amounted to less than 1 million. This money naturally fell into Han Caiyan's hands. However, now that these people see Chu Yu being expelled by the Han family and his marriage to the Han family's eldest daughter falling through, they've actually shamelessly come to ask for their donations back. It's very pragmatic and utterly disgusting. However, Mother Chu was left speechless. After all, these funds are donated money, ultimately belonging to others. With these people shamelessly coming to demand repayment, the Chu family had no choice but to return it. Yet the household was already destitute, having even mortgaged their ancestral home to Xianheng pawn shop. Where could Mother Chu possibly get the money to repay them now? Chu's mother remained silent, while the frail and thin second aunt promptly sharpened her tone. Sister-in-law, weren't you quite the chatterbox earlier? Why so silent now? You're not thinking of shamelessly refusing to pay back, are you? Let me tell you, that trick won't work on me. Your face isn't worth that much money. Pay up now. Auntie San, plump and pudgy, gave a cold laugh, her face full of contempt. Like mother, like son. Your son got caught soliciting prostitutes during marriage and was kicked out, yet you're turning into a deadbeat. Not a single decent person in that whole damn family. Although the Chu family was not wealthy, old Master Chu doted on his wife endlessly, never letting Mother Chu suffer any hardship throughout their lifetime. These words were nothing short of the most humiliating insult to Chu's mother. Tears welled up in Chu's mother's eyes, yet she bit her lip hard to hold them back, staying silent. Seeing Chu's mother remain silent, second aunt simply threw a tantrum. Sister-in-law, if you can't make the decision, I'll go talk to your husband. I heard Big Brother took out a loan from loan sharks and nearly got beaten to death. If he dies, my money would be gone for good. With that, sister-in-law heir charged straight toward the Chu residence. Chu's mother was both panicked and furious, while the elderly Master Chu was severely injured and resting in the inner room. If he were to witness this scene, it would likely make him spew blood again in fury. Miss Chu stepped forward to block second sister-in-law, only to be shoved aside violently, nearly stumbling to the ground. Just as chaos erupted, the front door suddenly swung open. Chu Yu and Chu Meng barged in. Chu Meng shielded his mother, while Chu Yu's voice, though not loud, carried a biting chill. Everyone, shut up. Chapter 22. Life is always more dramatic than movies. Chu Yu had been listening outside the door for some time. Why did he only step forward now? Chu Yu wanted his parents to see the true faces of these so-called relatives. The father was deeply affectionate and righteous, to the point of being almost pedantic. The mother was gentle and kind-hearted, often mocked and ridiculed by the Chu family, yet never grew angry. From childhood, whenever Chu Yu and Chu Meng had conflicts with their Chu family cousins, The elderly couple would sternly reprimand or even punish them. Chu Yu could tolerate it, but Chu Meng was frequently treated like a fool and teased mercilessly. He was even given the nickname Big Fool by the Chu family members, while Chu Yu logically became known as Fool's Head. It could be said that most of the humiliation and ridicule Chu Yu and Chu Meng endured since childhood came from these so-called relatives in the Chu family. Yet even so, their parents always lectured the brothers with reasons like sharing the same roots and getting along harmoniously. Once, when Chu Meng had urine poured all over his head and face by the Chu family members, he couldn't help but retaliate by hitting someone. Yet that time, his father had scolded him harshly without even asking for an explanation. From that moment on, Chu Meng became timid and hesitant, allowing others to bully him at will. He had finally become the honest, good-natured man who let others walk all over him. Auntie had already pushed past Mother, ready to charge into the house and raise a ruckus with old Master Chu. But when she caught sight of Chu Yu and Chu Meng returning, she let out a cold laugh and immediately halted in her tracks. Big silly and silly had her back, huh? Good timing. Perfect for me to make things clear with you both. 5 or 6 young members of the Chu family, both men and women, all juniors of the clan. As they saw Chu Yu return, mocking expressions surfaced on their faces as they whispered among themselves. Miss Han is so beautiful and gentle, yet this fool went whoring around, truly sick of good food, even craving shit. What disgrace. He's unworthy of bearing the Chu name. When friends asked about this incident, I nearly wanted to crawl into a hole. I feel the same way. It's absolutely nauseating. Just thinking about him sleeping with that kind of woman makes the air in this courtyard feel filthy. My money could buy Bowsy to feed dogs, and I'd still never give a penny to someone like him. He must pay me back, every single cent. These people, though speaking in hushed tones, made no effort to conceal their words, letting every single one reach the Chu family's ears clearly. The mother's face turned deathly pale with anger, her eyes rimmed red. Despite the Han family's desperate attempts to suppress the news, Han Saiyan scandal had still reached some members of the Chu family. As for Chu Yu's innocence, this was proven by the official decision issued by the police station. Yet these people would rather trust outsiders than their own kin. Chu Yu stood where he was, his gaze coolly resting on a girl with heavy makeup. Her face was pretty but sharp-edged. Chu Xiao, what did Han Kaiyan offer you to stir up this mob in my home? This Chu Xiao was Chu Yu's cousin, the daughter of his father's second cousin, who worked at Han's pharmaceutical group. At this moment, she was the one speaking most animatedly in the crowd. Chu Xiao's eyes flickered briefly before she erupted into a furious rant. What are you talking about? It's your immoral character that has disgraced our ancestors' reputation, and that's why everyone is outraged, demanding justice from you. Trash like you would still be a puddle of mud, even if propped up against a wall. We can't let our money go to waste on you. Chu Yu looked at her indifferently. When I marry Han Kaiyan, you were practically volunteering to be my maidservant, calling me the most outstanding talent of the Chu family. Now suddenly I'm worthless trash that can't even be propped against a wall? Ha ha. By the end, even Chu Yu couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was filled with biting sarcasm, like a steel blade peeling away layer after layer of their masks. Every single person present here who hadn't fawned over Chu Yu with flattery when he married Han Kaiyan, praising him as if he were heaven sent without peer on earth. Yet now that Chu Yu had been expelled from the Han family, he instantly became worthless trash in their eyes, unworthy filth that couldn't even be propped up against a wall. Life is always more ironic and dramatic than movies or TV shows. Chu Xiao's face darkened as she retorted sarcastically. Trash is trash. You make mistakes without repentance and resort to cunning excuses. The Chu family should be ashamed of you. Enough nonsense. Give me my money back. The others chimed in agreement. That's right. Return the money. Now, even if we feed our money to dogs, we won't give it to a beast like you. Chu Yu looked at Chu Xiao with amusement. His expression relaxed. Did Han Kaiyan tell you that our Chu family is on the brink of ruin, sending you here to collect debts so you could conveniently take back the Tai Chi Jade? If I'm not mistaken, after causing this scene, you'll return to get promoted and receive a raise. The Han Pharmaceuticals Group could even give your family a medicinal herb order, letting you turn a small profit. Isn't that right? Chu Xiu'er stared at Chu Yu in shock, unable to conceal the terror on her face. Because everything Chu Yu said was completely accurate. Chu Xiu'er had known since childhood that Chu Yu was intelligent, but she never could have imagined he was this exceptionally brilliant. Aunt Air stared at Chu Xiu'er blankly before bluntly admitting it. So what if it is? If you can't repay the money, hand over the ancestral Tai Chi Jade as collateral. That Tai Chi Jade was left behind by our ancestors. Any member of the Chu family has the right to claim it. What gives your family the right to monopolize it? The second aunt grew angrier as she spoke, finally spitting a thick glob of phlegm at Chu Yu's feet with a disgusted paw. You're a dead man walking. What does shame matter to you? Offending Miss Han doesn't matter either. But there's no way we'll let our Xiu'er be dragged down by the likes of you. She finally managed to get a job at Han's Pharmaceutical Group. Should she lose it because of trash like you? The so-called Taiji Jade was actually the black jade pendant Chu Yu carried with him. This was left behind by our ancestor, said to be worth a king's ransom. This was something Chu Yu hadn't believed before. After all, it was just an ordinary jade pendant, nothing valuable. But now he knew, this pendant wasn't merely priceless. It was quite literally the most miraculous treasure in the entire world. Chu Yu's mother grew even paler. It turns out these people came demanding repayment of debts just for some petty gains, all at Han Saiyan's instigation. There's no trace of familial affection left between us, only pure enmity. Mother's face remained calm as her gaze swept around, completely composed once more. Since you're working for that woman, let's have nothing more to do with each other from now on. As for your money, I'll repay every last cent to you. Not a penny less in interest either. We'll calculate it at the same exorbitant rate as Xinheng Bank's loans. Mother had been gentle and kind all her life, but that didn't mean she was without temper. The person she hated most in this lifetime was Han Kaiyan. She was the one who ruined Chu Yu. Hearing that these people were actually sent by Han Kaiyan to cause trouble for Chu Yu, he finally made up his mind. Aunt Air saw Mother lose her temper and immediately sneered coldly. Sister-in-law, it's rare to see you being so reasonable. So how about returning the money now? My family donated 300,000 to Chu Yu. It's not much, but it was all my private savings. Second aunt spoke while stretching out a hand directly toward Mother's face. Third aunt followed suit and stretched out her hand as well. Our family also owes 300,000. Since sister-in-law is being so tough, shall we just pay up then? Chu's mother knew their family's financial situation all too well. Cornered, she bit her lip, unable to utter a single word in response. Though gentle by nature, she was a woman of fierce pride. At this point, driven to such desperation, tears had long been swirling in my eyes. Chu Yu swiftly stepped in front of his mother, shielding her with his body, his face dark with anger. I have the money and can repay the debt, but with your current attitude, you won't get a single coin from me. I swear to you, if you don't apologize to my mother properly, none of you will walk away unscathed. Chapter 23, Poison to the Core. For a moment, everyone's eyes in the room turned to Chu Yu, all taken by surprise. This supposed debt of over $1 million was essentially a donation, with no promissory notes or evidence to prove it. In other words, Chu Yu had the choice to repay the money or not. But if he denied repayment, there was nothing anyone could do. After all, there wasn't even an IOU. These people dared to come demanding repayment solely because they were taking advantage of Chu's mother's kindness. The best solution would be to take the Taiji Jade as repayment. Though the Taiji Jade wasn't particularly valuable, it was indeed an heirloom passed down from Chu's ancestors. Whichever family obtained the Tai Chi Jade would thenceforth be recognized as the legitimate heirs of the Chu family, the true successors of the medical sage's lineage. This would greatly benefit the promotion of our family's medicinal products. Second aunt quickly snapped out of her daze and snorted. If you're broke, just say so. Who are you trying to impress? Do you think I don't know what your family situation is? What's wrong with my attitude? You owe me money and still have the nerve to argue? Let me see how you're going to make me suffer. The crowd instantly grasped the implication, and Chu Xiu'er smirked coldly. You still dare to threaten us? You've already been kicked out of the Han family. Do you think you can still rely on powerful connections? Got money? Then pay up. Stop mouthing off about my attitude. This is how I roll. Got a problem with that. Chuyu seemed not to hear these words. Gently holding his mother's hand, he comforted her softly. Mom, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Chuyu's mother struggled to hold back her tears and managed a nod. At that very moment, Chuyu's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and froze after just a few words. You're coming now? Fine, I'll wait for you. Chuyu hung up the phone without offering any explanation, his cold gaze fixed on the members of the Chu family. I'll give you a chance. Each of you must apologize to my mother individually now, and I'll return the money to you. We'll let bygones be bygones for today's matter, and from now on, let's just stop interacting. He was eager to deal with the following matters and didn't want to engage too much with the Chu family. As soon as Chuyu said these words, Third Aunt sneered sharply, her plump face full of mockery. Why should I apologize? You're the one who won't repay the debt. Since when is that justified? Chuyu raised his eyebrows and shot her a glance, his eyes turning icy cold. Fine. Since you refused the chance I'm giving you, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I guarantee that within 10 minutes, you'll be begging on your knees to apologize to my mother. Whether we'll let you go then depends on my mother's attitude. Chuyu's words stunned everyone momentarily before erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha! You worthless trash who got kicked out of the Han family. How dare you act so arrogant? Do you still think you're Miss Han's husband? You scared me, really. I'm so terrified right now. Ever since we were kids, that idiot's always been like this, so damn full of himself. Seeing his face makes me want to punch him every single time. No wonder you died young, bragging till the heavens ripped apart. Even the gods couldn't stand it. Listening to these people alternately mocking and provoking Chuyu in roundabout ways, Chu Meng panted heavily, his face flushed crimson. But without Chuyu's word, Chu Meng didn't know whether he should take action. Chuyu couldn't be bothered with their idle gossip either. He helped his mother sit down and comforted her. After all, there still remained a lingering spark of familial affection. Chuyu had at least 17 or 18 ways to make these people regret their actions bitterly. After a tense standoff, a booming voice suddenly rang out from outside the gates. Is Comrade Chuyu here? Chuyu signaled Chu Meng to take care of their mother as he strode forward to open the gate. The gate swung open as 2 rows of armed police officers rushed in, swiftly forming orderly lines. The precinct police chief and Captain Lee, whom we'd met earlier, escorted a dignified, middle-aged man as they strode confidently into the courtyard. Captain Lee looked at Chuyu and introduced him with enthusiastic warmth. This is Vice Director Zhang from Municipal Bureau. Today he came in person to express gratitude for your significant contributions to the peace and stability of the entire Jiangbei city. Deputy Director Zhang extended his hand to shake Chuyu's hand, deeply moved. So, you're the young comrade who captured the Crimson Butcher? We owe you our thanks. This time, by apprehending the Crimson Butcher, you've not only solved a major problem for us, but also demonstrated the excellent spirit of unity between Jiangbei's police force and citizens in combating crime. Deputy Director Zhang actually came in person and made a special trip just for Chuyu. This scene made the Chu family members who had come to demand debt repayment gasp in shock. Don't be fooled by how these people put on airs and act all high and mighty before Chuyu. But with just one word from Deputy Director Zhang, who oversees fire safety, transportation, and public security, these officials could bring them immense trouble. The Chu family's pharmacy had been fined 100,000 yuan just days earlier for failing to meet fire safety standards, ordered to rectify the issues, and was still shut down. Chu Xiaoer's father had even prepared generous gifts to plead with Deputy Director Zhang, but was turned away at the door. Who could have guessed that this very official would personally visit the Chu family's ancestral home, and, to everyone's astonishment, speak of Chuyu with such high praise and courtesy? Deputy Director Zhang didn't notice the shocked and fearful glances of Chu Xiaoer and others as he sighed deeply. On a personal level, I'm also very grateful to you. If that blood butcher were allowed to commit crimes again this time, I'd be in serious trouble too. Chuyu replied courteously yet firmly, saying that cracking down on criminals was every citizen's duty. Deputy Director Zhang grew even more appreciative when he saw the man not claiming credit for himself and chuckled heartily. The reward from the General Police Department has been approved, 3 million in total. This money is a commendation for your act of bravery. Additionally, the General Police Department has awarded you a second-class merit and the Golden Bauhinia Shield Medal in recognition of your contribution. That's what I came here for today. 3 million as a reward. Bauhinia Gold Shield Medal. These two words erupted like thunderclaps over everyone's heads, leaving the Chu family momentarily dizzy and disoriented. To prevent public panic, the incident of the blood butcher was kept under wraps by the police, who also instructed Chu Yu not to disclose it publicly. Even the neighbors on the old street merely thought Chu Yu had caught a petty thief, briefly chatting about it before moving on. Who would have thought that Chu Yu would actually pull off something so earth-shattering? The awards ceremony followed. Amidst the stirring and resonant melody, Deputy Director Zhang pinned the medal upon Chu Yu's chest before raising his right hand in a formal salute. The officers on either side stood ramrod straight, saluting Chu Yu in unison. Finally, Deputy Director Zhang handed Chu Yu a card, smiling as he offered his congratulations. 3 million is stored in this memory card. You can access it after activating it at the bank. Congratulations. Chu Xiu'er and the others nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. This was 3 million we're talking about. Chu Xiu'er worked at the Hans Pharmaceutical Group, earning a little over 10,000 a month. She clocked in 9 to 5 every day, busy as a dog. Even if she saved every penny without eating or drinking, it would still take her 20 or 30 years to accumulate 3 million. As for the others, there's no need even to mention them. Even for those whose families ran pharmacies, it would take several years to earn that kind of money. In an instant, everyone's faces burned with shame. These same people who'd been calling Chu Yu trash and poor trash just moments ago, mocking him relentlessly, now all wish they could crawl into cracks in the ground. Deputy Director Zhang chatted with Chu Yu for a while before preparing to take his leave. Suddenly, Chu Yu called out to stop Deputy Director Zhang. Deputy Director Zhang, could you do me a favor? As he spoke, he pointed at Chu Xiu'er and the others with his finger. These people came to my doorstep looking for trouble, causing a scene and acting unreasonably. Such a headache. Chu Xiu'er and several other junior members of the Chu family paled instantly upon hearing this. Chu Yu's words carried venom straight to the bone. Chapter 24. I'll beat your faces until they're bruised and swollen. Deputy Director Zhang was stunned, staring at Chu Yu. What's going on? Chu Yu recounted the incident simply and objectively, without any embellishments. Deputy Director Zhang glanced at these so-called relatives of the Chu family, a flicker of disdain crossing his face before he adopted a stern expression. What's going on with you people? I'm telling you, Chu Yu is a hero of our Jiangbei. If you have something to say, let's discuss it properly. Furthermore, donations are not debts. Your actions of coming here to provoke and cause trouble are illegal. I will arrest you immediately. The second aunt and third aunt were both fierce only at home. The moment they heard they might be arrested, they immediately panicked. As for Chu Xiu'er and the other youngsters, who had never witnessed such a scene before, their faces turned pale with fear, utterly at a loss for what to do. The second and third aunts knew Chu Yu was stubborn. Without a word between them, they rushed straight to Chu Yu's mother, pleading desperately. Sister-in-law, we're family, flesh and blood. You can't just stand by and watch me die. Please, quickly explain things to the officers. Chu Yu sneered disdainfully from the sidelines. Now we're family again? Mom, don't bother with them. Chu Yu's mother hesitated, her face turning stern as she remained completely silent. Deputy Director Zhang waved his hand, and several officers immediately rushed forward to make the arrest. At this moment, everyone panicked. The charge of provoking trouble could range from minor to severe. But even the lightest punishment would mean 3 days in detention, plus a permanent record that could jeopardize his future prospects. Chu Xiu'er finally shed her arrogance, blocking Chu Yu's path as she begged desperately. Brother, I was wrong. Please find it in your heart to forgive us. Talk to Deputy Director Zhang. Ask him to show leniency. We'll change our ways, I promise. Chu Yu's face was cold as he didn't even glance at her. I already gave you a chance earlier to apologize to my mother. You're the ones who refused this opportunity. Chu Xiao'er felt her entire body turn cold, and then a female officer gripped her arm and handcuffed her. An overwhelming terror rose in Chu Xiao'er's heart as she immediately began struggling and wailing loudly. "Auntie, please save me. I don't want to be arrested. I was wrong." Meanwhile, several younger members of the Chu family were also handcuffed. None of them had ever encountered such a situation before, and they tearfully begged Chu Yu's mother for mercy. Second aunt and third aunt had already been seized, utterly terrified out of their wits. Aunt Air suddenly broke free and fell to her knees with a thud, her voice filled with anguish. "Sister-in-law, can you really bear to see us taken away? I'm kneeling before you. Please, be merciful and spare these children." Anson also knelt down, pleading desperately. Chu Yu's mother looked at the disheveled pair wailing and beating their chests in despair, and finally couldn't help but sigh. "Ayu, please speak to your superiors and let them go. We won't press charges." Chu Yu shook his head. He'd known his mother would soften. If these people were sent to jail, she probably wouldn't sleep peacefully for days. Chu Yu's mother, seeing her son remain silent, hurriedly rushed before Deputy Director Zhang to plead for mercy on behalf of the Chu family. "Sir, please spare them just this once. It's true they donated money for my son. Coming to ask for repayment shouldn't count as stirring up trouble." Deputy Director Zhang, now fully aware of the situation's ins and outs, kept a stern expression fixed on his face as he stared at Chu Yu. "If there's a valid reason, it might not count as provocation or disturbance. You decide how to handle it." Chu Yu understood what Deputy Director Zhang meant. If he acknowledged this debt, it wouldn't be considered provocation. Just a warning would suffice. But if Chu Yu refused to admit this debt, these people's criminal charges would be substantiated. Chu Yu glanced at his mother and saw her face etched with anxiety, stirring a tumult of mixed emotions within him. Whether those people lived or died, even if they rotted away in prison, Chu Yu couldn't bring himself to care. Then if he really had these people arrested, leaving them with criminal records, his mother would probably never have peace of mind for the rest of her life. At that thought, Chu Yu smiled apologetically at Deputy Director Zhang. "I'm sorry, boss. Leave this matter to me. No need to inconvenience you further." Deputy Director Zhang nodded in agreement, instructing the officers to release the Chu family before bidding Chu Yu farewell. This matter was too trivial and hadn't caused any serious consequences. If the party involved chooses not to pursue the matter further, the police station is naturally happy to let it go. After the police left, Aunt Air, Aunt San, and Chu Xiao'er's group prepared to slink away shamefacedly, only to be stopped by Chu Yu. "Wait a moment. I'll return every cent you're owed, with interest included. But from this day forward, our family will have nothing more to do with yours." Chu Xiao'er and the others were all taken by surprise, never expecting Chu Yu to be so unyielding. Having said this, Chu Yu beckoned to Chu Meng. "Stay here and take care of Mom. I'll go get the money now." Chu Meng was somewhat reluctant. The 20 million had just fallen into their hands and now was about to be spent. He sniffled carefully. "Bro, how much do you want to withdraw?" Chu Yu glanced at Chu Xiao'er and the others. 5 million should be about enough. 5 million. This terrifying figure shocked everyone in the Chu family yet again. The 3 million yuan reward money brought by Deputy Director Zhang was genuine, but the card hadn't even been activated yet. What the hell is this 5 million now? When did this pretty boy become so wealthy? That's right, Chu did it on purpose. Though naturally indifferent to strife, the insult visited upon his mother had ignited a smoldering fury within him. "So they think my family is penniless, do they? Well, damn it, I'll make sure to slap their faces red and raw." Chu Meng stared at Chu Yu with a completely baffled expression. "Brother, why are you withdrawing so much money? Their donations combined only total about 1 million. Chu Meng was straightforward. He genuinely feared Chu Yu might lose every last penny. Chu Yu was amused by his foolish brother. "Our house is in bad shape and needs rebuilding, which will cost a lot of money. Besides, we also need funds for the new round of herb purchases. Don't worry about it. Just take good care of Mom. I'm leaving." Upon hearing about the house reconstruction, Chu Ming immediately perked up. Should we withdraw all 20 million to build a grand house for mom and dad? Chu Ming had no real grasp of the value of money. All he knew was that constructing a big house would require an enormous sum. His parents had often talked about rebuilding their old home. Now that he had money, the first thing to do was naturally to fulfill his parents' wish. 20 million. This staggering figure struck Chu Xiao'er and the others like a thunderbolt on a clear day, leaving everyone stunned. 20 million. Chu Xiao'er and the others had worked hard and accumulated assets over a decade, yet the combined wealth of several families didn't exceed 20 million. But now, Chu Ming casually mentioned 20 million as if it were nothing, enough to scare someone to death. If it had come from Chu Yu's mouth, it might have been just bluster. However, everyone in the Chu family knew Chu Ming had no ulterior motives. He spoke plainly. Asking someone like him to lie is easier said than killing him. Chu Yu felt overjoyed. This idiot brother of mine actually carries the makings of a true show-off king. He noticed that as soon as Chu Ming uttered these words, Chu Xiao'er and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Chu Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he patiently explained things to Chu Ming. No need to take that much. 5 million is plenty to fix up our house real nice. I'm off. Chu Yu spoke, then turned and walked away without looking back. From beginning to end, he never once glanced at Chu Xiao'er or the others. Before long, Chu Yu returned, followed by 2 burly men carrying a suitcase. 5 million yuan is no small sum. Stacked together, it would weigh over 100 kilograms. Chu Yu's frail frame simply couldn't muster the strength to move it. For added security, Chu Yu simply borrowed 2 men from Chun Chi to do the labor for him. With his life in Chu Yu's hands, Chun Chi naturally complied with every request. When the suitcase was opened, revealing 5 million yuan in neatly stacked cash before the Chu family, everyone's breathing seemed to stop. Chapter 25. Who is the true victor? For someone who had never seen 5 million before, the sudden sight of such a vast sum was an indescribable shock to the psyche. Why did Chu Yu insist on withdrawing cash instead of a bank transfer? This was precisely the effect he wanted. A transfer is nothing more than a string of numbers. But when 5 million cash truly appears before your eyes, it can drive people mad with envy. Chu's mother was the first to be frightened. She thought her son might have done something illegal. Yet faced with the Chu family elders, she chose to remain silent. Both the second and third aunts stood mesmerized, their breath seemingly caught in their throats. Chu Xiao'er and the others stared at the mountain of money, their eyes practically bleeding with greed. Chu Yu watched them coldly. My thanks for your contributions earlier. This time, I'll repay you all, principal with interest. You must have already calculated the exact amounts owed between principal and interest. Take what's yours, down to the last cent. Chu Yu's prediction was correct. As Chu Yu had mentioned about repaying the principal with interest, the Chu family members had already calculated their respective amounts, including interest. Second, aunt stared greedily at the money in the suitcase and stepped forward first. Very well. Since you insist on repaying, then I won't stand on ceremony either. My money, principal plus interest, comes to 448,320 yuan. Mother Chu gasped audibly, her face turning ashen. Auntie's initial loan was 300,000 yuan. In just half a year, the interest had ballooned by nearly 150,000. This was outright robbery, utterly shameless. Chu scoffed coldly. This move is truly the height of hypocrisy, playing the whore while posing as a paragon of virtue. They were the ones who came to collect the debt, yet now it's twisted into him insisting on paying it back. Second aunt quickly took the money from the suitcase, followed by third aunt and then the others. Chin Chi's 2 henchmen glared at the crowd with menacing expressions, deterring anyone from making reckless moves. Chu Yu looked at these people indifferently, sighing quietly in his heart. He inherited the legacy of the immortal physician ancestor. Wanting to make money was as easy as turning over his hand. The Han family was desperate to obtain the 9 divine nectar pills precisely because the secret recipe held immense commercial value. In the profound Heaven Tower, Formulas like the 9 Divine Jade Dew pills were nothing more than worthless scraps littering the streets. Originally, Chuyu had hoped to lead the Chu family to glory, or at the very least ensure they had enough to eat. But now he saw the cruel fickleness of human hearts, and such plans were no longer necessary. It was Chu Xiuer's turn to take the money. She raised her head, her eyes gazing at Chuyu with a dazed expression. Was this still the same useless Chuyu who had been kicked out by the Han family and abandoned by Miss Han? Han Kaiyan had made it clear in her phone call, when Chuyu was driven out of the Chu family, he hadn't been given a single cent. And the Chu family was already drowning in debt, just one step away from utter ruin. However, in just a day or two, Chuyu had already earned over 20 million. Moreover, he became a heroic figure in Jiangbei City for his courageous acts and even befriended influential figures like Deputy Director Zhang. Once such a person truly grows, he would undoubtedly surpass anything Chu Xiuer could ever imagine. Thinking of this, Chu Xiuer somewhat regretted having thoroughly offended Chuyu. Chu Xiuer thought for a moment, then looked at Chuyu guiltily. "Brother, I know I've wronged you. Now I deeply regret it. Can I not take this money?" Her insight was far more profound than anyone else's. As long as he didn't take the money, there would still remain some lingering warmth between him and Chuyu. It wouldn't count as a complete severance of ties. Chuyu snorted, his tone resolute and unyielding. "No way. Take the money and get lost. From now on, we're done. What I said stands. Not even the King of Heaven himself can change it." Chu Xiuer let out a sigh, took what money was rightfully hers, and retreated with sorrow in her steps. Her heart felt hollow, as if she had lost something precious. The other members of the Chu family's younger generation didn't possess Xiuer's insight like Xiuer did. They rushed forward in a crowd, each taking their money along with interest, unable to suppress their delighted grins. This time, Chuyu had given them 10 times the bank's interest rate. It was quite the lucrative windfall for them. Everyone's hearts brimmed with joy. Chuyu watched them with an impassive gaze, his face devoid of expression. He knew that soon enough, these people would bitterly regret their actions. They took the money, thereby losing the opportunity to change their destiny. And this opportunity could have been worth tens of millions, perhaps even billions, or even the birth of a trillion-strong family dynasty. A few minutes later, these people left the Chu family's ancestral home with smug satisfaction. Likewise, the 2 men from Xianheng Bank took their leave and departed. Annie had just stepped out of the old house gate when she started cursing loudly. Her shrill voice carried back into the courtyard. What's there to be so arrogant about? Just a gigolo living off women's money, getting a payout from Miss Han during their divorce. Stagnant water won't last through the dipping of a ladle. Let's see how long this arrogance lasts. Miss Han won't let him off easy. Inside the courtyard, Chuyu sighed, wearing a bitter smile on his face. Chu's mother wiped the corner of her eye, then glared sternly at Chuyu. "You, explain this to me clearly. Where did all this money come from? Since childhood, I've taught you to walk the righteous path and never earn dirty money." Chuyu shook his head helplessly. "Mom, don't worry. This money was borrowed from a business friend to repay the usurious loan from Xianheng Bank." Chuyu's mother came from a prominent family in Longdu and was raised with strict discipline. She was exceptionally strict in disciplining both Chuyu and Chu Meng, the 2 brothers. If she found out the origin of this money, she would undoubtedly make Chuyu return it. Chuyu had no choice but to lie. Chu Meng widened his eyes in shock as he watched Chuyu lie right to their faces. In Chu Meng's eyes, anyone who lied was a bad person. How could even his brother turn out this way? Fortunately, he wasn't completely foolish. Seeing Chuyu cast him a meaningful glance, he immediately chose to shut his mouth. Mother Chu felt momentarily relieved, yet her brow remained furrowed with worry. "What do you need so much money for? Over 20 million in debt. How will we ever pay it back? Just thinking about it makes my heart race with fear." Chuyu chuckled softly and shook his head. "Don't worry, Mom. Your son graduated top of his class from Huaqing Medical University. I've got the skills to handle this. I'll pay off this debt soon enough. You and Dad just wait to enjoy the good life." Although Chuyu tried hard to console her, his mother remained deeply worried. Chuyu could do nothing about his mother's temperament. At the office building of Han Pharmaceuticals Group, in the general manager's office, Han Kaiyan was reviewing a report. At that moment, her phone rang. Han Kaiyan glanced at the call and frowned slightly, yet didn't answer it. The phone didn't stop. After disconnecting, another call came through immediately. Han Kaiyan's expression darkened, and she finally answered the call. The phone line carried Chu Xiaoer's humble voice. President Han, I've already been to the Chu family's ancestral home. However, it seems Chu Yu suddenly came into a fortune. He paid off the debt, and I never got the Tai Chi jade. Han Kaiyan's expression was dark, but her words came out warm and gentle. It's nothing. I just don't want Chu Yu using my name to deceive your Chu family members. As for whether you can obtain the Tai Chi jade, that's an internal conflict within your Chu family. No need to report to me. Han Kaiyan was telling the truth. That jade was originally something she tossed to Chu Yu. She didn't care about it at all. Her objective was to crush Chu Yu by any means necessary, leaving him too distracted to intervene in the development of the 9 divine nectar pills. At this, Chu Xiaoer was moved to tears of gratitude. Mr. Han, you're so kind. Not only do you refrain from blaming me because of Chu Yu, but you're also so considerate. Han Kaiyan smiled and continued playing the role of the devoted lover. Chu Yu has wronged me, and I hate him, but you're innocent. If you're willing, you can still consider me your sister. Come to me whenever you're in trouble. Also, starting today, you'll be the deputy director of the planning department. The official appointment will be issued soon. Over the phone, Chu Xiaoer was so moved that she burst into tears. President Han, I, Chu Xiaoer, am willing to do anything for you. Go through fire and water without hesitation. Han Kaiyan spoke a few words with Chu Xiaoer before ending the call. She snorted, her face filled with disdain. Chu Xiaoer's only value lay in keeping Chu Yu distracted and occupied during this period. Han's newly developed miracle drug, Life Elixir No. 1, is about to hit the market, and Han Kaiyan doesn't want Chu Yu causing any trouble. Once the product launch is over, the pawn named Chu Xiaoer can be discarded. Han Kaiyan thought to herself, confident as if holding all the cards, murmuring quietly, Chu Yu, you're not qualified to challenge me. Once the new product launch is held, your family's 9 Gods Nectar Pills will become the flagship product of my Han Group, with no connection to the Chu family whatsoever. By then, you'll find out who the real winner is. Humph. Chapter 26, Utterly Despicable. After the Chu family had left, Chu Yu finally had a rare moment to catch his breath. He had no idea that Han Kaiyan was busy pushing forward with the launch of Miracle Life No. 1, giving Chu Yu a temporary reprieve. Chu Yu finally had the chance to cleanse and treat the 7 hidden poisons within his body. Originally, these 7 hidden toxins had already permeated his internal organs, making even the most skilled physician powerless to save him. However, with his ancestors' medical heritage, Chu Yu found it not particularly difficult to cleanse these 7 hidden toxins. Chu Yu used the secret Heavenly Gang 36 needles technique to concentrate the toxins in his body to a single point, then release the blood to expel the poison. He then prepared several prescriptions for himself, gathered the herbs accordingly, regulated his internal organs, mobilized his qi and blood, and aided the detoxification process. After 5 or 6 days, Chu Yu's energy surged increasingly, and the hidden toxins within his body gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, his father, who had been severely injured, was slowly recovering and could already get out of bed to move around. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Early one morning, Chu Yu went jogging on Guiyan Mountain. Guiyan Mountain stood just behind Jiangbei City, with a broad secondary road winding its way up the slopes. The route was lined with vast stretches of maple forests, offering breathtaking scenery. Chu Yu's steps were not particularly fast, yet he was already panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Still, he gritted his teeth and persisted. During these days, the profound heaven tower at the center of his brow released gentle streams of energy, penetrating throughout his meridians. However, Chu Yu soon realized he could only absorb a small portion of the qi released by the profound heaven tower, most 20 to 30%, while the majority was wasted in vain. The reason lies in Chu Yu's utterly feeble physique. Imagine the spiritual energy released from the mystic heaven tower as flowing water. Chu Yu's body was like a leaky, broken jar, completely incapable of retaining any of it. Chu Yu understood well that the Han family would never let him go, determined as they were to keep their secret recipe from leaking out. On the other hand, while Qin Shi appeared obedient and submissive to Chu Yu now, he would seize any opportunity to turn against him without hesitation. This point made Qin Shi even more impatient than Han Kaiyan. Everything seems calm now, but it's the lull before the storm. Disaster could strike at any moment. The only person Chu Yu could rely on was himself. Making himself stronger was the only path to salvation. After running 3 kilometers, Chu Yu's vision blurred intermittently, his lungs burning with a fiery sensation. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He needed to strengthen his body, to push past his limits. Only with a robust physique could he absorb and retain more true qi. Within the Mystic Heaven Tower lay numerous body-refining techniques. But Chu Yu's body was still too weak. He couldn't use it just yet. Currently, the most practical and effective method was running. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. When Chu Yu reached 8 kilometers, he could no longer endure it and nearly collapsed to the ground, his vision swimming with spots of light. Rather than stopping outright, he slowed his pace and continued walking forward steadily. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Chu Yu sat cross-legged and began circulating the unruly qi within his body. Using a breathing technique called Turtle's Ascent, he gradually funneled the energy back into his dantian. As Chu Yu trained with utmost fervor, 2 faint streams of white mist seemed to coil from his nostrils like a pair of nimble little serpents. And he had utterly forgotten all that surrounded him. At that moment, an elderly man wearing loose martial arts attire and a young woman clad in Nike sportswear passed by the scene. The old man had silver hair, yet looked vigorous and spirited, while the young woman possessed a slender waist and long legs, her graceful figure exuding a striking blend of delicate beauty and lively heroism, effortlessly catching the eye. At first glance, it was clear these two had also come to Giyun Mountain for their morning workout. The old man caught sight of Chu Yu practicing his martial arts amidst the jungle, and couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation of surprise before stopping in his tracks. He stared thoughtfully for a while, then shook his head. Practicing qi without cultivating skill ultimately leads to emptiness. This young man has good comprehension, but unfortunately he's gone down the wrong path. The girl looked at Chu Yu with curiosity. Grandpa, what does it mean when they say cultivating qi without practicing techniques is ultimately fruitless? The old man smiled. This young man must be practicing some form of qigong. To reach this level of mastery is quite remarkable. However, true qi refining isn't like this at all. The physical body must be tempered until it becomes indestructible, with vast vital energy that condenses like quicksilver. Only then can powerful true energy be nurtured. Practicing breath absorption directly like him is no different from building a tower on sand, a castle in the air. Even after a lifetime of training, no real progress will be made. The old man sighed faintly as he reached this point. Young people these days are all too eager for quick success. Even if they understand these principles, they're unwilling to endure hardship in physical training. Take this as a warning. The girl nodded and bowed respectfully to the elderly man. I understand, and I will abide by grandfather's teachings. The girl finished speaking, cast a scornful glance at Chu Yu, then turned and walked away. As the old man and the girl turned to leave, Chu Yu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. He could feel an intangible surge of strength coursing through his entire body, while the internal energy within his meridians had grown noticeably denser. At the same time, the true qi flowed through his limbs and body, tempering both the resilience and density of his bones and muscles. His frail physique gradually grew stronger. Chu Yu picked up a small pebble, rested it on his middle finger, and flicked it toward an old pine tree. There was a loud thud as the stone hit the trunk of an old pine tree. Bark splintered, and the stone actually embedded itself into the wood. Had the old man from earlier witnessed this scene, His eyes would have surely popped out of their sockets. Chuyu's move was something even a martial arts master who had trained for years couldn't accomplish. Indeed, the old man's words rang true. Little did he know, however, that Chuyu possessed the mysterious heaven tower within his brow, a treasure capable of generating true chi to refine his physique in reverse cultivation. Chuyu himself felt pleasantly surprised. After merely 5 or 6 days of practicing this cultivation technique, supplemented with running, his strength had already progressed to such terrifying levels. If this internal cultivation technique were mastered to its peak, even Chuyu himself couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. Chuyu returned home to find his mother had just finished preparing breakfast as she called the family to eat. For some reason, Chuyu could always sense his parents' restlessness. He glanced curiously at his parents. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" The mother shot the father a glare, seeming to warn him against speaking carelessly. Father hesitated for a moment and let out a long sigh. "I heard that the Hans Pharmaceutical Group has developed a new product called Divine Elixir Life No. 1, and they're about to hold a product launch soon. I was thinking, could their product line be based on our family's secret recipe, the 9 Divine Jade Dew pills?" Chuyu's face darkened. Father's words were carefully measured, afraid of wounding Chuyu. But Chuyu knew that this so-called Immortality Pill Life No. 1 was undoubtedly a repackaged version of a 9 Divine Jade Dew pill. The secret recipe passed down through the Chu family had ultimately been leaked. No wonder his father had been so troubled. At that moment, Chuyu's phone suddenly rang outside the main gate. Seeing the caller's name on his phone, Chuyu's expression instantly darkened. It was actually Han Kaiyan calling. Chuyu answered the call, and Han Kaiyan's gentle, sweet voice came through. "Chuyu, my darling husband, I heard you've become even more amazing these past few days." Hearing this familiar yet foreign voice made Chuyu feel as sick as if he'd swallowed a fly. "Speak plainly, or I'm hanging up." Han Kaiyan let out a tinkling laugh, brimming with undisguised triumph. "The 9 Gods Jade Dew pills have now become the registered trademark of my Han family, and our new product launch is about to take place. I hereby formally notify you that you're no longer permitted to use the 9 Gods Jade Dew pills formula to prepare medicines. Otherwise, I will sue you for theft of commercial secrets. Let me quietly inform you, the charge of stealing commercial secrets carries severe consequences, with astronomical fines involved. Your pathetic Chu family herbal clinic could never afford the compensation. Additionally, I've already sent you an invitation to attend my new product launch. You absolutely must come when the time arrives." Han Kaiyan's voice remained as gentle as ever. Yet to Chuyu's ears, it sounded like the hiss of a venomous snake, sending chills down his entire body. It was like having one's treasured possession stolen by a thief, only for the thief to beat gongs and drums while parading it around the world, all while claiming rightful ownership of the very treasure they'd pilfered. How fucking despicable. Chapter 27, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Han Kaiyan heard Chuyu's silence and sighed regretfully. "I know you're terminally ill and will soon die. I can only say I'm sorry, but I still hope you'll come to my product launch. After all, you want the 9 Gods nectar pills to flourish and benefit more people. This is essentially your dying wish, isn't it? By fulfilling it in advance, you should be happy. So happy you'd rest in peace with a smile on your face." This vicious woman was absolutely doing this on purpose. She knew perfectly well that Chuyu was terminally ill and couldn't withstand emotional distress. Yet every word she spoke was like a venomous thorn piercing straight into Chuyu's heart. This was clearly an attempt to add fuel to the fire, aiming to literally anger Chuyu to death. If it had been the old Chuyu hearing these words, he might have truly died of fury. But now, Chuyu smiled, a smile full of ill intent. "Han Kaiyan, I'll personally attend your product launch. When the time comes, I'll give you a lesson you'll never forget. Your new product will turn into worthless trash, not even fit for dogs to sniff." Han Kaiyan tittered sweetly. "You're still the same. Fine, I'll be waiting for you. Just make sure to take care of your health. It'd be a shame if you kicked the bucket before my product launch." Han Kaiyan finished speaking and hung up the phone. Both parents recognized Han Kaiyan's voice, their expressions turning grim. The father said with a darkened face, "What does that woman want calling again? Hasn't she done enough harm to you already? The mother served Chuyu another bowl of soup, trying to comfort him. Don't bother with a woman like that. Thankfully, we saw her true colors early. Otherwise, you'd never have a moment's peace in this lifetime. Chuyu understood his parents' concern and offered them a faint smile. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't be that foolish anymore. I'll handle this matter properly. After breakfast, Chuyu went into the medicine room and alchemy chamber, where he busied himself all afternoon before finally stepping out. Around 4 o'clock, Chuyu instructed Chu Ming to keep practicing the Bull Demon's Horn thrust before leaving the Chu family ancestral residence. The Chu family ancestral residence had already begun renovations, with father personally supervising everything, too busy to pay Chuyu any attention. Chuyu, for his part, was quite content with the arrangement. The 9 Divine Jade Dew Pill is a medicinal formula passed down from the ancestral divine physician. This formula, though merely a common item from the Mystic Heaven Tower, would undoubtedly cause a massive sensation if released into the market. Han Kaiyan used such despicable means to steal the secret recipe, registered it as exclusive intellectual property, and nearly cost Chuyu his life. If she were allowed to bring the new product to market and make a fortune unscrupulously, where would justice be? Therefore, Chuyu was absolutely determined not to let Han Kaiyan's product launch go smoothly. He intended to waste the hundreds of millions invested in Shundan Life No. 1, and to make Han Kaiyan understand what it means when justice prevails and retribution is inevitable. Half an hour later, Chu had already arrived in front of the office building of Huichuntang Pharmaceuticals Company, Ltd. The Huichun Hall office building, located in the city center of Jiangbei, stands 7 stories tall with an antique charm reminiscent of the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the entire Jiangnan province, there were only a handful of pharmaceutical companies capable of rivaling the Han's Pharmaceutical Group, and Huichun Hall was one of them. Huichuntang is a nationwide chain of pharmaceutical companies and one of the biggest competitors of the Han's Pharmaceutical Group in the Jiangnan region. 2 companies vie for market domination, locked in fierce competition. Chuyu knew that with just the strength of the Chu family's traditional medicine clinic, there was no way to contend against the Han Pharmaceutical Group. He resolved to find himself an ally, and the Chunhui Tang, worth several billion in market value, was undoubtedly a natural ally for the Chu family's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. At this very moment, Huang Renzi, the general manager of Huichuntang's Jiangnan branch, sat in his office with a furrowed brow. Huang Renzi was morbidly obese, standing less than 1.7 meters tall, yet weighing a full 200 jin, approximately 220 pounds. His worried look was rather comical, like a raccoon's. Recently, the most talked about event in the pharmaceutical world was undoubtedly the launch of Han's Pharmaceutical Group's newest product, the Divine Elixir Life No. 1. Those outside the industry were oblivious, but pharmaceutical insiders all knew the inside story behind this affair. Han Kaiyan, the illustrious daughter of the Han family, employed a honey trap scheme over a year and a half to steal the Chu family's ancestral secret formula for the 9 Divine Jade Dew pills from their traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Only then was she able to develop her new product, the Miracle Life Elixir No. 1. If there truly existed a miraculous elixir in this world, it would undoubtedly be the Chu family's secret recipe, the 9 Divine Jade Dew pills. This had practically become a unanimous belief within Jiangbei City's medical community. The wondrous effects of the 9 Divine Jade Dew pills have been personally witnessed and even experienced by many. Even a terminally ill patient, upon taking one 9 Divine Jade Dew pill, could regain some vitality and prolong their life by a few more days. This miraculous elixir could cure illnesses for the sick and nourish health for the healthy. Some wealthy individuals, drawn by its reputation, were even willing to pay tens of thousands for a single pill. However, old Mr. Chu of the Chu Family Traditional Medicine Clinic guarded his treasure closely and remained indifferent to fame and fortune. Additionally, the rarity of the medicinal ingredients meant this miraculous pill could only be produced a few times a year. This left many wealthy visitors arriving with high hopes, only to depart in disappointment. And on the black market, This pill had exorbitant prices, but no actual supply. At a recent small-scale auction, the price of a single 9 Divine Jade Dew pill reached as high as 200,000 yuan. This time, Han's Pharmaceutical Group has mass-produced the 9 Divine Jade Dew pills and launched the Divine Elixir Life No. 1 series of products. The impact on Huichun Hall's Jiangnan market was nothing short of catastrophic, akin to a mountain collapsing and a tsunami striking. Huang Renzi could even foresee that as soon as Divine Elixir Life No. 1 hits the market, Huichun Hall's revenue would inevitably plummet dramatically. The Jiangnan branch of the Huichun Tang Pharmacy stood at the precipice of life and death. Huang Renzi was deeply troubled when his secretary entered and reported to Huang Yunze. "Mr. Huang, there's a gentleman named Chu Yu here to see you." Huang Renzi was already in a foul mood, and the name Chu Yu meant nothing to him. He immediately waved his hand impatiently. "He doesn't have an appointment, does he? I won't see him." The secretary stood there hesitantly, looking timid and apprehensive. "The gentleman asked me to bring you a note. He said that once you read the note, you would personally come downstairs to welcome him and treat him like an honored guest." In fact, the secretary lied. Chu Yu's original words were, "When your general manager Huang sees this note, he'll be so scared he'll piss himself and come crawling to me like a lapdog wagging its tail." But such words, the secretary dared not repeat. If he said them, he wasn't sure what would happen to Chu Yu, but he knew for certain that he, the secretary, would lose his job. Huang Renzi froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "This man has quite the nerve. Where's the note? Show it to me." The secretary presented Huang Renzi with a note folded into a small square. Huang Renzi unfolded the note to find just a single line of text written on it. "I am Chu Yu, the sole successor of the Chu Family Traditional Medicine Clinic. Only I can save your Huichun Hall. If you don't come downstairs within 1 minute, I'm leaving. Chu Yu." Chu Yu from the Chu Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Huang Renzi jolted in shock, glanced at the antique brass wall clock, and immediately dashed outside. The 9 Divine Jade Dew pills originated from the Chu Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. If there was anyone left in Jiangbei City who could rival the Divine Life No. 1 elixir, it would naturally be the practitioners of the Chu Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. The secretary gaped in astonishment, staring at the unbelievable scene before her eyes. Huang Renzi was a fat man, and like most overweight people, he was sluggish and moved ponderously. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, the secretary would never have dreamed that Huang Renzi, once as fat as a stuffed pig, could one day transform into a rabbit. Still just a frightened rabbit. Chapter 28, I Want 100 Million. In the first-floor hall of Huichun Pharmacy, Chu Yu sat on a long bench. Several security guards stood at a distance, eyeing him with hostility. Chu Yu's attire bore an antique elegance, an old-fashioned blue cloth robe paired with thousand-layer cloth shoes. This perfectly matched the classical and elegant decoration style of the Grand Hall. His handsome features were imbued with a profound, scholarly air, and his composed demeanor commanded undeniable respect. That was precisely why the security guards didn't dare to lay a hand on him. For the same reason, the secretary was willing to go upstairs to announce his arrival. Such people are usually either charlatans or reclusive masters. However, Chu Yu's earlier words were far too arrogant. This made the security guards think he was a con artist. The man appeared to be a transcendent master, yet his shabby attire made him look as destitute as a beggar. Would President Huang really come greet someone like him in person? And with just a 1-minute time limit? Stop dreaming. At that very moment, the elevator doors chimed open. A chubby man in a suit, looking like a rolling ball of fat, rushed out directly. It was Huang Renzi. Several security guards were startled. None of them had expected this handsome young man to actually alarm President Huang. Huang Renzi caught sight of Chu Yu at once, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. "So this must be Mr. Chu? Your esteemed presence honors us. Please forgive my inadequate welcome." Chu Yu glanced at his wristwatch, his expression unreadable. "You're 10 seconds late. My apologies, I must take my leave." Chu Yu finished speaking and turned to leave. Huang Renzi hurried forward to stop Chuyu, all smiles. Please don't be upset, Mr. Chu. Let's go to the office where I can properly make amends. The security guards exchanged incredulous glances, rubbing their eyes as if witnessing a dream. How could Huang Renzi, of all people, be bowing so submissively? Huang Renzi had always been outwardly warm but ruthless at heart, holding himself aloft. When had he ever been this meek and submissive? Only after Huang Renzi had showered him with a basketful of sweet talk did Chuyu finally heave a sigh. Very well, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Please lead the way, President Huang. Huang Renzi respectfully led Chuyu upstairs. The security guards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. Security guard. Didn't this punk say that within a minute President Huang would come crawling down to greet him like a groveling lapdog? Security guard B, he really did say that. Damn, that's uncanny. Just who the hell is this kid? Good thing we didn't piss him off earlier. Security guard C, gotta be more alert from now on. You really can't judge a book by its cover. We almost offended Chairman Huang's honored guest. That was way too close for comfort. Huang Renzi brought Chuyu into the office. With a secretary, serve him a cup of light tea. Chuyu took a sip of tea and cast a cool glance at Huang Renzi. The Divine Elixir Life No. 1 from Han's Pharmaceutical Group is about to hold its product launch event. What are your thoughts on this matter, Chairman Huang? Huang Renzi had already regained his composure and, upon hearing this, feigned a carefree smile. So what? Huichun Hall also has new product coming out. Over all these years, Han's Pharmaceutical Group has frequently launched new drugs, yet Huichun Hall has never been intimidated. Without another word, Chuyu stood up and cupped his hands in a salute toward Huang Renzi. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Farewell. Huang Renzi panicked, his mind utterly shattered. It was clearly this vixen who sought me out first. But just when he'd whetted my appetite, the bastard would abruptly take his leave. What the fuck is this? Huang Renzi inwardly groaned in despair, forced to raise his hand to block Chuyu's advance. Mr. Chu, what do you mean by this? Chuyu's gaze suddenly grew sharp, as if seeing right through Huang Renzi's heart. Because you're lying. If I'm not mistaken, President Huang hasn't slept well for 2 days and nights because of this matter. Your lips are purplish, your cheeks sallow, and your eye sockets puffy, clear signs of excessive worry and unease in your heart. Huang Renzi froze instantly. He simply didn't want to show weakness in front of an outsider, yet even this couldn't deceive Chuyu. Since Chuyu had already seen through him, Huang Renzi had no choice but to tell the truth. Mr. Chu, since you've already seen through it, I'll be frank. Indeed, the launch of the Immortal Pill Life No. 1 product has severely impacted our Eternal Spring Hall's business. This matter has cost me both sleep and appetite. It's been tormenting me. Since Mr. Chu has come to see me, you must have a solution to teach me. I humbly request your guidance. Chu wasted no time and went straight to the point. The Han family's Miracle Life No. 1 elixir originated from my Chu family's 9 Jade Dew pill. You know this already. However, the 9 Divine Jade Dew pill is merely an ordinary elixir from my Chu family. It's laughable how the Han family went through such great lengths to obtain the prescription, treating it as some divine relic. Do they truly believe this formula would allow them to dominate Jiangnan's pharmaceutical world? Impossible. Chuyu's words carried immense implications. Huang Renzi suddenly understood, feeling both shocked and thrilled. Mr. Chu, are you suggesting that your family possesses an even more advanced secret recipe than the 9 Divine Jade Dew pill? Chuyu's expression remained composed as he took a sip of tea. Of course, the secret recipes of my Chu family encompass everything imaginable, categorized into 4 tiers with 12 grades in total. The 9 Spirit Jade Dew pill isn't even qualified for grading, yet the Han family treasures it like some priceless relic. How utterly ridiculous. Chu genuinely wasn't lying to Huang Renzi. The mystical Heaven Tower housed countless medical secrets. Among its texts, one classified prescriptions and treatment methods into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. A formula like the 9 God Jade pills can only be considered commonplace, not even qualifying for grading. For a moment, Huang Renzi was like a man lost in an old forest who suddenly spotted the Big Dipper in the sky. His heart flooded with a mix of shock and delight. So, when Mr. Chu sought me out, was it perhaps to... He was so agitated that he couldn't even speak coherently. Chu Yu smiled faintly. That's right, I sought you out to propose a deal. I possess a formula that can save the world, in your Huichun Hall as well. I intend to sell it to you. Huang Renzi had already guessed Chu Yu's intention. Yet he couldn't help but feel thrilled. That's excellent. May I ask the price of Mr. Chu's secret recipe? Chu Yu raised a single finger, his face devoid of any emotion. Huang Renzi felt a surge of joy in his heart and tentatively asked a probing question. 1 million. If Chu Yu indeed possessed a secret formula akin to the divine nectar elixir, acquiring it for 1 million would be a business deal with a 10,000-fold profit. Chu Yu shook his head. Huang Renzi's plump face froze mid-smile as his tone intensified. 10 million. Even for the wealthy and powerful Hui Chuntang Pharmaceutical Company, 10 million was by no means a small sum. Yet Huang Renzi could still afford it. It would just cause him considerable financial pain. Chu Yu shook his head once more, this time speaking bluntly. I want 100 million, plus 10% equity stake in the product line's profits. 100 million. 10% equity. Huang Renzi drew a sharp breath and slumped heavily into his office chair, his face turning ashen. The transfer of 100 million funds was already beyond Huang Renzi's authority. As for the 10% equity stake in the product, he had even less right to decide. These two conditions must be reported to the chairman, as only the chairman can make the decision. Huang Renzi never expected that Chu Yu's appetite would be so insatiable. He wore an embarrassed expression. Mr. Chu, I don't have the authority to allocate such a substantial amount of funds. However, if you dare to guarantee that your secret formula is more potent than the 9 Divine Jade Dew pill, I can make a request to the chairman, but you'll need to wait a moment. Chu Yu sneered coldly. Does your Huichun Hall still have any way out? Let me make it clear. The only reason I'm willing to sell my ancestral secret recipe is to prevent Han Kaiyan and her gang from getting what they want. You may be business competitors, but the Han family is my mortal enemy. I'm only giving you 10 minutes. After that, I'll be taking my secret recipe to Tangmin Corporation. I believe that the Tangmin Group would be very interested in acquiring the secret recipe in my possession. The Tangmin Group is also a pharmaceutical behemoth with even more formidable heritage than the Huichun Hall. Huang Renzi's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally steeled his resolve. All right, I'll report to the chairman right now and have them finalize this matter as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Today, this slap must be delivered. After Huang Renzi finished speaking, he asked Chu Yu to wait for a moment and hurriedly left. Chu Yu waited in Huang Renzi's CEO office for about half an hour before Huang Renzi returned in haste, followed by a man in his 50s. The elderly man wore a suit and tie, with an aquiline nose and deep-set eyes. His stern expression gave him an air of authority. Huang Renzi had just entered the office when he immediately apologized to Chu Yu. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Chu. I've reported this matter to the chairman. He intends to purchase your secret recipe for 100 million. He spoke while introducing the elderly man behind him to Chu Yu. This is Director Chun from the board. He happened to be inspecting work in Jiangbei and was entrusted by the chairman to specifically oversee this acquisition and make the final decision. Director Chun sized up Chu Yu with a glance, seeing that he was barely in his 20s and couldn't help but reveal a trace of disdain in his eyes. He looked at Chu Yu with an imposing air, carrying an unmistakable sense of condescension. I have just one question, Mr. Chu. How can you prove that your secret recipe surpasses the divine 9 Lotus elixir? Is it truly worth 100 million? Chu Yu had already anticipated this moment and smiled faintly. I naturally have a way to prove it to you. With that, Chu Yu took a sandalwood box from his pocket and opened it. Inside the sandalwood box lay soft velvet. Nestled in the velvet was a pale yellow pill as large as a longan fruit. This pill was the result of Chu Yu's refining process in the alchemy room that afternoon. This single batch had nearly exhausted all the rare medicinal ingredients that old Master Chu had painstakingly collected over decades. Chuyu pointed at the pale yellow pill, calm and composed. This is the latest pill I've refined according to the secret formula called the Minor Revival Elixir. It can replenish vital energy, nurture fundamental essence, strengthen tendons and bones, and nourish all internal organs. With prolonged use, this elixir can turn white hair black in the elderly, prolonging one's lifespan. For women, it preserves youth and delays aging. Though its effects resemble the 9 divine jade dew pill, there lies a clear distinction in superiority between them. Although the 9 gods nectar pill does have some effect, it fails to fully dispel the residual medicinal toxins, he explained. Long-term use can be harmful to the human body, which is why it doesn't even qualify for official medicinal grading. But this lesser restoration pill is already a 9th grade yellow tier elixir. Though its rank may not be high, it remains a rare and sacred medicine barely found in this world. Chuyu spoke as he placed the elixir pill in his palm. He gently channeled his vital energy, and warmth emanated from his palm. Instantly, the rich aroma of the pill spread through the air. Huang Renzi and Chairman Chun took a deep inhalation. Both men felt an indescribable serenity wash over their entire bodies, light as a feather, with noticeably smoother circulation of energy and blood throughout their meridians. Though Huang Renzi was already 80% convinced, Chairman Chun continued to glare at Chuyu with suspicion. This pill certainly has an intoxicating fragrance, but when it comes to life-saving medicine, scent is utterly useless. If fragrance were effective, then the most luxurious perfumes would only be worth tens of thousands. Chuyu was just about to speak when Chairman Chun abruptly cut him off. Mr. Chu, the board has made it clear, only by analyzing the active ingredients of the elixir with the life analyzer from my Huichun Hall laboratory can we ensure absolute certainty. Otherwise, no matter how eloquently you speak or how convincingly you argue, no one will believe you. Chuyu nodded to show his understanding. This formula is worth 100 million after all. If its authenticity can't be confirmed, Huichun Hall won't be foolish enough to take the bait. He had originally intended to use his own methods to prove the miraculous properties of this elixir, but now it seemed unnecessary. A few minutes later, Huang Renzi and Chairman Chun had already brought Chuyu to the technical R&D department of Huichun Hall. Inside the R&D department, a dozen or so scientific experts were currently busy with their individual tasks. Huang Renzi let out a light cough, yet none of them raised their heads or spared a glance at Chuyu and his companions. They were all dressed in white lab coats, with various peculiar instruments spread out in front of them, along with an assortment of bottles, jars, and tangled tubes, creating a rather chaotic scene. Huang Renzi looked somewhat embarrassed, offering a bitter smile as he explained to Chuyu and Chairman Chun. These experts were hired at astronomical annual salaries from top medical colleges, some even recruited from renowned overseas research institutes. They're all research fanatics. In their eyes, nothing exists except experimental data and various pharmaceuticals. Please don't take offense, gentlemen. Director Chen snorted, his expression darkening, but Chuyu simply smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Huang Renzi led Chuyu and Director Chun through the hall, arriving before a lab that resembled a glass enclosure, then reached out to knock on the door. Professor Wu, it's me, Huang Renzi. I have urgent business and request an audience. Huang Renzi knocked persistently, yet the lab door remained firmly shut. Left with no choice, Huang Renzi began pounding on the door forcefully, immediately drawing an impatient reprimand from within. Shut the hell up. Get lost if you've got nothing important. Huang Renzi's face darkened, but he kept pounding on the door. The door finally opened. A bespectacled old man with disheveled hair suddenly thrust half his head out, glaring fiercely at Huang Renzi. Give me a damn good reason, or I won't hold back. Huang Renzi seemed already accustomed to Professor Wu's rudeness and introduced him to Chuyu. This is Professor Wu Jiaming, academician of the 9th Scientific Medical College. After retiring, Professor Wu was rehired by our group company and now serves as the director of our new technology development department, as well as the chief expert. It was actually Professor Wu Jiaming. Even Chuyu couldn't help but be astonished. Despite this old man's unremarkable appearance and boorish manners, he was actually a preeminent figure in the medical field both domestically and internationally. Wu Jiaming studied abroad in his early years and later returned to China to serve as an academician at the Ninth Research Institute. He had devoted his life to conquering countless medical research challenges, with his scholarly works filling shelves. At the same time, he was also a renowned medical master and clinical virtuoso, celebrated both at home and abroad. Many of the brilliant minds now active in the medical field had once been his disciples. In the past, such a person would have been considered a divine healer like Hua Tuo. Huang Renzi wanted to introduce Chu Yu to Wu Jiaming, but Wu Jiaming snorted impatiently. "Speak if you have something to say. Cut the crap if you don't. I don't have time for idle chat." Huang Renzi had no choice but to swallow his embarrassment and explain the purpose of their visit. "Professor Wu, we'd like you to test the active compounds and therapeutic effects of this elixir." Huang Renzi spoke as he presented the small restorative pill sent by Chu Yu with both hands. Wu Jiaming took one look at the pills in the box and immediately moved to shut the door without another word. Huang Renzi quickly pushed the door to stop it. "Professor Wu, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Jiaming suddenly erupted in furious curses. "All of you people clearly have nothing better to do, making me waste my time on these pointless tasks day after day. What good could this candy-like little pill possibly do? You really think immortality pills exist in this world? Bunch of idiots." He kept cursing while glancing at Chu Yu, likely guessing his identity, and the insults grew even fouler. Some of these quack doctors these days don't know their ass from their elbow. Grabbing any random, scribbled prescription and calling himself a miracle doctor. Why doesn't he take a piss and look in the mirror? Yet there are fools like you who cling stubbornly to these worthless prescriptions. Count for yourself. How many so-called secret formulas have I tested these past 6 months? How much of my time have they wasted? Get out, all of you." Wu Jiaming finished speaking, shoved Huang Renzi aside, and with a bang, shut the laboratory door. Chu Yu, inexplicably berated, felt a surge of irritation in his heart. He roughly understood what Wu Jiaming meant. These medical doctors who returned from studying abroad utterly looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. In their minds, traditional Chinese medicine was a symbol of feudal backwardness and superstition, no different from witchcraft and shamanistic rituals, something that should have long been confined to the dustbin of history. Huang Renzi felt extremely awkward and hurriedly offered his apologies to Chu Yu. "Sorry about that. Professor Wu is just such a stubborn man who has little regard for traditional Chinese medicine. All right, let's get out of here first, and then we'll figure something out." Chu Yu shook his head. "No, we'll verify it right here. I assure you, in 10 minutes, this old man will be bowing down to apologize to me. Today, this humiliation is inevitable. It must be done." Chapter 30. Earth-Shattering Changes. Traditional Chinese medicine differs from Western medicine. Whether in diagnostic techniques or the brewing and preparation of herbs, it emphasizes the subtle art of variation, relying on intuition rather than rigid rules and data. Thus, Chinese medicine is easy to learn but challenging to master. Many masters of traditional Chinese medicine dedicate their entire lives to research, and only in their later years, after accumulating vast experience and pharmacological knowledge, do their medical skills gradually become refined. Western medicine emphasizes rigorous data and scientific evidence. Young doctors in their 20s can already perform surgeries and treat patients. Though Western medicine is highly practical, it has its limitations, reducing complex changes in conditions to rigid numerical data. In modern society, Western medicine prevails while traditional Chinese medicine declines. Western medicine practitioners often look down upon traditional Chinese medicine, even mocking and suppressing it, gradually creating an irreconcilable opposition between the two medical disciplines. Since Chu Yu had inherited the ancestral legacy, he would not allow outsiders to defile traditional Chinese medicine. Although Wu Jiaming enjoyed nationwide fame, he looked down upon traditional Chinese medicine. Chu Yu didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Huang Renzi felt somewhat conflicted. But how can we prove it without those high-tech instruments in the lab? Chairman Chun frowned, looking at Chu Yu as if he were a clown. What kind of person is Wu Jiaming? The chief expert of Huichun Hall, a world-renowned master of medicine with an unyielding and arrogant temperament. Even the CEO, Huang Renzi, was someone he'd curse at without hesitation. How could he possibly owe an apology to some wet-behind-the-ears brat? How utterly brainless must this punk be to spout such shameless and arrogant nonsense? Apologize? Seriously? Professor Wu refrained from driving this brat out with a cane, already the height of politeness. In reality, Chairman Chen didn't believe a single word Chu Yu said. The affair between Chu Yu and Han Kai-yen had already caused a huge scandal throughout their social circle. Regardless of who was right or wrong, the fact remained that Chu Yu had been expelled from the Han family and was now at the end of his rope. From Chairman Chen's perspective, this kid must have been driven to desperation by poverty, which was why he came to Huichun Hall to pull off this scam. Chu Yu seemed to read their thoughts and smiled faintly. My method is simple. If it can save lives, it's good medicine. If it can't, then all the data is meaningless. Without waiting for Huang Renzi to speak up, Chu Yu cut straight to the point. I need a dying white mouse. I'll let you witness with your own eyes how my minor restoration pill can bring a white mouse back from the dead. Chairman Chun and Huang Renzi exchanged glances. Contempt was written all over Chairman Chen's eyes, while Huang Renzi's expression had also darkened. He too was beginning to doubt Chu Yu. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners tend to exaggerate, claiming their elixirs can bring the dead back to life. But where in this world could such a miraculous elixir exist? Nevertheless, Huang Renzi still nodded. Good, I'll have someone fetch it immediately. Director Chun let out a cold laugh. I'll go myself. In medical laboratories, white mice are commonly kept as experimental subjects. And there were as many lab mice that failed the experiment and were on the verge of death as one could wish for. Director Chun, fearing that others might help Chu Yu pass off a vigorous little white mouse as genuine, decided to personally oversee the search. Soon, with the assistance of the technical staff, Director Chun found a barely alive white mouse in the biological waste bin. Chairman Chun confirmed that this white mouse was on the verge of death and would breathe its last within 10 minutes. He thought for a moment, then instructed the technician to slam the white mouse onto the ground twice in succession. The little white mouse was already on the verge of death, but now it barely had any breath left, its chest barely rising at all. Before long, technicians wearing disposable gloves brought the white mouse before Chu Yu. With just one glance, Chu Yu could tell that this white mouse had been injected with some chemical agent. The side effects of the drug had already reduced it to hanging by a thread. At the same time, multiple bones inside the white mouse were fractured, with internal organs hemorrhaging. It could draw its last breath at any moment. They deliberately chose such an incompetent person, clearly aiming to make a fool of me. However, Chu Yu didn't care. He scraped some powdered elixir from the small returning pill. After the medicinal powder and water were blended into a medicinal solution, Chu Yu instructed the technicians to feed it to the lab mice. Everyone quietly waited. The little white mouse lay motionless in a glass container. An experimental life monitor was connected to its nose, mouth, and heart. The various vital signs on the white rat life monitor had nearly flattened into straight lines, with only slight fluctuations in heartbeat and respiration. The experiment quickly spread, and soon other researchers in the lab came over to watch. However, these people had come to mock him, each face bearing a sneer. A young punk in his 20s, claiming his elixir could bring the dead back to life. This in itself was the biggest joke of all, not to mention a blatant disrespect toward every expert present. Aside from Huang Renzi, nearly everyone present was eagerly waiting to relish the impending humiliation. Professor Wu Jiaming holds an exalted position and has his own independent laboratory. Looking through the glass enclosure at Chu Yu's clumsy performance in the hall, Wu Jiaming couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. Over the years, Hua Chuntang has extensively collected secret remedies from civilian circles, purchasing them at high prices. This has led countless folk healers to come offering their so-called secret remedies. Similar scenes play out 7 or 8 times every month in the R&D department. Yet each time, Those quacks are exposed for their scams and flee in disgrace. This time, it was merely a rerun of the same old scam. Under the crowd's watchful gaze, Chuyu remained as composed as an old man fishing by the river, unhurried and utterly at ease. After more than 10 minutes had passed, the little white mouse's eyes slowly closed. Every vital sign on its life monitor was nearly flatlining. Chairman Chun had long grown impatient. After another 2 minutes, he could bear it no longer and rose abruptly. In my opinion, this farce should end here. Clearly, it's nothing but a scam. Huang Renzi's gaze at Chuyu was ice cold. He almost got fooled by this kid. And what's worse, it even alarmed the chairman. What a humiliation. Several experts from the technology development department shook their heads repeatedly, and one couldn't help but complain to Huang Renzi. President Huang, please don't waste our time with such matters in the future. If just any random pill could cure illnesses, we might as well all go home and sell sweet potatoes. Huang Renzi's chubby face flushed crimson, his pride stung by such scolding from a subordinate. His cheeks burned with humiliation. Huang Renzi shot a venomous glare at Chuyu, his eyes filled with malice. Mr. Chu, you must give me an explanation, otherwise I will call the police. This is fraud. Chuyu didn't even glance at Huang Renzi, his eyes fixed on the vital signs monitor as if filled with infinite confidence. Huang Renzi watched him, still putting on pretenses, and his anger flared up inside. He was about to call security to throw this pretty boy out when the lab rat's life monitor suddenly began beeping frantically. Huang Renzi was startled, his eyes widening as he stared at the life monitor. Yet the screen had already undergone a dramatic transformation. Just now, the various vital signs of the white mouse, including respiration and heartbeat, showed very minor fluctuations. The lines were flat and straight. However, suddenly, the lines representing the vital signs of the white mouse began to show peaks, with the frequency growing higher and higher. This was enough to prove that the white mouse, which had been on the verge of death moments ago, had actually come back to life. Chapter 31. No, you don't deserve it. Huang Renzi was stunned. A surge of immense euphoria welled up in his heart. The secret recipe is genuine. The revival of Huichun Hall is assured. Huang Renzi, like a drowning man clutching at straws, suddenly found a fragile reed transforming into a sturdy lifeline. This feeling of being rescued from the brink of death even made him nearly lose control of his bladder. Huang Renzi instinctively rushed to the life monitor, screaming wildly. The lab rat is alive. This formula is real. The technical department experts who had been watching this farce were already preparing to return to their seats. Yet upon hearing Huang Renzi's near-hysterical shouting, they all turned their heads back again. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, the little white lab mouse could be seen opening its eyes. Its spirits noticeably improved, those bean-sized eyeballs rolling incessantly. The life monitor for the white mouse showed peaks and troughs in the wavy lines, representing various vital signs, gradually stabilizing. Every observer's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This pill, it actually revived the white mouse. No one would dare believe this scene if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. This is nothing short of a miracle in medical history. The most shocked person, of course, was Chairman Chun. This nearly dead white mouse was handpicked by him. He knew the condition of the white mouse best. The already barely alive white mouse suffered 2 heavy falls, causing internal bleeding. In Chairman Chin's view, even an elixir of immortality would struggle to save it. Yet now, this white mouse inexplicably survived, defying all logic, persisting beyond reason. Bang! The door to Wu Jiaming's laboratory suddenly burst open as the disheveled old man came rushing out. His eyes were filled with fervor, even stumbling nearly to the ground for moving too quickly. Yet he paid no heed, staggering forward until he reached the lab mouse, his gaze fixed tightly on the life monitor, as if he had just spotted an alien. Wu Jiaming witnessed this shocking scene through the glass shield in the laboratory. He was utterly horrified and rushed out immediately, staring obsessively at the white mice that had been fed the elixir, entranced as if under a spell. Slowly, Wu Jiaming's body began to tremble, a moan-like sigh escaping from the depths of his throat. Heavens, the myth of bringing the dead back to life has actually become reality. Am I dreaming? Wu Jiaming's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control as he seized Huang Renzi's hand, veins bulging starkly on the back of his grip. Director Huang, tell me, am I dreaming? Huang Renzi shook his head excitedly repeatedly. No, you're not dreaming. This is real. Ha. Mr. Chu didn't lie to me. Even the genuine Nine Gods nectar pill couldn't achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life. This minor recovery pill is truly miraculous. Huang Renzi burst into uncontrollable laughter. Wu Jiaming was panting heavily when he abruptly thrust his hand straight at Chu Yu. Bring it here. Chu Yu asked knowingly. What? I don't understand what you mean. Wu Jiaming glared at Chu Yu, then suddenly slapped himself hard across the face, followed by several more resounding slaps. He struck himself with such force that his face quickly became battered and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was startled, but Wu Jiaming had already bowed deeply to Chu Yu in apology. Mr. Chu, I apologize. I didn't know my place and have offended you. These slaps are my way of apologizing to you. The entire crowd had already been stunned speechless by Chu Yu's experiment, and now their minds reeled as though struck a heavy blow. Everyone's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Wu Jiaming genuinely apologized, and doing so in such a self-destructive manner at that. Given Wu Jiaming's status and medical expertise, even the most powerful elites would have to show him deference. As a man of proud and unyielding character, even General Manager Huang found himself rendered speechless every time he came to inspect the technical department, always ending up verbally bested by Wu Jiaming. Yet now, Wu Jiaming, a man who had stood steadfast his entire life, was actually apologizing to a young man barely 20 years old and slapping himself in remorse. If word of this got out, it would immediately trigger an earthquake of controversy in the medical community. Among all present, the most shocked was undoubtedly Chairman Chun. In his ears, Chu Yu's words seemed to echo endlessly. In 10 minutes, this old man will surely bow and apologize to me properly. Today, this face must be slapped. He indeed ruthlessly slapped Professor Wu's face. Wu Jiaming finished slapping his own face, looking at Chu Yu with eager anticipation. If sir would forgive me, I hope to personally test the active ingredients and medicinal properties of this small revitalizing pill to make up for my earlier mistakes. Chu Yu shook his head. No, you're not worthy. You study Western medicine, yet you throw away the wisdom passed down by our ancestors, even slandering and insulting it. What qualifies you to research my elixirs? Wu Jiaming froze, his face ashen, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, Huang Renzi reacted swiftly and rushed over to plead for Wu Jiaming. Mr. Chu, Professor Wu is the head of our Huachuntang Technology Development Department. His expert opinion is crucial to our collaboration. Chu Yu glared coldly at Huang Renzi. Is it absolutely necessary to go through his appraisal? Huang Renzi gritted his teeth. This is a necessary procedure. Please understand, Mr. Chu. Chu Yu nodded slightly. Very well, goodbye. With these words, he turned and left without so much as a frown. Huang Renzi was immediately alarmed and tried to stop him, only to be pushed aside forcefully. He had no choice but to trot along behind Chu Yu, pleading as he ran. Mr. Chu, let's talk this through properly. Please try to understand my difficult position. Huang Renzi kept talking nonstop, but Chu Yu acted as if he didn't hear a word. In just a few strides, Chu Yu exited the new technology development department and prepared to leave. Huang Renzi was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he followed closely behind Chu Yu. Mr. Chu, please don't walk away. Our corporation desperately needs your secret recipe. Once Professor Wu verifies its authenticity, we can discuss absolutely anything. Name your price. Would 110 million be acceptable? 120 million might do it, and 130 million isn't out of the question either, but not a penny more. Chu Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks and fixed Huang Renzi with an icy stare. "What did you just say?" Huang Renzi replied casually. "We can discuss anything." Chuyu interrupted Huang Renzi's words. "Not that sentence, the following one." Huang Renzi blurted out. "If not, then 120 million, even 130 million isn't impossible." Huang Renzi suddenly realized something midway through his words and clapped a hand over his mouth. 130 million was the absolute bottom line the chairman had given Huang Renzi. Huang Renzi would never reveal his reserve price unless absolutely necessary. Yet Huang Renzi never imagined that Chuyu could be so cunning, effortlessly coaxing out his bottom line with such simplicity. Monsters indeed. As expected, Chuyu smiled, his grin radiant to the extreme. "That's the deal, 130 million, with the equity share remaining at 10%. Done." Huang Renzi released the hand that covered his mouth, wishing he could slap himself 17 or 18 times in self-reproach. Why the hell did you have to run your damn mouth? 30 million, just thrown away like that. This pretty-faced guy looks harmless as a lamb, but he's craftier than a fox. The moment he stepped into the technology department's office, this outcome was already sealed. Wu Jiaming's reaction, along with Huang Renzi and Director Chen's responses, were all within his calculations. His feigned angry departure was precisely calculated to play on Huang Renzi's psychology, knowing full well he'd be pressured to offer the highest possible price. Huang Renzi indeed fell for the trap. Just as Huang Renzi was on the verge of tears, Director Chen snorted. "Don't celebrate too soon. Before Professor Wu's test results come out, even if it's 130 million, it's just a horse painted on a wall, impossible to pull down." At this moment, Huang Renzi perked up while Chuyu merely smiled. "I promise you, this time the test results of the prescription will absolutely blow your mind. I hope you can hold up when the time comes and don't end up on your knees." Chapter 32. Can we talk properly now? Director Chen snorted, wanting to say a few words to save face, but suddenly stopped himself and swallowed the rest of his words. This pretty boy surnamed Chu might look innocent and harmless, with an honest face, but his mind is full of cunning schemes. Most importantly, since his marital scandal, he seemed like a different person, vengeful and petty, with a heart as narrow as a needle's eye. If he said he'd make you kneel, he'd probably go to any lengths to force you to do just that. This kind of person is truly not to be trifled with. Seeing him remain silent, clearly intimidated, Chuyu smiled faintly and said no more. He scraped off some powder from the minor restoration elixir and handed it to Wu Jiaming. Wu Jiaming received the powder with reverence, bowed deeply to Chuyu, then had his assistant bring in the lab mice that had consumed the elixir liquid before retreating into his laboratory. The dozen or so experts in the technical department couldn't believe their eyes at the sight before them. Over the years, Wu Jiaming had been duped by so-called secret recipes from charlatans, leaving him utterly disillusioned and utterly despising these mysterious concoctions. Every person present had witnessed Professor Wu Jiaming swinging a broom more than once, chasing a swindler through the grand hall in a fit of rage. It was utter chaos. But today, to apologize to a junior, he slapped himself publicly and humbly requested to personally verify the recipe. If this were to spread, it would cause a sensation throughout the Jiangbei medical community. Huang Renzi carefully accompanied Chuyu, waiting for the results. Although the acquisition cost had risen by another 30 million, it would be well worth it if this secret recipe turned out to be genuine. At that moment, Huang Renzi's secretary hurried into the technology department, whispering a couple of words into his ear. Huang Renzi's expression changed. He glanced at Chuyu, his plump face breaking into a smile. "Mr. Chu, I have a small matter to attend to. Please wait for me." A glint flashed through Chuyu's eyes as he nodded slightly without speaking. Soon after, Huang Renzi returned, apologizing to Chuyu with smiles and courtesy that lasted quite some time. Half an hour later, in the laboratory, Professor Wu Jiaming stared dumbfounded at the test data, his expression one of utter astonishment. The blood test results taken from the lab mice had already come in. The potency of the minor restoration pill had not only purged all harmful substances from the mice's bodies, but had also repaired their internal organs. If nothing unexpected occurs, the fractured bones of these lab mice will heal completely within a day or two, restoring them to full vitality. Research has revealed an extraordinary bioactive substance present in the bloodstream of these mice. This is the very substance that created the miracle of bringing the white mouse back from death. Immediately following this, the comprehensive metrics of the minor rejuvenation pill were displayed, rows upon rows of dense data lining the computer screen. When Professor Wu Jiaming saw one particular indicator, his eyes abruptly widened. His entire body trembled faintly as if electrified. The minor rejuvenation pill's vitality biomarkers had astonishingly reached 65%. Life activity factor is the most crucial indicator in all traditional Chinese medicines, determining the quality and efficacy of a drug. Take the precious wild mountain ginseng, for example. Even century-old wild ginseng can achieve a maximum life activity factor of only 40%. Yet, just such wild ginseng can sustain the last breath of a dying person, its miraculous effects leaving people awestruck. Chuyu's minor restoration pill, however, boasts a life activity factor 25% higher than that of century-old wild mountain ginseng. This is practically the legendary elixir, the divine pill. Wu Jiaming couldn't adequately describe his overwhelming excitement. It was like witnessing an ancient martial arts master who could leap across rooftops, believing himself to have reached the pinnacle of human capability. Then looking up, he saw a Boeing 747 jetliner. This dimensionality-reducing shock struck him with such force that Wu Jiaming nearly fell to his knees before the computer. For Wu Jiaming, the densely packed data before his eyes was nothing short of divine revelation. Huang Renzi was chatting with Chuyu when a laboratory door burst open with a bang. Wu Jiaming rushed out, waving the test results frantically in his hand. He rushed straight to Chuyu, almost dropping to his knees on the spot, his face a mask of utter disbelief. Life activity element at 65%. Mr. Chu, how did you refine this elixir? This isn't just any medicine. It's an elixir, a heavenly elixir. The vitality factor is at 65%. This figure spoken by Professor Wu struck everyone present like a hammer to the skull. Everyone's mind buzzed with shock, their eyes widening in utter disbelief. Life activity factor is the fundamental metric in traditional Chinese medicine research, known to all. Even outsiders like Chairman Chen and Huang Renzi knew what 65% life activity factor signified. This meant that this tiny pellet's efficacy surpassed even that of a 500-year-old wild ginseng. A 500-year-old wild ginseng is a rare encounter beyond seeking. As human footprints spread across the earth, they have already been dug to extinction. Whenever a single 100-year-old wild ginseng appears, countless wealthy elites will fiercely bid for it, driving prices to millions or even tens of millions. And now, Chuyu has actually refined pills comparable to 500-year-old wild ginseng. How utterly miraculous! Huang Renzi, unable to support his obese body any longer, collapsed onto the chair, panting heavily. Chairman Chen had to exert tremendous strength to steady himself, preventing his knees from buckling on the spot. Both of them understood perfectly well what this prescription meant for the Huichun Hall. It meant Huichun Hall now possessed genuine confidence to stand against the Han family pharmaceutical group, potentially remaining unshaken for a century. A single formula could even lay the foundation for a billion-dollar corporate empire. Chuyu gazed coldly at Huang Renzi and Director Chen. Now, can we have a proper talk? Huang Renzi jolted awake from his overwhelming joy, nodding incessantly. Please, Mr. Chu, come to my office to discuss this matter. I will surely give you a satisfactory answer. A few minutes later, Chuyu arrived at Huang Renzi's office. This time, there was no need for any discussion or negotiation whatsoever. Huang Renzi instructed his secretary to draft the acquisition contract for the secret recipe at the fastest possible speed. The efficacy of the Xiaohuan Dan prescription was so miraculous that even Chairman Chen was left speechless and utterly convinced. To commemorate this historic moment, Huang Renzi and Chu Yu agreed to officially sign the contract at noon 3 days later in the Grand Conference Hall of the Huichun Hall office building. By then, all the senior members of Huichun Hall will attend, and they will also invite numerous guests and media reporters to participate in this grand event. This, of course, is also part of their commercial promotional strategy. With Han's Pharmaceutical Group's Divine Elixir, Life Number 1, already saturating the market with heavy promotional efforts, Huichun Hall naturally cannot afford to lag behind. It was all happily decided like this. The next day, news of Chu Yu selling the Xiao Huandan prescription to Huichun Hall quickly exploded across Jiangbei City, sending shockwaves through the medical community. The reason is simple. The fame of Chu Yu's family heirloom, the 9 Divine Nectar pills, is simply too great. This time, a new minor restoration pill has been revealed, rumored to be even more miraculous than the 9 Divine Nectar pills, sparking intense curiosity among everyone. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chu Yu's collaboration with Huichun Hall was clearly targeting Han's Pharmaceutical Group, carrying thick undertones of confrontation. This grand spectacle is becoming increasingly thrilling, and everyone is eagerly awaiting the outcome. 3 days flew by in a flash, and the moment of signing the contract finally arrived. Chapter 33. This time, let's see how you die. Early in the morning, as Chu Yu had just returned from his run, he saw a long line of luxury cars parked outside his home. Leading the procession was a Maybach, followed by 9 Bentleys. The line of luxury cars sparkled like diamonds, drawing crowds of onlookers on the old street. Just as Chu Yu was wondering what was happening, a strikingly elegant and beautiful woman stepped out of the Maybach. An air of refined, intellectual elegance, typical of a high-ranking white-collar professional, emanated from her entire being. Though her loose-fitting office attire wasn't form-fitting, it couldn't hide her enviable figure. The beautiful woman hurried over as soon as she saw Chu Yu. Behind the beautiful woman, the portly Huang Renzi appeared, trotting over to greet Chu Yu as well. Chu Yu frowned and came to a stop. Huang Renzi reached Chu Yu's side, slightly out of breath, and promptly began introducing the beauty accompanying him. Master Chu, the chairman places great importance on today's signing ceremony. This is the chairman's daughter, Ting Chun. She has come personally to receive you, master. Ting Chun gazed at Chu Yu with admiration, extending her fair and slender hand with a beaming smile. Ting pays her respects to Master Chu. I've traveled all the way from the provincial capital just for the chance to meet you, master. At this point, Chun Ting blushed and shyly fell silent. Chu Yu shook hands with Chun Ting, his frown deepening instead. The contract signing is at noon. Isn't it still too early now? Huang Renzi was left stammering. Who exactly was Chun Ting? She is the daughter of the chairman of Huichun Hall, with immense family wealth and outstanding accomplishments herself, having graduated from Harvard University. Such a stunningly beautiful and talented woman came in person to welcome Chu Yu, yet he seemed somewhat displeased. Chun Ting hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. It's my fault. I heard about such a profoundly learned young master and eagerly looked forward to meeting him. But my visit was rather impulsive. Since Chun Ting had spoken like this, Chu Yu couldn't very well make things difficult for her, so he nodded in agreement. Now that we've met, feel free to head back. I'll be sure to attend the signing ceremony on time at noon. Chun Ting paused for a moment, her eyes flickering with unmistakable disappointment. Never before had any young man treated her with such cold indifference, not in the modest Jiangbei, nor throughout the entire Jiangnan province, not even at Harvard overseas. It could be said that with just a little coaxing, should Chun Ting wish it, hordes of wealthy young heirs and promising young gentlemen would prostrate themselves at her feet, hanging on her every whim. For a moment, Chun Ting's eyes turned red. Master Chu, since I'm already here, please let me treat you to a meal. You're my idol after all, don't send me away. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a hint of coquettish charm. Chu Yu's brows furrowed even tighter, his eyes narrowing slightly, leaving no clue as to what was going through his mind. Seeing this, Chun Ting took a step forward, tugging at Chu Yu's sleeve and giving it a slight shake. Master Chu, since we're about the same age, let me call you Brother Chu. Please don't refuse me. This is my first time sincerely inviting a man to dinner. If you turn me down, all my girlfriends will laugh at me. The restaurant isn't far. We'll finish eating just in time to make it to the signing ceremony. Won't delay anything at all. Her large eyes blinked imploringly, giving off the innocent, adorable charm of the girl next door. Chu Yu glanced at Huang Renzi, who frantically gestured for him to agree immediately. With no other choice, Chu Yu heaved a resigned sigh. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll go change my clothes and be right back. Chun Tingting wiped away her tears and smiled. Thank you, Brother Chu, for saving me face. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the courage to go back. Chu Yu returned to the old house, changed his clothes, briefly explained the situation to his parents, and instructed Chu Meng to protect them well before heading out again. He went jogging at Guiyin Mountain in the morning, clad in a full Nike tracksuit. After leaving the Chu family ancestral home, he changed into a blue cloth changshan and thousand-layered sole shoes. The archaic costume draped over Chu Yu's handsome features and tall, upright frame exuded an aura of effortless elegance. Chen Tingting's eyes twinkled with admiration as she praised affectionately. Brother Chu is so handsome. Your looks could instantly outshine many A-list male celebrities. Please get in the car. Chu Yu stepped into the Maybach, immediately enveloped by a delicate floral fragrance as Chen Tingting slid in right beside him. Her sunny, extroverted personality made Chen Tingting endlessly curious about Chu Yu, and she bombarded him with an unceasing stream of questions. Chu Yu had a calm and indifferent personality, and he didn't like to talk much. After the incident with Han Kaiyan, he held even less appreciation for beautiful women. So, when faced with many of Chen Tingting's questions, Chu Yu either pretended not to hear them or responded with vague, casual replies. Chen Tingting pouted her cherry-like lips, visibly displeased. Brother Chu, you're such a bore, no wonder your ex-wife. Chen Tingting suddenly realized what she had said and covered her mouth in shock, immediately apologizing to Chu Yu. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I didn't mean to bring up such a painful memory for you. Please don't be sad. Chu Yu smiled faintly. It's all right, I'm not hurting anymore. That's all in the past now. Only then did Chen Tingting relax, her face breaking into a smile. Among the 3,000 Chinese characters, love is the sharpest blade. For Brother Chu to sever its ties, he is indeed a man of great wisdom. Chu Yu sighed deeply. You'd better just call me Chu Yu. Neither Grandmaster Chu nor Brother Chu feels quite right. Chen Tingting pouted at Chu Yu, her large eyes blinking rapidly. I insist on calling you brother. That's exactly how I want to address you. Chu Yu turned his head to look out the car window, falling completely silent. Chen Tingting had arranged this meal at Linjiang Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment, where the dishes were extravagantly luxurious. Though it was just a meal for two, over a dozen dishes were served, all renowned state banquet delicacies. Among them were classics like boiled cabbage and supreme soup and squirrel mandarin fish, dishes that have won universal praise. In addition to these, the meal also featured lobster, sea cucumber, shark fin, and abalone. Chen Tingting even opened a bottle of 1989 Lafite Rothschild wine. Chu Yu estimated that this single meal was worth at least 100 grand. It was clear that Chen Tingting admired Chu Yu greatly. Her words and actions radiated admiration and adoration for Chu Yu, like a starstruck fan fawning over their idol. Chen Tingting carried herself with grace. Her admiration was evident, but never overly exaggerated. Her words carried the profound richness of traditional Chinese medicine culture. Moreover, she was exceedingly thoughtful and gentle, never mentioning the unpleasant incidents that had happened to Chu Yu before, always choosing humorous jokes to cheer him up. No man could refuse such a girl. After the meal, the bond between them had noticeably deepened. Chu Yu didn't object to Chen Tingting repeatedly calling him Brother Chu either. At noon, Chu Yu arrived at the Huichun Hall office building in Chen Tingting's Maybach, surrounded by a fleet of luxury cars. In front of the office building, countless media reporters were already waiting. As soon as Chu Yu stepped out of the car, A dozen journalists swarmed forward like locusts, snapping photos of him while thrusting numerous microphones toward his face. Mr. Chu, I've heard that the Xiao Huan Dan is also a secret family recipe of the Chu family. Is that true? Mr. Chu, by choosing to collaborate with Hui Chuntang, are you aiming to use their influence to counter the Han's pharmaceutical group? Mr. Chu, do you have anything to say to the media about Ms. Han, Kaiyan? Chu Yu declined to answer all such questions from these reporters with a uniform, no comment. Then, surrounded by the security personnel of Hui Chuntang, he entered the Hui Chuntang office building. Across from the Hui Chuntang office building, inside an elegantly decorated room, Han Kaiyan, dressed in a beige Korean-style trench coat, sat by the window holding a crystal red wine glass. Seated opposite Han Kaiyan was none other than Li Yongming, who hadn't been seen for quite some time. Watching Chu Yu enter the Hui Chuntang office building, they smugly clinked glasses before emptying their wine in one gulp. Han Kaiyan's smile seemed venomous. Chu Yu, this time, I'd like to see how you'll die. Chapter 34. This time, I won't forgive him no matter what. Chun Tingting guided Chu Yu into the Hui Chuntang office building, her hand tightly entwined with his all the way, making no attempt to hide their closeness. As they entered the lobby, Chun Tingting looked at Chu Yu with an apologetic expression. Brother Chu, please wait here for a moment. I'll go inform my father and have him personally come downstairs to greet you. Chun Tingting's father, Chun Tianxiao, was no ordinary figure. He served as the president of Huichun Pharmaceutical Corporation. He was worth billions, a nationally renowned tycoon ranked among the top 20 on the rich list. Huichun Tang was a nationwide franchise, and Huang Renzi was merely the general manager of its Jiangnan province branch, just a high-level employee, nothing more. Huang Renzi is far inferior compared to Chun Tianxiao. The fact that Chun Tingting asked her father to personally come out to greet him shows how much Chu Yu weighs in her heart. Chu Yu shook his head and stopped Chun Tingting. No need for formalities, let's just head straight up. At that very moment, a tall elder with an intimidating presence stepped out of the elevator, flanked by two bodyguards. He saw Chu Yu and Chun Tingting, let out a hearty laugh, and strode over to meet them. Divine Physician, Chu has arrived. This old man failed to greet you properly. Please don't take offense. It was Chun Tianxiao, president of Hui Chuntang Pharmaceutical, personally coming to welcome Chu Yu. As he spoke, Chun Tianxiao shot Chun Tingting a sidelong glance, his smile carrying subtle amusement. You still disobeyed my instruction and sought out Divine Physician Chu after all. A young lady ought to have some modesty. Chun Tingting blushed crimson and lowered her head, yet stole a sidelong glance at Chu Yu. Chu Yu gave a slight, indifferent bow. Chu Yu greets President Chun. Your daughter is bright and vivacious. It is I who have failed to meet her expectations. Chun Tianxiao, the president of Huichun Hall, is a figure known to everyone in the medical field. Chu Yu had seen him many times on television before, but only now did he meet the man in person. Chun Tianxiao burst into loud laughter. It seems you two get along well. Young people should make more friends. The more connections, the more opportunities. He had a kindly face, a benevolent demeanor, and an air of congeniality that made one instantly warm to him. Chun Tianxiao chatted and laughed heartily as he escorted Chu Yu to the grand conference hall on the third floor. After conversing with Chu Yu for a while longer, he finally took his leave. There was still half an hour left before the official start of the signing ceremony. Chun Tingting obediently stayed by Chu Yu's side. One moment she brought him juice, the next she served him cake, attending to him with utmost care. By now, the conference hall was filling with distinguished guests invited by Huichun Hall. Watching Chun Tingting bustling around, tending to Chu Yu, the guests couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. However, those invited by the Revival Hall to attend the signing ceremony were either wealthy and influential or esteemed figures in the medical field, akin to towering mountains and guiding stars. These people are far more shrewd and calculating than the average person, yet remain mindful of their dignity. Though curious, no one approached Chu Yu to strike up a conversation. Another 10 minutes passed before the signing ceremony officially began. First, The host invited Chen Tianxiao to deliver his speech. Chen Tianxiao showed considerable potential as an orator. Taking advantage of the acquisition ceremony, he passionately elaborated on the future development direction and core philosophy of Huichun Hall, brimming with ambition and stirring waves of applause from the audience. The host then invited Chu Yu to speak again, and Chu Yu responded with just one sentence. "I have nothing to say. Can we proceed with the signing now?" The host was somewhat speechless, but quickly changed the subject and announced the official commencement of the signing ceremony. Amidst the graceful melodies of a guqin, Chen Tianxiao and Chu Yu walked down the red carpet together, stepping up to the sandalwood desk at the center of the hall. There were already 3 identical contracts laid out on the table. Chen Tianxiao and Chu Yu needed to sign all 3 copies of the contracts, followed by notarization. After signing, according to the meeting procedure, both parties were required to publicly exchange the secret formula of Xiaohuan Dan and the check for 130 million yuan. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Chu Yu pulled out a long-prepared prescription and handed it to Chen Tianxiao. Chen Tianxiao, following protocol, presented the prescription to Professor Wu's medical team for evaluation. After Professor Wu and the team verified its authenticity without any discrepancies, security personnel immediately locked the secret recipe inside the safe. Then, Chen Tianxiao personally handed the 130 million check to Chu Yu. Just as Chen Tianxiao handed over the check, and Chu Yu reached out to take it, a sudden twist occurred. A soft, yet icy voice unexpectedly reached everyone's ears. "Chairman Chen, stop. You're being deceived." Chen Tianxiao recoiled in shock, pulling his hand back as almost everyone in the meeting hall simultaneously turned to look outside. The voice was indeed coming from outside the door. The conference room door swung open as a group of people poured in. The leader was a woman with an enchanting and gentle face, her figure graceful, none other than Han Kaiyan. Behind Han Kaiyan stood the dashing Li Yongming. Han Kaiyan still radiated dazzling beauty, while Li Yongming appeared somewhat haggard, with dark circles under his listless eyes. Su Nana's contracted peach blossom affliction had brought great suffering to both Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan. Though the peach blossom affliction wasn't an incurable disease, curing it would still require considerable time. During these days, certain parts of their bodies have been festering and itching relentlessly, leaving them unable to sleep at night or find rest during the day, utterly miserable. At the sight of Chu Yu, a flash of intense hatred flickered in Li Yongming's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. He lowered his eyelids, feigning indifference. As for Han Kaiyan, she didn't even glance at Chu Yu, as though the man before her simply didn't exist. Behind the pair followed 5 or 6 people dressed in work uniforms. One of the middle-aged men, in his 40s, was wearing a white lab coat, clearly an expert in the medical field. Under the gaze of the crowd, Han Kaiyan walked up to Chen Tianxiao and gave a slight bow, greeting him with the demeanor of a junior. "Chairman Chen, on behalf of my father, I've come unannounced to discuss an important matter. I hope you won't take offense." Of course, Chen Tianxiao recognized Han Kaiyan, but his usually amiable expression turned cold, his voice frosty. "I wonder what brings the esteemed Miss Han here today." Han Kaiyan pointed at Chu Yu, her voice devoid of any emotion. "You probably don't know this person, Chairman Chen. Let me introduce him. He's my ex-husband, a despicable man with pitiful abilities. This man suffers from an incurable disease. Out of marital compassion, I exhausted every possible means to treat him and cared for him with all my devotion. Who would have thought he'd disregarded our marital bond, committed adultery during our marriage, got caught soliciting prostitution at a hotel. I had no choice but to file for divorce. But who would have thought that instead of admitting his fault, he would falsely accuse me of being unchaste and tarnish my innocent reputation? I can forgive all this, considering he doesn't have much time left. But there's one thing I absolutely cannot forgive him for. The formula for the Xiaohuan pills he sold to Huichun Hall was developed through the painstaking efforts of countless research experts from our Han Pharmaceutical Group. Yet he stole the recipe and sold it to Huichun Hall. This already constitutes commercial fraud and trade secret violations. Chairman Chen, I beg you not to be deceived." Han Saiyan's words shocked everyone present, causing all eyes to widen in astonishment. The formula for this Xiaohuan was said to be priceless. Hui Chunhal had even offered 130 million to acquire it. And Chu Yu had stolen it. This matter was simply earth-shattering. Chapter 35. Who's the prey? Who's the hunter? Countless people turned their astonished gazes toward Chu Yu, only to find him composed, eyes fixed downward, undisturbed by anger or argument. Below the podium, Huang Renzi turned pale with horror, his hair standing on end. This acquisition was entirely orchestrated by Huang Renzi. If the secret recipe for Chu Yu's minor restoration pill was truly stolen, Huang Renzi would be doomed. An eerie silence fell over the entire room. Everyone present held significant status. No one would pass judgment before the truth came to light. Chen Tianxiao's expression darkened drastically. His expression was as dark as still water, his gaze sharp as he slowly turned toward Chu Yu. "Master Chu, how do you explain Miss Han's words?" Below the podium, Chen Tingting, her small mouth slightly agape, was about to say something when a sharp glance from Chen Tianxiao silenced her instantly. Chu Yu cast a faint glance at Han Kaiyan, devoid of any emotion. Yet with just that glance, Han Kaiyan felt goosebumps rise all over her body, every hair seemingly standing on end. He had entered the conference hall as the hunter, while Chu Yu was simply her prey to be cornered. Yet now, Han Kaiyan had an entirely different sensation, as if she were the one trapped in the snare, with Chu Yu playing the part of the shrewd huntsman. Chu Yu paid no attention to Chen Tianxiao. He glared coldly at Han Kaiyan, the woman he once loved and now regarded as his enemy. "Miss Han, you claim that I stole the Xiaohuan formula from your company. Do you have any proof?" Chen Tingting, summoning courage from somewhere unknown, disregarding her father's warning, cried out, "Yes, I believe in Brother Chu's character. Without any evidence, how can you spew such slanderous accusations?" Han Kaiyan looked at Chu Yu, her emotions seemingly tangled, and her voice softened considerably. "Chu Yu, although there was no true marital bond between us, we were still husband and wife after all. If you hadn't severely harmed the interests of my Han family, potentially even jeopardizing our billion-dollar plans, I would never have exposed you." Han Kaiyan said this, then closed her eyes in visible pain. Everyone clearly saw a glistening tear roll down from the corner of her eye. Under Han Saiyan's Oscar-worthy performance, before she even produced any evidence, it appeared that all the reason in the world was already on her side. Many in the crowd had already chosen to believe Han Kaiyan. What secrets could this world possibly hold? The birth of every new medicine is the result of countless researchers working together day and night, isn't it? When Han Kaiyan opened her eyes again, she seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to look at a man in a white lab coat behind her, her voice still gentle. "Professor Duan, since the formula for the Xiaohuan was developed in your lab, perhaps you should be the one to explain." Professor Duan remained silent as he slowly walked to the projector at the front of the hall. He then took out stacks of materials and documents, projecting these files onto the large screen. Among these documents were research findings on certain traditional Chinese medicines, notes on the complementary roles of primary and secondary herbs and prescriptions, as well as meeting minutes and records of group discussions. The fragmented nature of these research materials suggested they appeared to be conducting a significant scientific invention. Because on the upper left corner of every research document, a red stamp was imprinted with the words, "Confidential internal material, strictly prohibited from disclosure." At last, Professor Duan projected the final piece of material onto the large screen. It was a prescription formula. In the grand hall, Professor Wu Jiaming caught sight of the prescription and instantly exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this the secret recipe of Xiaohuan? Why does Han's Pharmaceutical Group also possess this prescription?" Professor Wu's words were like a massive boulder, violently crashing into the tranquil lake, sending waves soaring 1,000 feet high. Everyone witnessed clearly. During the signing ceremony, Chu Yu had handed over the secret recipe. After being authenticated by Professor Wu Jiaming's team, it had been securely locked in the safe. In other words, Only Chuyu, Professor Wu Jiaming, and Chun Tianxiao had seen this secret formula. How did Han's pharmaceutical group obtain it? As the research materials on the minor restoration elixir were systematically displayed on the projector, a shocking and infuriating truth came to light. The so-called ancestral secret recipe of Chuyu was, in fact, stolen from the laboratory of Han's pharmaceutical group. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving Chuyu no room for denial. Professor Duan remained silent throughout, laying out the evidence one by one, before finally fixing Chuyu with an intensely hateful glare. As everyone knows, that thief Chuyu and the Han family's eldest daughter are married. He frequently went to the company to pick up and drop off his beloved wife from work. During his free time, he would often wander into our lab. Since he was the husband of Han de Xiaojia, our company's laboratory never barred his access. But who could have imagined he would steal our newly developed prescription and trial-produced elixirs, selling them to Hua Chuntang for immense profits? Han Saiyin's eyes reddened, yet she bravely held back her tears as she looked toward Chun Tianxiao. Chairman Chun, we've already filed for patent protection on this prescription. It's legally safeguarded. Even if you obtain the formula, you wouldn't be permitted to manufacture or develop it. Chuyu committed fraud. Chun Tianxiao's face was as dark as water as he opened the safe and retrieved the recipe for the Xiao Huan Dan, meticulously comparing it with the formula displayed on the large screen. There was no mistake. The two recipes were identical. Chun Tianxiao suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. He crumpled the recipe in his hand and hurled it at Chuyu, his voice sharp with accusation. Mr. Chu, you must give me an explanation for this matter immediately, or I will call the police right now. Chun Tingting finally understood what was happening and broke down in helpless sobs. Why? Why would you do this? After everything, I idolized you, didn't I? All those present looked at Chuyu with disdain. Some sneered, some scoffed. Chuyu stood alone at the center of the hall, denounced by all, despised by the crowd. Yet he remained composed, his expression indifferent, not uttering a single word. Chuyu's demeanor was interpreted by all onlookers as guilt-ridden evasion, a feigned calm that sparked countless hushed whispers among the crowd. So you're just a thief. I was wondering how the Chu family could have so many secret recipes passed down through generations. Such low-life trash would resort to any means to make money. Could such despicable people truly exist in this world? It's utterly unbelievable. I've always assumed the worst of human nature, but I've never encountered anyone quite this despicable before. When these performances had gone on long enough, Chuyu finally turned his calm gaze toward Han Kaiyan. Miss Han, could we have a word in private? Li Yongming let out a cold scoff. What's the matter? Thinking of begging Miss Han for mercy. Stop dreaming. Do you know how many years they'll send you to prison for stealing trade secrets? Chuyu ignored Li Yongming, his gaze fixed steadily on Han Kaiyan. Han Kaiyan initially wanted to refuse, yet as she gazed into Chuyu's well-like pupils, she found herself strangely unable to. After several confrontations, Han Kaiyan had truly come to understand Chuyu. His calculations were almost demonic, always having a backup plan for everything. Ever since meeting Chuyu, she had harbored a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. And now, this ominous premonition had grown stronger, pressing down directly onto Han Saiyin's head. Han Kaiyan gazed at Chuyu, her expression complex, outwardly sweet and tender, yet concealing a vigilance invisible to others. Fine, for old time's sake, I'll agree. Chapter 36, You're Still as Foolish as Ever. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Kaiyan and Chuyu walked toward the nearby lounge. Chun Tianxiao suddenly stood up, followed her, and strode straight into the lounge. No, this matter concerns both the reputation and interests of our Huichun Hall. No matter what you say, I must hear it. Chun Tingting wiped away her tears and followed her father into the lounge. Chuyu didn't seem to object to Chun Tingting and Chun Tianxiao's reactions. Or perhaps these two following him inside was entirely within his expectations. Although Chun Tianxiao and Chun Tingting's reactions didn't quite match their social status, as victims of fraud, their emotional state was understandable to those present. In the lounge, Chuyu didn't sit down. Instead, He pulled out a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes and lit one absent-mindedly. He had quit smoking ever since falling ill. But at this moment, Chuyu felt it necessary to light one up to celebrate the impending victory. The other three watched Chuyu in complete silence. Exhaling a slow plume of smoke, Chuyu first turned his gaze toward Chen Tianxiao. The Han Pharmaceutical Group has successfully developed the Divine Elixir Life No. 1, which poses an extremely dangerous signal for the Huichun Hall. At this critical moment, selling the minor restoration pill formula to Huichun Hall aligns perfectly with their interests. At this point, Chuyu suddenly intensified his tone. "You, why did you leak the Xiaohuan Dan prescription? If others had been present, they would have been astonished." This secret recipe was actually leaked by Chen Tianxiao himself. Strangely, Chen Tianxiao didn't deny it, and Chen Tingting didn't seem surprised either. Since entering the room, Chen Tingting had remained expressionless, perpetually keeping her head lowered, as if she had become an entirely different person. Chen Tianxiao smiled faintly, gazing at Chuyu with appreciation. "There are times I genuinely admire someone like you. People with your level of intelligence are rare indeed. Still, I must ask, how did you know it was I who leaked the recipe?" Chuyu let out a cold laugh, leisurely pacing 2 steps forward. "Only you, me, and Professor Wu Jiaming have seen the secret recipe. Professor Wu Jiaming is a research fanatic, a pure medical expert. He has absolutely no reason to leak the recipe. I also have no reason to leak it. That leaves only you as the suspect." Chuyu exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression caught between a smile and a sneer. "Let me guess why you leaked the secret recipe? There are many benefits to leaking the secret recipe. For instance, using it as grounds for corporate theft to send me to prison, or obtaining the recipe outright without having to pay the 130 million. However, these benefits seemed insignificant compared to the severe consequences of leaking the secret recipe. After all, you rely entirely on the minor restoration pill to compete with Han Pharmaceuticals' Miracle Life No. 1. Unless you've already formed an alliance and are sharing resources, is that it?" Although Chuyu posed the question, he didn't wait for the trio's response before directly stating his final conclusion. "Ordinary business alliances are merely tied by interests. When the profits run out, the partnership dissolves. Such ties aren't worth the Spring Revival Hall revealing its core secret, the minor restoration elixir, to the Han Pharmaceuticals Group. But in this world, there's one kind of alliance that is the most solid, and that is marriage through matrimony." As Chuyu said this, he cast a faint glance at Chen Tingting. "I heard the eldest son of the Han family, Han Zhongwei, is about to get engaged. Could it be that his fiancée is none other than the young lady of the Chen family, Miss Tingting?" The lounge instantly fell into deathly silence, the air seemingly frozen solid. The gazes of the other 3 lingered on Chuyu's faintly mocking face as if they'd seen a ghost. This man was a demon. Every word Chuyu spoke, every deduction he made, matched the truth without the slightest discrepancy. Opposing such a monstrous talent was like walking along the edge of a cliff. The backs of all 3 men turned ice cold. Chen Tianxiao suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. To deduce the entire truth from just a few scattered clues in such a short time. Your intelligence has completely exceeded all my expectations." Chuyu sighed and looked at Chen Tingting, who wore a baffled expression. "Do you know when I first started suspecting you too?" "That's right. It was when Chen Tingting came to pick me up early in the morning. You were worried I'd noticed something amiss, afraid I might back out, so you sent Chen Tingting after me. After all, what man in this world could resist a youthful, beautiful, and tenderly caring girl? But Chen Tingting's performance was too deliberate. I always believe that in this world, there is no such thing as unconditional kindness and love. Moreover, I happen to know about Han Zhongwei's engagement announcement. By daring to imagine boldly, yet verifying carefully, all these mysteries were naturally unraveled." Chuyu finished speaking, glanced at Han Kaiyan, and smiled faintly. "Of course, I must thank you. My intelligence comes entirely from your teaching." The 3 of them shivered from head to toe, their gazes brimming with terror as they looked at Chuyu. This is beyond cleverness. It's practically calculating every beat of one's heart and twist of their guts with precision. Chun Tingting gritted her teeth. So you knew everything all along, deliberately playing along just to watch me make a fool of myself. She seemed to have suffered an unforgivable insult, her tone turning venomously sharp. You actually know your place. How could I possibly take a liking to a loser like you? To be honest, every minute spent with you made me feel dirty, nauseated, and utterly disgusted. Chuyu chuckled dismissively, not taking it seriously. Do you really think you're so innocent? Both your father and your fiancé only see you as a bargaining chip for the secret recipe. Would you believe me if I said that this morning, even if I demanded your body, your father would have urged you to give it to me? Chuyu's words immediately flushed Chun Tingting's delicate cheeks and brought tears to her eyes. Chun Tianxiao roared in fury. You're spouting nonsense, talking absolute rubbish. Although the Chun father and daughter were furious, deep down they knew Chuyu wasn't lying at all. Han Kaiyan, unable to bear it any longer, suddenly turned vicious. So what if you know all this? You're just bottom-rung trash. With the pathetic strength of your Chu family, how could you possibly contend against two major pharmaceutical conglomerates? And do you really think you can escape unscathed now that you've fallen into my trap? I'm calling the police immediately to have you arrested for stealing trade secrets. The rest of your life will be spent behind bars. Chuyu smiled faintly, the mockery in his eyes growing even more pronounced. You're still as stupid as ever. Since I already know this is a trap, how could I possibly fall into it? At this, Han Saiyan's expression instantly changed. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Chun Tianxiao and Chun Tingting stared at Chuyu, their faces filled with apprehension. Chuyu merely smiled without speaking, his face filled with mockery. Suddenly, Chun Tianxiao shouted out, I've got it. The prescription was fake. The one you produced was counterfeit. The moment Chun Tianxiao uttered these words, Han Kaiyan and Chun Tingting immediately understood. In an instant, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads from the crown down, chilling them straight to their hearts. All their scheming and efforts had ultimately come to nothing. Seeing the three of them slumped in their seats, Chuyu offered a faint smile. You're not completely brainless after all. Since the prescription was fake, there's naturally no crime of leaking trade secrets to prosecute. Now you should think carefully about how to explain yourself to the journalists outside. After all, with just a fake prescription, you accuse me of stealing the Han family's trade secrets. I could sue you for defamation instead. Han Kaiyan was left speechless, her eyes widening in frustration without uttering a word. The three of them wished they could devour Chuyu whole, yet were utterly helpless against him. The Chuyu before them, though seemingly insignificant, was like a prickly hedgehog with spikes bristling all over. Despite the immense wealth and influence of the two major corporations, they found themselves completely powerless against him. Chun Tianxiao felt a surge of malignant fury rampaging unchecked through his heart. For decades, he had conquered the business world with cunning schemes and extraordinary wit. Yet when faced with this young man, it was as if he'd met his nemesis, every word and action completely restrained. Chuyu gazed leisurely at Chun Tianxiao, looking at him like a foolish bear. Actually, I'm someone who values integrity quite highly. As long as you show sincerity, our deal isn't entirely off the table. At these words, Chun Tianxiao was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 37. Heard you like broken shoes? The Xiaohuandan was far too important to the Hui Chun Tang. This is equivalent to nuclear deterrence between nations. Even if they became in-laws with the Han family, obtaining the development rights for the Han family's 9 divine elixir would still require trading it for the small recovery pill. For these major families, profit reigned supreme. Even arranged marriages are for the sake of benefit. Kinship and so-called love are utterly worthless. The small restoration pill is equally important to the Han family. If they could obtain the true formula for the small restoration pill, even if it meant trading the 9 divine jade dew pill in exchange, the Han family would still have gained an immense advantage. After all, to acquire the formula for the 9 divine jade dew pill, Han Kaiyan had even wagered her own marriage and reputation. Why not take the nearby Xiaohuandan recipe? At any cost, it must be obtained. Everyone had thought there was no longer any hope of obtaining Chu Yu's lesser restoration pill. Yet now, Chu Yu has given everyone new hope once more. Han Kaiyan and Chun Tingting exchanged glances, both feeling a renewed surge of determination. Chu Yu gazed coldly at the trio. I have no interest in fighting with you. I just want to take my share of the money and live in peace. That's all. Hearing this, Chun Tianxiao's last shred of vigilance instantly dissipated. Helpless, he was truly traumatized by Chu Yu's schemes. This suddenly offered secret recipe only made him grow more suspicious and paranoid. But when Chu Yu said this, it actually put Chun Tianxiao at ease. Chun Tianxiao's face lit up with a smile as he thumped his chest confidently. Mr. Chu, rest assured, as long as you're willing to sell the formula for the minor restoration pill, I'll agree to any condition. Chu Yu let out a hollow laugh. Don't be so quick to promise. You might not agree to my terms. He extended the first finger. First, you've set up such a vicious conspiracy that hurt my feelings. I no longer wish to cooperate with you. I relinquish my claim to the 10% equity in development, and the Xiaohuan pill will be priced at 300 million. 300 million. This astronomical sum made even Chun Tianxiao, who had weathered countless storms, inhale sharply in shock. 300 million yuan. That was cold hard cash, enough to buy an entire commercial building in the city center. However, the secret formula for the minor rejuvenation pill was far more valuable to Huichun Hall than any monetary amount could measure. Chun Tianxiao's heart bled, but he gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. Fine, I agree. Chu Yu extended a second finger. Second, the Han's Pharmaceutical Group has falsely accused me of stealing the secret formula, severely damaging my personal reputation. I demand that Ms. Han Kaiyan publicly apologize to me. Oh, by publicly, I also mean the reporters waiting outside. Chun Tianxiao looked troubled as he turned to Han Kaiyan, his face brimming with pleading. He was the CEO of Hua Chuntang, yet even Han Saiyan's elders couldn't dictate her decisions. Han Saiyan's face darkened with anger. All those present today were influential figures from the business circles of Jiangnan, either wealthy or noble. Many of them were towering figures in the medical field, wielding immense influence. What's more, that bastard even demanded Han Kaiyan to apologize in front of the reporters. This is about dragging Han Saiyan's face through the mud, utterly humiliating her while trampling the entire Han family beneath his feet. Han Kaiyan was so furious that her teeth itched with anger. Yet in the very next second, her smile blossomed like spring flowers. No problem. For the cooperation between the Han and Chun families, I'm willing to apologize to you publicly. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chu Yu with a radiant smile. I never realized you were this formidable. Bowing to the strong is also one of the unspoken rules of the business world. Chu Yu turned his head away in disgust, refusing to look at her charming face. From Chu Yu's understanding of Han Kaiyan, the more radiant her smile appeared, the more venomous her heart became. But none of it mattered anymore. Chu Yu extended a third finger. This time, I guarantee that the Xiaohuandan I provide is 100% genuine. However, if during your development process there are any oversights, or if technical issues lead to accidents, I bear no responsibility whatsoever. This clause must be stipulated in the contract. Chun Tianxiao nodded in agreement. He had the most elite team of experts in the country. This was the least of his worries. The fake secret recipe Chu Yu had provided would undoubtedly be exposed, given enough time for medical experts to examine it. Half an hour later, the four stepped out of the lounge, instantly drawing countless stares. Chun Tianxiao stepped onto the stage and announced to everyone that this was all a misunderstanding, and the signing ceremony would proceed as scheduled. Everyone was dumbfounded. The situation had taken such a swift and unexpected turn. Many seasoned foxes quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Chu Yu had already struck some sort of deal with Chun Tianxiao and Han Kaiyan. At that very moment, a swarm of journalists had already rushed in with permission. They each took their optimal positions, poised for today's blockbuster news. Han Kaiyan bit her lower lip with pearly teeth, feeling as disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. From beginning to end, she had always looked down on Chuyu. So once she had managed to deceive Chuyu out of the recipe for the 9 gods nectar pills, she immediately set him up. Who could have guessed that Chuyu, having come to his senses, would turn the tables on them, not only succeeding in breaking their scheme, but also exposing the scandalous affair between Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming. Their misdeeds left them with tarnished reputations, becoming laughingstocks among Jiangbei's high society. Now, Han Kaiyan is forced to publicly apologize to Chuyu once again. For Han Kaiyan, this is nothing short of the greatest humiliation. Yet, Han Kaiyan is truly ruthless. She quickly suppresses her feelings of shame, and a flower-like smile blooms across her beautiful face as she sways gracefully toward Chuyu. Chuyu looked at her calmly, his eyes utterly serene. Han Kaiyan took the microphone from Chun Tianxiao, glancing around before speaking in a gentle, soothing voice. This entire incident was caused by me. My mistake led to this unfortunate accident. Here, I wish to publicly apologize to Mr. Chu. I hope Mr. Chu can be magnanimous and forgive my unintentional mistake. Han Kaiyan finished speaking, then bent at a 90-degree angle and bowed deeply to Chuyu. Han Kaiyan actually bowed and apologized to Chuyu in public. After everyone's initial shock, their eyes widened in an instant, each person thinking they must have misheard. All the journalists perked up, their lenses trained on Han Kaiyan and Chuyu, fearing to miss a single shot. The farce involving Han Kaiyan and Chuyu was far from over. But with the Han family's immense wealth and influence, Chuyu, a mere commoner, stood no chance against them. In recent days, many insiders had predicted that Chuyu would meet a miserable end. However, when Chuyu and Han Kaiyan met for the second time, Han Kaiyan actually apologized to Chuyu publicly and submitted to him. This made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets in astonishment. This young man from a humble background is quite remarkable. The same thoughts surfaced in everyone's mind present. On the other side, Li Yongming was utterly stunned. He understood Han Kaiyan's pride all too well. This beautiful yet venomous woman, seemingly gentle on the surface, was actually arrogant to the core. How could she possibly lower her head before Chuyu in public? Li Yongming rushed forward without hesitation, grabbing Han Kaiyan by the arm. "Kaiyan, what's wrong with you?" Han Kaiyan turned her head and saw Li Yongming had actually charged out. Her heart immediately sank with apprehension. She was just about to scold Li Yongming when Chuyu's languid voice reached them both. "Young Master Li is here too. I heard young Master Li has a taste for worn shoes. These shoes of mine happen to be worn out. Why don't I gift them to you?" After speaking, Chuyu bent down, removed his cloth shoes, and tossed them in front of Li Yongming. Everyone was aware of the affair between Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan. Hearing Chuyu's double entendre, the crowd erupted in an uproar, buzzing with gossip. Many couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Yongming flew into a rage, his face turning crimson as he swung his fist, aiming straight for Chuyu's head. No man could endure such humiliation. Han Kaiyan's teeth sank deep in her lower lip, drawing blood, yet she seized Li Yongming and scolded him harshly. "Stop, pick up the shoe." Li Yongming stared at Han Kaiyan in disbelief, his eyes crimson with rage. Chuyu's words were like smearing shit right on a Han Kaiyan's face. How could she possibly endure this? "Pick it up." Han Kaiyan snapped again. Her face remained gentle, yet the cruelty in her pupils resembled that of a she-wolf. When Han Kaiyan was furious, even Li Yongming dared not defy her will. His heart filled with endless grievance, yet he had no choice but to lower his head and pick up the shoe. However, Chuyu had already taken the initiative, picking up the shoe himself. He directly hung the pair of worn-out shoes around Li Yongming's neck. An unbearable stench filled the air as 2 worn-out shoes dangled from Li Yongming's chest, jingling with every movement, making him look like nothing more than a pathetic clown. Chuyu clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "That's right. The rumors are true after all. This tramp is quite a match for Master Li." At the sight of this spectacle, everyone in the conference hall went mad. Chapter 38. In this world, there exists an unaccountable illness. This wasn't just a slap in the face. It was practically flaying Li Yongming and Han Xian's corpses. No man under heaven could endure such mockery and humiliation. Li Yongming clenched his fists, his eyes filled with venom, killing intent blazing across his face. All the journalists perked up, snapping photos incessantly with their cameras. Once today's news breaks, it will undoubtedly set the world on fire. Just as everyone thought Li Yongming would completely lose his temper, Han Kaiyan whispered a few words into his ear. Li Yongming froze. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, and when he raised it again, he was already wearing a smile. "Thank you for the gift, Mr. Chu." Li Yongming spoke, even going so far as to bow to Chu Yu. Everyone stared at this scene in stunned disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. This bitter humiliation, Li Yongming actually endured it? In the eyes of Chun Tianxiao and Chun Tingting standing nearby, a solemn expression surfaced. Neither Han Kaiyan nor Li Yongming are simple individuals. In the business world, what matters is profit, not personal grudges. Han Xian's ability to endure humiliation and Li Yongming's composure amidst such disgrace. This alone proves both possess the tenacity and ferocity of wolves. She is ruthless even to herself, let alone to her enemies. Chu didn't seem surprised at all, smiling faintly before turning his gaze towards Chun Tianxiao. "Chairman Chun, let's sign the contract." The recovery of the lesser returning pill had Chun Tianxiao nodding repeatedly in excitement. The signing ceremony was restarted once more. Chu Yu once again produced the formula for the lesser returning pill, and in return, Chun Tianxiao handed him a check for 300 million yuan. Next came Professor Wu Jiaming's research team, tasked with conducting risk assessment and medical verification of Chu Yu's lesser returning pill formula. This time, Professor Wu Jiaming learned his lesson, meticulously studying and verifying the properties of each traditional Chinese medicine ingredient, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He carefully compared the two versions of the minor returning elixir formula, the real one and the fake one, and finally gasped in shock. There was actually nothing wrong with the fake formula itself. It had simply altered one medicinal ingredient and adjusted the ratio between the primary and supplementary herbs. With this modification, the miraculous elixir formula immediately became a worthless commonplace recipe, its effectiveness drastically reduced. Moreover, prolonged consumption of counterfeit elixir products will inevitably lead to severe consequences in the long run. It can even cause cancer. The most terrifying part was that Wu Jiaming's medical team had no way of detecting the flaws in the fake elixir prescription. Chun Tianxiao listened to Professor Wu's report, breaking into a cold sweat as a wave of lingering fear washed over him. He couldn't fathom the consequences of the company investing over 1 billion yuan to produce and launch new products based on a fake elixir formula. What would the outcome be? That would mean a flood of complaints from victimized customers, exorbitant compensation claims, and severe penalties from the authorities. The century-old golden reputation of the Huichun Hall was ruined in a single day. One careless move could uproot the entire Huichun Tang. Chun Tianxiao broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly worried about another issue. Chu Yu was far too cunning, a master of deception, weaving truth and lies seamlessly together. So here comes the question. Was the second prescription he produced genuine? Except for Chu Yu, perhaps only the heavens would know. Chun Tianxiao thought this through, his heart growing even more uneasy, and promptly voiced his concerns. Professor Wu sighed, admiration flashing in his eyes. Mr. Chu's knowledge far surpasses what I, as a postgraduate advisor, can compare with. If he intended to falsify anything, neither I nor my team would have any means of detecting it. However, this time, once the trial batch of elixirs is produced, I will personally arrange for human trials to ensure absolute safety before proceeding with mass production and sales. After much deliberation, Chun Tianxiao could only settle on this approach and couldn't help but sigh. There's no other way. This man is terrifying. Forget about harming him, I can't even protect myself. While the two were whispering in secret, Huang Renzi had already completed all the procedures, including the application for exclusive intellectual property rights. This signing ceremony had been a turbulent and twisty affair, but it finally came to an end. On the surface, Chu Yu emerged as the biggest winner, pocketing a staggering $300 million in one fell swoop and skyrocketing to fame overnight. Yet everyone knew that once Huichun Hall launched its line of minor elixir products, it would become the unrivaled star, basking in resplendent success. By then, even if Huichun Hall earned tens of billions, none of it would have anything to do with Chu Yu. It's hard to say who truly won or lost. The most pitiful ones were undoubtedly Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming. The duo had stormed in with their team in high spirits, only for one to issue a public apology while the other was humiliated beyond measure with worn-out shoes hung around his neck. Once this news aired, these two would likely be branded as the disgrace of wealthy families. Yet perceptive individuals like Chun Tianxiao could see the terrifying nature beneath their surface. They are different from ordinary heirs of wealthy families, possessing a ruthless determination and patience that ordinary people cannot reach. Such individuals, even when encountering minor setbacks, can rise again in the future and dominate the world. After the signing ceremony concluded, countless reporters swarmed forward, eager to interview Chu Yu. Chu Yu said just a few words before walking away barefoot with effortless grace under the gaze of all present. That's right, he wasn't wearing shoes, because his shabby pair of shoes was still dangling from Li Yongming's neck. Li Yongming watched Chu Yu's retreating figure, took the shoes down, but didn't throw them away. His teeth were clenched so tightly that blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Han Sayan's soft, warm hand grasped his, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Only a Li Yongming as tenacious and ruthless as a wolf could possibly ascend to the pinnacle. Only such a man was worthy of Han Sayan's lifelong devotion. Li Yongming turned to face Han Kaiyan, his expression resolute. Kaiyan, don't worry. Once the product launch is over, we'll make sure he pays for this. He spoke while raising the worn shoe in his hand. I'll hang these tramp shoes in my room to motivate myself. One day, I'll make him wish he were dead, yet unable to die. Han Kaiyan responded with a hum, then left together with Li Yongming. Chu Yu walked barefoot out of the hall, with countless reporters snapping photos of him. Chu Yu showed neither sorrow nor joy, his face composed. From his demeanor, one could discern neither the ecstasy of sudden wealth nor the arrogance of vengeance fulfilled. He walked out just like that, quietly and composed, leaving behind nothing but a solitary and aloof figure for all to see. A taxi pulled up, and Chu Yu got in. As the taxi began to move, the corner of Chu Yu's mouth finally curled slightly upwards, revealing an enigmatic, cold smile. No one knew that after taking such a long detour, Chu Yu's target remained Han Sayan's divine elixir life number one. Since Chu Yu had long known about the marriage alliance between the Han and Chun families and their shared resources, why was he still willing to sell the minor recovery pill formula? The reason was simple. He had relied on the shared resources of the Han and Chu families to hand over the Xiaohuan pill recipe to Han Kaiyan. He wants to utterly destroy Han Sayan's miracle life elixir number one and send this treacherous woman, who poisoned and betrayed him, straight to hell. Don't get me wrong, the formula for the Xiaohuan Dan is genuine. However, Chu Yu replaced one of the herbs with equally effective purple placenta flower. With the addition of purple placenta flower, the lesser restoration pill became even more miraculous. The recipe for the 9 Divine Jade Dew pill was also genuine, absolutely authentic. Even if the Han and Chun families hired the most renowned medical masters, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws in these two formulas. However, in this world, there exists a kind of inexplicable ailment called allergies. Chapter 39. The explosion finally comes. The consequence of the chemical reaction between the two prescriptions is an allergic reaction, and the highly volatile placenta flower happens to be the allergen. Anyone who uses Shundan Life number one and then follows up with Xiaohuandan products will develop large patches of stubborn red rashes all over their body. While these rashes aren't life-threatening, for beauty-conscious women, they're more unbearable than death itself. So, what about using Xiao Huandan products or Shundan Life No. 1 separately? Could they still cause allergic reactions? The answer is yes, they can. According to Chuyu's knowledge, all medicinal materials purchased by pharmaceutical companies were stored uniformly. Particularly precious traditional Chinese medicinal herbs were stored and managed under standardized procedures, with dedicated personnel guarding them. As long as the rare ingredients for the 9 divine jade, dew pills, and minor restoration elixirs were stored together, the highly volatile purple river cart flower would immediately contaminate the other medicines. Moreover, this type of pollution is invisible to the naked eye, and even instruments cannot detect it. Because the amount of contamination was so minimal, practically negligible, it could almost be disregarded entirely. However, once the divine elixir, Life No. 1, enters production, once these contaminated medicinal herbs are gathered, the dispersed potency of the purple lotus's infiltrative effects will reach critical mass. Of course, the Chu and Chun families could also trial produce a batch of the product, testing it on real human subjects to confirm its safety before full-scale manufacturing. Yet this very scenario had already been anticipated by Chuyu. The placenta flower has a peculiar property. If consumed in excessive amounts at once, its medicinal effects penetrate deep into the internal organs, making them undetectable to the person. Only when used in small quantities does it cause an allergic reaction, resulting in numerous red rashes on the skin, accompanied by intense itching and pain. According to Chuyu's knowledge, to ensure the safety of new medicines, test subjects are often given significantly higher doses, typically 3 to 5 times, or even up to 10 times the usual amount. With such a testing method, an allergic reaction is practically impossible. It would take some time for symptoms to manifest clearly. Han Kaiyan, Li Yangming, and Chun Tianxiao would never have dreamed that compromising their pride and spending a fortune of 300 million to obtain the minor recovery pill formula would be enough to send them straight to hell. Chuyu could already envision the scene during Han Tsayan's new product launch. Countless society ladies and celebrities with their faces ruined, unbearably itching. What a spectacular sight that would be. The smile at the corner of Chuyu's lips gradually widened until he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The net was already cast. Now it was just a matter of reeling it in. Chuyu calculated the timeline. Fewer than 7 days remained until Han Tsayan's new product launch event. During these 7 days, in order to create an even greater impact, Han Kaiyan and Hui Chuntang would undoubtedly work overtime to produce the small rejuvenation pill series of products. During this period, he would be temporarily safe. Han Kaiyan and Li Yangming hated him to the bones and wished they could tear him into 1,000 pieces, but they wouldn't make a move within these few days. He planned to use this period to completely rid himself of the lingering toxins in his body. When Chuyu returned home, he ran straight into his father, Old Master Chu, and immediately felt guilty. Old Master Chu was an extremely upright man, even somewhat pedantic. If he were to find out the whole story, Chuyu would likely face a stern scolding. Chuyu feigned nonchalance and tried to bypass his father to return to his room, but was immediately stopped by the stern voice of the elderly Mr. Chu. "Did you touch the medicinal herbs I stored away? Where did you go today?" Chuyu looked up, meeting the stern gaze of Elder Chu, and let out a sigh as he abandoned any thought of hiding the truth from his father. Old Master Chu was an upright man who would rather be wrong than wrong others, but that didn't mean he was stupid or easily fooled. This morning, Chun Tingting made a big show of coming to take Chuyu away. All father had to do was make a few inquiries to find out Chuyu had gone to Huichun Hall. Chuyu recounted the whole incident to his father without holding anything back. Sure enough, old Mr. Chu's face darkened with rage, and before anyone noticed, a ruler had appeared in his hand. This ruler had been passed down through the Chu family for generations, specifically used to discipline members who had erred, and it had been the stuff of Chu Meng's childhood nightmares. Old Mr. Chu brandished the ruler. "You unfilial descendant. Our Chu family has practiced medicine for generations, healing the sick and saving lives. Yet for the sake of petty, personal grievances, you would harm the innocent. How can you face our ancestors?" He yelled angrily. Kneel before our ancestors' altar. Today, I will teach you a proper lesson. Chuyu walked into the main hall without uttering a word. In the very center of the grand hall, the ancestral tablets were enshrined in solemn tribute. He knelt down properly with due reverence. The elderly master, Chu, swung his ruler and struck Chuyu's back heavily 3 times. Seeing that he didn't budge an inch, the old man's grip faltered. Chu Meng and his mother rushed over upon hearing the news, utterly aghast at the scene before them. Chu Meng immediately moved to shield Chuyu. Dad, don't hit brother, he's still sick. If you must hit someone, hit me instead. Old Master Chu, filled with rage, struck Chu Meng several more sharp blows. His illness still not fully healed, this sudden exertion sent him into a fit of coughing. Mother was so frightened, she rushed to support old Master Chu. You can discipline our son all you want, but are you trying to kill yourself? You should know it was Chuyu who saved your life in the first place. Old Master Chu threw down the ruler in anger, yet still couldn't resist lecturing Chuyu. You damn brat, do you admit your wrongdoing? Chuyu slowly raised his head, his gaze clear. Father, I have never forgotten your teachings. Healing the sick and saving the dying is the inherent duty of us, the Chu family descendants. But ever since being deceived by Han Kaiyan, I suddenly had a profound awakening. To be a good person in this world, you have to be even sharper than the wicked. I swear before the spirits of our ancestors, I will build a vast Tisam business empire and revive the Chu family medicine hall. Only those of us with a conscience, who have access to greater medical resources, can truly benefit mankind and achieve genuine healing and relief for the afflicted. From this moment on, everything I do will be devoted to that goal. I swear to you, whether I'm destitute or holding the reins of power, I'll never forget your lesson. My original resolve shall remain unchanged. Old Mr. Chu stared at Chuyu for a long while without speaking. Yet his gaze gradually softened. He was merely upright and old-fashioned in character, but not at all foolish. Chuyu's words made sense. He could still understand them. After a long while, old Master Chu let out a deep sigh. Times have changed. Perhaps you're right. This is the last time I'll lecture you. From now on, whatever you choose to do, I won't interfere. I just hope you'll remember the words you've spoken today. With these words, old Master Chu let out a long sigh and shuffled unsteadily into the inner room. Chu Ming quickly helped Chuyu to his feet and asked with concern, Brother, are you hurt? Does your body ache anywhere? He himself had been struck 7 or 8 times, with noticeably heavier blows. Yet at this moment he couldn't care less about his own injuries, foolishly showing concern for Chuyu. Chuyu looked at this silly brother of his, warmth filling his heart, then let out a long sigh. If I didn't want to be hit by father, there'd be at least 17 or 18 ways to avoid it. I willingly accepted the punishment. After all, in my plan, some people were destined to become sacrifices. Although I have a way to remedy this, it ultimately goes against our ancestors' teachings. Chu Meng's eyes widened in confusion at Chuyu's words. Then he chuckled foolishly twice. As long as you're not in pain, I'll go practice my boxing now. These days, Chu Meng had mastered the bull demon's horn thrust technique to absolute fluency. Yet the more he practiced, the more fervent he became. Chuyu sighed, feeling a pang of pity for this foolish younger brother. The Ox Demon Body Tempering Fist consists of 9 stances. The first is Ox Demon Goring Horns, followed by Ox Demon Rolling Over, Ox Demon Kicking Up, and the remaining 6 stances. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chuyu proceeded to teach Chu Meng all the remaining stances of the Ox Demon Body Tempering Fist. These 9 interconnected stances of the Ox Demon Body Tempering Fist not only deliver ferocious and devastating attacks, but also incorporate unique breathing techniques, an advanced internal martial arts cultivation method that transforms from within. Its rugged and imposing quality was especially fitting for Chu Meng. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the day of Han Pharmaceuticals Group's new product launch. The trap Chuyu had set was finally about to explode. Chapter 40. Within 3 seconds, you will definitely kneel and call me daddy. The launch event for the Han family's miraculous elixir, Life Number 1, was held at the Blue Danube Grand Hotel. The Blue Danube Grand Hotel is a five-star establishment standing majestically on the banks of the Hung River. The entire hotel resembles a stack of overlapping seashells, its design radiating timeless elegance. Standing before the hotel's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold the vast expanse of the Hung River, dotted with white sails, its emerald waves endlessly rippling. Han Pharmaceuticals Group's Divine Pill No. 1 Life Series products have been vigorously promoted for several months. The massive advertising campaign made this product launch unprecedentedly lively. Of course, this product launch wasn't targeted at ordinary people, but rather at countless socialites and noble women wealthy families. Because the selling point of Divine Pill No. 1 series products was their claimed ability to preserve youth and maintain beauty. This is the formidable strength of Han's Pharmaceutical Group. While all other pharmaceutical companies focus on treating diseases as their main business, Han's Pharmaceutical Group has quietly extended its reach into the medical aesthetics market. The efficacy of the 9 Divine Jade Dew Pill was originally to strengthen the foundation and replenish vitality, nourish the spirit and replenish qi, working from the inside out to tonify the human body, achieving the effect of balanced qi and blood while preserving youthfulness. The PR department of Han's Pharmaceutical Group accurately pinpointed the commercial opportunities contained within the 9 Divine Jade Dew Pill and heavily promoted its beautifying and anti-aging properties. Their target consumer base is the socialites among the wealthy elites. Han Enterprises aims to take the high-end route, planning to transform the Divine Elixir Life No. 1 product line into a top-tier luxury brand. Han Cayenne firmly believes that as the market expands, Divine Elixir Life No. 1's market value will skyrocket. At this very moment, numerous distinguished guests have already arrived at the product launch venue. These distinguished guests, without exception, were all renowned socialites, noble women, and affluent ladies from Jiangnan province. Each of these glamorous socialites was accompanied by men dressed in tailored suits. The men carried themselves with extraordinary poise, the elders exuding natural authority, and the young men appearing handsome, refined, and elegantly charming. For a moment, the entire press conference hall sparkled like a galaxy, dazzling with beautiful women and dashing men. Reporters from major media outlets, brimming with energy, had already secured the best spots, ready to live stream the product launch event. These reporters had all been paid in advance. This coverage absolutely could not include any negative news. In the grand hall, long tables were draped with pristine white tablecloths, adorned with fresh flowers and delicate pastries, along with red wine. VIP guests could help themselves at any time. The uniformed waitresses in the hotel flitted about like butterflies, attending to everyone. In a corner of the hall, a pianist wearing a tailcoat was playing Beethoven's famous composition, Für Elise. This kind of press conference was less of a commercial event and more of a high-end dinner banquet, with remarkably high standards. Chuyu arrived neither too early nor too late, disappearing into the crowd where hardly anyone noticed him. There were indeed a few plump and elegant noble women who stole glances at him. There was no helping it. Chuyu's looks were simply too striking. Today he was dressed as usual in a blue robe and cloth shoes with layered soles. Yet the refined, jade-like grace of a young master that emanated from him was utterly captivating to women. However, each of these noble ladies was accompanied by men, all of whom were either wealthy or influential figures. Though these noble ladies felt tempted, they couldn't very well come over to flirt with Chuyu. Among the crowd, many were discussing the new product launched by the Han family this time. Many women's eyes sparkled, clearly showing great interest in the new product. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance as someone shouted excitedly, "President Han and Miss Han have arrived, and young Master Li is here too." The crowd rose to their feet, watching as a dignified elderly man with an imposing demeanor entered. This was none other than Han Xiqing, the head of the Han family. Behind Han Xiqing stood Han Cayenne and Li Yongming. Han Cayenne and Li Yongming had always been responsible for the development of new products, so it was only natural for them to attend the product launch event. Yet even Han Xiqing, the head of the Han family, had made an appearance. This was more than enough to show just how much emphasis the Han family placed on this new product. Han Kaiyan was dressed exceptionally beautifully today. Her hair was elegantly coiffed, her makeup meticulously applied, and she wore a violet gown that revealed her back. Around her slender, swan-like neck hung a cat's eye gemstone necklace. Such adornments, combined with her devilishly attractive figure, made her the focal point of attention wherever she went. Li Yongming was dressed in a white tailcoat with a bow tie, his suit's golden cufflinks gleaming brilliantly. The man and woman, like a golden couple, drew countless cheers the moment they appeared at the press conference. Chuyu cast a faint glance at Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming before turning his head away indifferently. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. The more these two revel in their triumph now, the more humiliating their downfall will be. At that moment, an elderly man walked in, Chun Tianxiao, with graying hair but a vigorous and spirited demeanor. Standing behind Chen Tianxiao was Chun Tingting, the heiress of Huichun Hall. Beside Chen Tingting, however, stood a tall, dignified young man who bore some resemblance to Han Kaiyan. Chu Yu recognized this man. He was none other than Han Xian's older brother, Han Zhongwei. Chun Tingting leaned affectionately against Han Zhongwei, looking utterly blissful. This scene struck like a bombshell, leaving everyone present utterly dazed. The fact that the Chun family's heiress had paired up with the eldest son of the Han family itself signaled that something momentous was about to unfold. Many old foxes shuddered instantly, all sensing the approaching storm. Han Xiqing personally stepped forward to greet Chun Tianxiao, shaking his hand with evident warmth. It's truly an honor to have Brother Chen grace this humble product launch with your presence. Chun Tianxiao smiled. No need for courtesy, Brother Han. This is all for the sake of paving the way for our children. We old folks only have this much use left in us. Hearing the conversation between the two, the crowd was astonished beyond words. With the Chun and Han families joining forces, the medical world of Jiangnan is bound to experience another major upheaval. Countless onlookers watched the perfect matches, Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming, along with Chun Tingting and Han Zhongwei, with envy and resentment, their hearts souring with jealousy. The Han, Chun, and Li families were all prominent and wealthy clans. Now, they've all become in-laws, dominating the entire Jiangnan business world. They might just become invincible. Han Kaiyan, Li Yongming, Chun Tingting, and Han Zhongwei, these privileged young people, born with everything, riding this wave of momentum, are poised to soar like dragons and rise like phoenixes. The product launch event hadn't officially begun yet, but guests were arriving one after another. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, distinguished guests had already gathered in small groups, chatting casually with familiar friends. Chu Yu stood alone, holding a glass of red wine as he gazed at the waters of the Hung River outside the window, his silhouette utterly solitary. Like a recluse hiding in the mountains, a wild crane drifting among idle clouds, he stood utterly out of place amidst such a lively scene. At that moment, a jarring voice pierced Chu Yu's ears. Well, if it isn't Chu Yu? Haha, I can't believe you even dare to show your face here. Chu Yu furrowed his brows slightly, yet he remained gazing out the window without turning his head. At that very moment, a pair of greasy hands slapped him on the shoulder, dripping with malice in their tone. Kid, think you're so tough? Running into an old friend and not even saying hello? Chu Yu turned around and immediately saw a young man as fat as a pig, grinning at him with a cold sneer. The young man was accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals in sharp suits, now eyeing Chu Yu with ill intentions. This chubby young man, named Han Chung, could be considered Han Xian's cousins. When Chu Yu married Han Kaiyan, he had been provoked by Han Chung numerous times, causing significant tension between the two. To protect Chu Yu, Han Kaiyan reported Han Cheng's behavior to Han Xiqing, leading to the revocation of his position as deputy general manager. Chu Yu and Han Chung thus formed a deep-seated grudge between them. Of course, thinking back now, it was just Han Kaiyan putting on show in front of Chu Yu. Han Chung enthusiastically slapped Chu Yu on the shoulder and then made a theatrical introduction to those around them. None of you know this man, do you? Allow me to make the introductions. His name is Chu Yu, the scumbag who cheated on Kai-yin during their marriage. Heh, take a look at this poor bastard. Only by sheer dumb luck from his ancestors did he manage to marry my sister. He actually didn't know how to cherish what he had, going out to find dirty women. So our Han family kicked him out. As he spoke, he slapped Chu Yu's shoulder vigorously, laughing with particular malice. My father was right. Your lowly origins determine your vile genes, capable of any despicable act. Ha! Chu Yu coldly stared at Han Cheng. I don't know who's vile, but I do know, within 3 seconds, you'll be kneeling and calling me daddy. Chapter 41. You've always won. This time, you've finally lost. Han Cheng immediately flew into a rage, glaring fiercely at Chu Yu. What did you say? You worthless trash. How dare you act arrogant in front of me? Chu Yu turned his head and looked out the window again, starting to count under his breath. 1, 2, 3. The moment his 3 words were uttered, Han Cheng suddenly let out a howl of pain, clutching his left hand as if he'd seen a ghost staring at Chu Yu. What did you do to me? Why does it hurt so much? By the end of his words, his voice had already contorted from pain, grown hoarse, his plump face twitching uncontrollably. The few people behind him were startled, all noticing Han Cheng's left hand. They saw his left hand swelling at a visible rate, resembling a braised pig's trotter, with the swelling continuing to spread up his arm. Seeing such a horrific scene, the young ruffians behind Han Cheng couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces full of fear. Chu Yu remained standing in his spot, calm and composed, his expression neither sad nor joyful. His green robe fluttered gently in the breeze from the window, making him look like an immortal sage. Chu Yu had expected to run into his adversaries when attending the Han family's new product launch, so he planted a little surprise on himself in advance. And this fire scorpion powder on the clothes was one of Chu Yu's little tricks. This substance can also be used medicinally, but when used alone, it's a deadly poison. Once it comes into contact with human skin, the person will feel as if seared by a red-hot branding iron. Han Cheng actually dared to slap his shoulder so hard. Serve him right for getting contaminated with the fire scorpion powder. In an instant, Han Cheng was writhing on the ground in too much pain to even scream. The commotion in the corner instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. The crowd was bewildered, but out of politeness, they refrained from gathering to watch. Han Xiqing frowned. Han Cheng was a member of his Han family, yet he was making a disgraceful scene at such an important occasion. He gave Han Kai-yin a meaningful glance. Understanding his signal, Han Kai-yin strode quickly toward Chu Yu. Li Yongming followed like a gallant protector of beauty. Han Kai-yin ignored Han Cheng, fixing Chu Yu with a warning glare. Chu Yu, I advise you not to stir trouble today. Otherwise, you won't just face me, Han Kai-yin, you'll face the crushing might of all 3 great families. Li Yongming reached out to help Han Cheng up. But Han Cheng was rolling on the ground in pain, nearly dragging him down too, causing complete chaos. Chu Yu didn't look at Han Kai-yin, but calmly fixed his gaze on Han Cheng. I told you, 3 seconds later, you'd be kneeling to apologize to me. Kneel and apologize now, and your left hand might still be saved. Han Cheng, despite being in excruciating pain, heard Chu Yu's words loud and clear. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled onto the ground and began kowtowing to Chu Yu with thunderous thuds. His hoarse voice sent chills down one's spine. Bro, Uncle Chu, Ancestor Chu, you're my ancestor. Spare me. I swear I'll never dare again. Han Cheng was a member of the Han family, yet he kept calling Chu Yu his ancestor in front of so many elite young masters. It was like smearing filth on the Han family's face. The faces of all the Han family members present turned ashen with fury. Chu Yu took out a small medicine packet from his robe and instructed Han Cheng to stick out his tongue. He sprinkled the pale yellow powder from it into Han Cheng's mouth. Han's tongue stuck out longer than a dog's, coated entirely with the powder, and suddenly he began coughing violently. A young ruffian brought over a cup of water, and Han Cheng swallowed both the medicine and water in one gulp. The medicine proved miraculous. No sooner had Han Chung taken it than the pain in his hand vanished, though it remained swollen, red, and shiny, as if inflated. Having suffered a major setback, Han Chung turned suddenly and caught sight of Han Kaiyan. He shuddered and hastened to defend himself. "Sis, it wasn't on purpose. This guy was using some evil trick." His words were cut off by Han Kaiyan before he could finish. "Han Chung, you're injured. Go rest for now. I'll find someone else to take over your remaining tasks." Her voice remained as gentle and melodious as ever, but to Han Chung, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. This was clearly an on-the-spot dismissal. Han Chung was on the verge of tears. He had caused trouble for Chu Yu solely to curry favor with Han Kaiyan, only to find his flattery had wildly missed the mark. Han Chung still wanted to say something, but seeing the icy glint in Han Kaiyan's eyes, he shuddered and had no choice but to withdraw. Han Kaiyan gazed deeply at Chu Yu, her eyes betraying neither aversion nor admiration. The Chu Yu that Han Kaiyan had known before was like a clear pool of water, pure, kind, and warm. This version of Chu Yu was simple, easy to manage. Yet the current Chu Yu was like an unfathomable ancient well. No one could see his depths or guess his intentions. Chu Yu didn't even glance at Han Kaiyan, turning lazily away to gaze once more at the scenery outside the window. It seems the scenery on the river was far more captivating than Han Kaiyan. Han Kaiyan bit her lip, a sudden pang of regret welling up inside her. He's a devilish genius. If given another chance, Han Kaiyan might have been able to accept him and truly become his virtuous wife. Han Kaiyan had not been entirely unmoved by this man. His devotion, his kindness, his handsome appearance, any woman would have been drawn to him. But Han Kaiyan's moment of fondness was just that, a fleeting moment. She still poisoned Chu Yu. A worthless man with no power, influence, or background only deserved to be her stepping stone. Once a stepping stone, always a stepping stone, now and forever. Han Kaiyan slowly walked up to Chu Yu, suddenly letting out a soft chuckle. The tenderness that could kill a man once again appeared on her face. "Chu Yu, do you think you've got me completely under your control?" Chu Yu didn't turn around, continuing to gaze at the scenery outside the window. Han Kaiyan smiled sweetly. "You added purple river car flowers to the Shao Huan Dam prescription. Placenta flower is indeed a potent medicine, but it conflicts with most traditional Chinese herbs and is highly contaminating. If nothing goes wrong, today's product launch event will turn into a massive disaster scene. You attended the product launch just to witness this scene, didn't you?" This time, Chu Yu finally turned back, seemingly somewhat stunned. "You actually figured it out?" Han Kaiyan burst into laughter. "How could I dare to slack off in the face of someone as formidable as you? You're not someone who cares about money, and you just got 300 million from Qinchi. You're not short on cash at all. Yet, knowing full well about the marriage alliance between the Han and Chun families, you still insisted on selling the ancestral recipe for 300 million to the Huichun Hall. After all these twists and turns, wasn't the whole point just to deliver the little returning pill in my hands? Once I desired the little returning pill, your poisonous scheme would succeed, correct?" Han Kaiyan spoke while observing Chu Yu with keen interest. "So naturally, I must suspect there's something wrong with the little returning pills formula. During these past few days, the researchers from my Han Pharmaceutical Group and Huichun Clinic have been working day and night to study the lesser recovery pills formula. Yet we haven't been able to identify any issues with it. In the end, it was Professor Wu Jiaming who sparked the inspiration, and after thousands of experiments and trials, they discovered that using both secret formulas simultaneously would immediately trigger an allergic reaction in the user." Han Kaiyan sighed as she spoke. "I have to admit, you truly are a talented individual. Your intelligence surpasses even the elite disciples of the three great noble houses. However, you underestimated me, and you underestimated the power of a wealthy family. You've always come out on top, but this time, you finally lost." Chu Yu's previously calm and indifferent expression finally darkened with seriousness. Chapter 42. The Plot Twist. Then another. Chu Yu's disappointment and pain were, for Han Kaiyan, the greatest glory and achievement in the world. Han Cayenne, that brilliant genius, had finally defeated him just this once. This kind of intellectual superiority overwhelmed a woman like Han Cayenne more than anything else. Han Cayenne chuckled flirtatiously. I should thank you for giving the Han family another secret recipe worth billions. I believe this must be the last trump card your Chu family holds. Ha ha ha. Chu let out a dejected sigh. You've won this round. But I'm not leaving empty-handed either. 300 million is more than enough for me and my family to live out the rest of our days in comfort. Han Cayenne looked at Chu Yu in astonishment, as if gazing at a fool. Don't forget, you're about to die. We're legally married. Since we haven't divorced yet, I'm still the primary heir to your inheritance. As she spoke, the smile on her face seemed dripping with venom coated in honey. Don't worry, I won't give a single penny of this money to your parents. And I promise you, I won't let any member of your family get away with this. Chu Yu shivered violently, glaring fiercely at Han Cayenne. If you dare, even as a ghost, I will never let you go. Han Cayenne shook her head, faint disappointment flashing in her eyes. Chu Yu, this is nothing but your helpless rage. I'm sorry, I will rise upon your bones. You're merely a stepping stone for me. I won't even feel sympathy or remorse. You're just a fool and a loser. Han Cayenne finished speaking, a sweet smile reappearing on her face as she turned and walked away. Li Yongming, however, did not leave. He stared at Chu Yu and snorted coldly. I know you're suffering. Your family background is inferior to mine, your intelligence falls short of Cyen's, and you couldn't even protect your own parents and loved ones. I truly pity you. To show my sympathy for you, once the press conference is over, I'll personally send you to hell and end your suffering. Li Yongming finished speaking, unable to suppress his smug satisfaction, and left with booming laughter. Chu Yu slowly sat down on the bar stool, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away completely. This world once again bared its cruel fangs at him, tearing him to pieces. Next, the press conference began. Han Cayenne walked gracefully to the center of the stage and began introducing the Divine Elixir Life No. 1 series products in a lively tone. At the same time, she also unveiled the Minor Restoration Pill Medical Beauty product line. All the elite ladies and noble women present were pleasantly surprised and brimming with anticipation. No woman doesn't love beauty, and the fleeting nature of youth, along with aging, are particularly painful concerns for these ladies of high society. Now, suddenly there are two products that can help them preserve their youthful charm and beauty, maintaining their youthfulness long term. One can only imagine how frenzied and elated these women must be. After Han Cayenne finished speaking, representative speakers from the research teams behind both products took the stage to deliver their remarks. Two highly respected medical professors solemnly made this promise to everyone. These two products have no side effects or dependency risks, contain no chemical ingredients, and are wholly made from pure Chinese herbal medicine. The speeches from the two professors sparked enthusiastic cheers and applause throughout the venue. Countless journalists faithfully recorded this scene. Now it's time for the exciting moment to test the product. This trial product is free of charge, primarily aimed at opening up the market among the nobility. Then, using these socialites and noble ladies as a breakthrough point, we'll make both product lines popular and build them in a luxury brand similar to Chanel and Estee Lauder. 6 months later, if these two medical beauty products aren't in your purse, you'd be too embarrassed to call yourself a socialite. First, a hydrating body lotion, retrieved from a safe by professional security personnel, was placed on each socialite's seat. Next up is a detoxification and beauty-enhancing capsule, followed by a qi-boosting and blood-activating oral liquid. One by one, new products were unveiled, and each of the invited distinguished guests received a set. A great deal of thought has also gone into the packaging of these products. Even a small bottle of moisturizing lotion was adorned with blue diamond inlays as embellishments. Even though it's a lab-grown diamond, an empty bottle alone is worth thousands, let alone the actual product inside. Soon, the socialites and ladies who had obtained the product happily began using it. They applied all their homemaking skills to carefully daub the product onto their well-maintained faces. Before long, generously effusive praises rose one after another, quickly spreading throughout the entire product launch. So refreshing, incredibly comfortable, unlike anything I've ever felt before. Never mind its spot-removing and beautifying effects. Just the sensation of applying it feels wonderful. I am conquered. I've decided that from now on, I'll only use the Divine Elixir Life Series #1 products. Miss Han, I must thank you. My face feels like it's suddenly met its savior. The socialites sighed in admiration, showering praise. They weren't offering flattery with ulterior motives. Given their status and position, there was no need for them to endorse the Han and Chen families. These two products are indeed very comfortable, giving everyone the feeling of unearthing a treasure. A noblewoman in her 40s at the northeast corner, feeling the refreshing coolness on her skin, couldn't help but beam with joy. Her name was Zhang Lihua, the wife of a powerful figure in Jiangnan province. A woman like this was the esteemed figure diligently courted by both the Han and Chen families. Zhang Lihua came from a distinguished background, and in her youth, she was also a great beauty. She and her current husband are well matched in social status, leading a worry-free life after marriage. The only concern, if any, would be her inevitable aging, and her husband's rapid rise in officialdom, with his political career becoming increasingly successful, gave Zhang Lihua an overwhelming sense of crisis. Zhang Lihua urgently needed such a product to preserve her beautiful appearance and win back her husband's heart. In fact, Zhang Lifang possessed delicate features with a rounded, jade-like beauty. Years of privileged living and expensive skincare routines had kept her skin fair, tender, and dewy. She scarcely looked a day over 30. Yet, what woman could resist the allure of eternal youth? The two product lines launched by Han's Pharmaceutical Group had truly delighted Zhang Lifang to no end. Han Kaiyan stood on the podium, maintaining perfect humility and a smile throughout. For this day, she willingly stooped to please a low-life loser like Chu Yu in order to obtain the elixir recipe, then poured endless effort and devotion into developing the product. She even suffered Chu Yu's counterstrike, becoming the laughingstock of high society. And worse, to secure the Li family's backing, she surrendered herself to Li Yongming, staining her reputation in the process. Yet in this moment, all the humiliation and unspeakable suffering vanished like smoke in the wind. From today onward, Chu Yu would become her stepping stone. No one could ever stop Han Cyan's rise to dominance over the entire pharmaceutical and cosmetics market. She is the queen of the business world in Jiangnan. The joy of success made Han Cyan's smile grow even more gentle and sweet. Her entire body seemed to be glowing. Han Cyan's heart swelled with smug satisfaction, and she couldn't resist casting a glance at Chu Yu. That one glance instantly sent Han Cyan's heart plummeting to the depths, her entire body breaking out in goosebumps. Chapter 43. Someone's about to die. Chu Yu had been slumped in his seat like lifeless mud, appearing utterly desolate and alone. Yet now, Chu Yu stood up, a faint smile playing on his lips. There was no trace of gloom or despair on his face, only calm composure and the confident air of one holding victory firmly in hand. That feeling, like an angler seeing a big fish bite or a hunter finally catching sight of prey. This expression was all too familiar to Han Kaiyan. At the contract signing ceremony for Huichun Hall earlier, that damned pretty boy wore this same expression, and in the end, Han Kaiyan had to apologize to him publicly, utterly humiliated. Li Yongming had a pair of tattered shoes hung around his neck when he returned, and the humiliation made him cough up blood and rage. Han Kaiyan sensed imminent peril. That overwhelming sense of danger was like a venomous serpent lurking in the jungle, baring its fangs at her, the cold, forked tongue nearly touching the tip of her nose. But the critical problem was Han Kaiyan had no idea where the danger was coming from. This was the most terrifying part. Han Cyan's smile froze, a creeping dread filling her heart. Seeing Li Yongming approach, she quickly grabbed his arm and whispered her unease to him. Li Yongming cast a disdainful glance at Chu Yu, clearly unconvinced. Shiyan, aren't you being a bit too nervous? The medicinal properties of his placenta flower have already been discovered by you, and after tens of thousands of experiments, all potential risks have been eliminated. If he can still turn things around at this point, then he's not a man, he's a god. I think he's just putting on a show, all bark and no bite, deliberately trying to disgust you. Han Kaiyan thought about the past days, where she had led 2 top domestic research teams, including Professor Wu, conducting experiment after experiment to eliminate all potential risks. Her mood finally relaxed a little. Li Yongming was right. Under such circumstances, no one could turn the tide. Not even if he was a god. Li Yongming watched Han Kaiyan relax and tried to console her. Don't look at him, just relax. After tonight, I'll show him what it means to be crushed by the elite. As he spoke, he glanced in Zhang Lihua's direction and whispered a reminder. Mrs. Zhang requires special attention. We still need to rely on Mrs. Zhang's husband for many of our new products approval procedures. She likes our product. You must seize this rare opportunity. Han Kaiyan glanced at Zhang Lihua and nodded. Though uneasy at heart, she quickly composed herself, picked up 2 glasses of champagne, and walked toward Zhang Lihua. Zhang Lihua had just applied a face mask, and as she gently touched her skin, she marveled at how much smoother and softer it felt, her heart swelling with delight. Han Kaiyan seized the opportunity to place the champagne on the table, handing 1 glass to Zhang Lifang. Mrs. Zhang, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend my company's product launch event. Let me propose a toast to you. Zhang Lihua's smile bloomed like a flower. She took the glass, clinked it with Han Kaiyan's, and downed it in 1 gulp. Zhang Lifang greatly admired Han Kaiyan. She found Han Kaiyan beautiful, gracious, and noble. Most importantly, immensely talented. At such a young age, she had already developed such remarkable products. Han Kaiyan played to her preferences and thoughtfully introduced several items from the product line, along with various usage tips. Zhang Lifang was even happier and extremely satisfied with Han Kaiyan. At that moment, a noble woman in her late 30s approached, smiling as she greeted Zhang Lihua. Her clothing was luxurious, adorned with jewels from head to toe, clearly indicating she was no ordinary person. Upon seeing this woman, Zhang Lihua quickly stood up and greeted her warmly. Sister, I was just about to go find you for a chat, but Miss Han happened to come by. Perfect timing to talk together. Han Kaiyan recognized this woman. Her name was Lin Yaji, the wife of another prominent figure with real power. Her status was nearly on par with Zhang Lihua's. Most importantly, this influential figure with real power happened to oversee health and pharmaceuticals. That very deity whom countless pharmaceutical conglomerates clamored to curry favor with. Lin Yaji and Zhang Lihua were in similar situations. Their husbands were soaring in their careers while they were fast becoming yellow-faced wives, aging housewives. This product happened to be Lin Yaji's lifesaver. Thus, the usually aloof Lin Yaji unprecedentedly struck up a warm and friendly conversation with Han Kaiyan. With Zhang Lifang on one side and Lin Yaji on the other, their lavish praises left Han Kaiyan utterly delighted. Lin Yaji readily agreed and promised to have her husband set up a specialized task force upon returning, dedicated to approving the 2 product lines, accelerating their large-scale production, and bringing them to market as soon as possible. Han Kaiyan was pleasantly surprised. Although the Xiaohuan Dan series products and Shundan Life No. 1 primarily claimed beauty and youth preservation effects, they were essentially medicinal products at their core. The approval process for drug production has always been exceptionally complex, with licenses difficult to obtain. Sometimes, it can take years for a medication to progress from approval to actual production. But with Lin Yaji's single remark, everything suddenly became simple. They were chatting happily when Lin Yaji suddenly scratched her left cheek, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Han Kaiyan was startled inwardly, but maintained a composed facade. What's wrong with you, madam? Lin Yaji furrowed her brows. Strange, why does my face feel a bit itchy? As soon as these words were spoken, Han Kaiyan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Every hair on her body stood on end. She tensely watched Lin Yaji, just about to say something when she heard Zhang Lihua also gasp in surprise. Huh, I'm feeling a bit unwell too. What's going on? This made Han Kaiyan absolutely horrified. She stared nervously at the two noble women, stammering. Ladies, could this perhaps be psychological discomfort? Her words trailed off halfway as her mouth gaped open, unable to speak further. Lin Yaji's fair, jade-like left cheek visibly reddened before their eyes. Countless red rashes sprouted like weeds after rainfall, rapidly spreading across her skin. In less than a minute, these rashes swelled into angry red boils that continued to grow, fester, and ooze yellowish pus. Han Kaiyan felt a chill creeping up her spine from the base of her tailbone. Unconsciously, cold sweat soaked through the back of her shirt. Her worst fear had come true. Allergic reaction. Damn this allergy again. Han Kaiyan's soul nearly leaped out of her body as she turned to glance at Chu Yu. To her horror, that demon of a man raised his hand and mimed shooting her with his fingers. Bang! Chu Yu sneered, his lips silently forming the shape of a gunshot. Han Kaiyan's head truly felt as though it had been struck by a bullet, stars exploding before her eyes. She was utterly stunned. After all his meticulous planning, he still fell into that despicable pretty boy's poisonous trap. But how exactly did he pull it off? He had conducted countless experiments and tested the product with numerous people. There had never been any issues before. So why was there a problem now? Before Han Kaiyan could come to her senses, she heard Zhang Lihua's startled scream. Sister, your face! What happened to your face? At almost the same moment, Lin Yaji also cried out. Sister, your face is ruined, oh my god. Both of them caught sight of each other's face and instinctively reached up to touch their own. That single touch sent their souls fleeing in terror, leaving them rooted to the spot like wooden puppets. Help! Someone's dead. The entire hall echoed with the shrill screams of the two noble women, like village women being dragged into the sorghum fields by ruffians. The hall instantly erupted into chaos. Chapter 44. Fooled once again. In an instant, not only Zhang Lihua, but also Lin Meiji's faces were covered in festering rashes. The other women in their 30s present at the scene experienced the same situation. A good 5 or 6 noble women screamed out in pain almost simultaneously. My face! What's wrong with my face? It must be the medicine. Damn it to hell. Where's the person in charge? Drag them out and get some answers. At that moment, Han Kaiyan felt as though she had plunged in the 18th layer of hell, her heart freezing to the core, her body trembling uncontrollably. Everything before her eyes seemed so unreal. She had clearly conducted thorough tests, eliminating all possibilities to guarantee absolute safety. Only then did she dare invite these society ladies and celebrities to attend the product launch event. In an instant, Han Kaiyan was surrounded by several furious women hurling curses at her. Zhang Lifang and Lin Meiji stood frozen in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Their meticulously maintained faces suddenly began to rot away, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. For women of their age and status, their faces are like priceless works of art, utterly impervious to the slightest blemish. Indeed, their faces are more precious than their very lives. Yet now their lives are gone. Staring at each other's faces, they instantly knew the extent of their own grotesque decay. Both of them wished they could just die and be done with it all. As if by tacit agreement, Zhang Lihua and Lin Meiji took out mirrors to examine their faces. At the sight of her reflection, Zhang Lifang's vision went black as she collapsed straight backward, fainting on the spot from terror. As for Lin Meiji, she froze momentarily before, like a crazed tigress. She threw herself at Han Kaiyan. You little slut, give me back my face. Her voice was shrill with anguish, like a vengeful female ghost demanding blood. This Madame Lin had always been a notorious shrew. Even that formidable man of the household had feared his wife like a tiger. She'd once led a mob to catch a mistress, stripping the woman naked in public and clawing her face to ribbons. At this moment, her most cherished beauty was ruined. How could she bear this? While Han Kaiyan was still trembling with fear, she failed to notice Lin Yaji pouncing on her. Amid her screams, a searing pain suddenly flashed across her cheek. Lin Meiji had scratched her viciously. Her rosy, delicate face instantly bore 5 bloody claw marks. This time, no matter how composed Han Kaiyan usually was, she let out a terrified scream all the same. She is also a woman, and what she fears most is the destruction of her beauty. Han Kaiyan fell to the ground, desperately trying to protect her face. Furious, Lin Meiji straddled her, her sharp nails clawing wildly at her body. Although Han Kaiyan managed to protect her face, her arms, neck, and other areas were still clawed until they dripped with blood. The other women were furious. Seeing Lin Meiji take action, they could no longer hold back and swarmed forward, landing punches and kicks on Han Kaiyan. These women were all older, mostly over 30. What kind of situation hadn't they seen before? They were like Lin Meiji, women who could outfight mistresses and out-ruthless men. In their frenzy of vengeance, they clawed and tore at Han Kaiyan like mad. Some people frantically clawed at Han Kaiyan's face. Others kicked her head with their feet, while still others yanked violently at her beautiful hair as if trying to tear every strand from her scalp. The women instantly erupted into a brawl, noble ladies and socialites descending into the vicious scrap of rural shrews, the scene utterly disgraceful to behold. Li Yongming was utterly shocked and rushed over, but he dared not reach out to grab Lin Meiji or the others, pacing around in frantic agitation. After all, he was a man. If a man intervened in a women's fight, the slightest misstep could land him with the disgraceful label of a pervert. Suddenly, Zhang Lihua also regained consciousness. Casting a hopeful glance at her reflection in the mirror, she let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted once more from sheer terror. Countless journalists watched this sudden turn of events, utterly stunned. Yet none forgot their cameras, eagerly pointing their lenses at Han Kaiyan, afraid to miss even a single detail. Chu Yu stood holding a glass of red wine, observing the scene coldly with unshakable composure. After all, not a single twist had escaped Chu Yu's calculations. Han Kaiyan was formidable enough, but if she was Sun Wukong, then Chu Yu was the Buddha himself. Everything is under control. At last, the women from the Han family and the waitresses arrived to help, and together they managed to pull these society ladies up from the floor. Han Kaiyan sprawled on the ground like a hen mauled by 7 or 8 weasels, a pitiful, unrecognizable wreck. Though she tried her best to shield her face, a few bloody scratches still marked her skin. At the same time, half her hair had been yanked out, leaving her disheveled and wild-haired. Her elegant violet evening gown was torn to shreds, exposing her voluptuous figure. Yet there was no beauty in this scene. Every inch of her skin had been clawed bloody by a furious mob of women. What a wretched sight! How tragic! Li Yongming's heart ached as he took off his coat to cover Han Kaiyan's body, then picked her up in his arms. The incident had unfolded with shocking speed. By the time Han Xiqing and Chen Tianxiao, who had been chatting in the break room, rushed over, those 7 or 8 high society ladies had already vented their fury completely. However, it wasn't over yet. Lin Meiji and her group, whose appearances had been ruined, watched as Han Xiqing and Chen Tianxiao arrived. They quickly surrounded the two men, demanding an explanation. Although Han Xiqing and Chen Tianxiao were prominent figures in the business world, facing this group of fierce women still made their scalps tingle with dread. However, being seasoned foxes, they quickly ushered these women with ruined faces into the lounge upon realizing something was wrong with the medicine, offering comforting words and promising to take full responsibility. Though severe, such skin allergies could still be cured with the Han family's medical expertise. Lin Meiji immediately made a fierce declaration. If my face doesn't return to normal, Han Pharmaceutical Group will be shut down, and Han Kaiyan will be sent to prison. Han Xiqing meekly agreed, seeing no other choice but to have Professor Wu and others rush over immediately to provide treatment. Li Yongming carried Han Kaiyan into another lounge, wiping her cheeks and disinfecting them with alcohol. Han Kaiyan seemed completely dazed, her eyes staring blankly without moving a muscle. She was surrounded and beaten by a group of women, but only suffered superficial injuries, nothing internal. However, this beating completely shattered Han Caiyan's backbone and extinguished her lofty ambitions in one fell swoop. No matter how resilient Han Caiyan was, she utterly broke down at this moment. She realized, once again, she had fallen into Chu Yu's trap. His Xiao Huandan prescription must have contained other poisons. The Zihe flower was nothing but a deliberate smokescreen he threw out. How laughable that after ruling out the Zihe flower, she thought she'd achieved victory. In her momentary triumph, she fell right into Chu Yu's trap. At this realization, Han Caiyan shuddered with dread. That damned pretty boy, so pure and innocent on the surface, could become utterly terrifying when pushed to his limits. Li Yangming wanted to help Han Caiyan change her clothes, but she shook her head and finally spoke her first words since being injured. Go fetch Chu Yu for me. Tell him I admit defeat. Chapter 45. Shameless beyond belief. Li Yangming widened his eyes, staring at Han Caiyan, unable to believe these words had actually come out of her mouth. Was this still the same woman who trampled over rules and respected no law? At this moment, Han Caiyan was terrifyingly calm, though disheveled and looking wretched. Her words brooked no doubt from anyone. We admit defeat in this round. Admitting defeat now could still save us. Otherwise, once Lin Yaji and Zhang Lihua's conditions worsen, both our Han's pharmaceutical group and the Huichun Hall will face utter destruction. Li Yangming still clung to a glimmer of hope, refusing to fully concede. Even if that brat is behind this, our medical research team isn't incompetent. It's just an allergy, isn't it? I believe Professor Wu and the others will find a way to fix this. Han Caiyan let out a resigned sigh. He deliberately schemed to create this situation. Do you think he'll let us resolve it so easily? If Lin Yaji and Zhang Lihua's faces are ruined, those women will go mad. They'll stop at nothing to exact revenge on us. When that happens, do you think Han's pharmaceutical group and Revival Hall can withstand it? Li Yangming recalled Lin Yaji's ferocity and shuddered involuntarily before nodding and going to find Chu Yu. To Li Yangming's surprise, he had just stepped out of the lounge when he bumped into Chu Yu, who was smoking in the hallway. This punk seemed to have anticipated Li Yangming and Han Caiyan would come looking for him, waiting here early all along. Li Yangming gnashed his teeth in silent fury, barely suppressing his rage as he spat through clenched teeth. Miss Han has business with you. Go inside. Chu Yu exhaled a slow plume of smoke while regarding Li Yangming with detached calm. You're not being sincere. I won't go. You. Li Yangming's eyes widened in fury, wishing he could tear that pretty boy's hateful face to shreds, then stab him 1,000, no, 10,000 times. He had clearly set the trap, calculated every detail, and had been waiting here all along for Li Yangming and Han Caiyan, yet now he was putting on this act. By heaven's witness, it took every ounce of Li Yangming's self-control to keep his boiling rage in check, so he could speak these words with perfect composure. How is it not sincere? How is it not sincere? How the hell is it not sincere? Yet, under the eaves of others, one must bow their head. The illnesses of noble women like Lin Yali and Zhang Lihua still depended on him. Li Yangming forced down his anger and managed to squeeze out a stiff smile. My apologies for my earlier attitude. I sincerely apologize. Miss Han is waiting for you inside. I assume you'd like to discuss this matter with her, right? Please go in. By the end, Li Yangming's tone carried a hint of desperation. Chu Yu looked at him coldly. Show me your hand. Li Yangming extended his palm, puzzled. He was born into nobility, never having done manual labor. His palms were free of calluses, smoother and more delicate than a woman's hands. Chu Yu took a deep drag on his cigarette, then pressed the glowing red tip into Li Yangming's palm. Sizzle. The acrid smell of scorched flesh assaulted his nostrils. Li Yangming screamed in pain, yet he didn't dare withdraw his hand, enduring the torment through sheer willpower. Cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead, his face turning ashen. Chu Yu glanced at Li Yangming, noticing his gritted teeth, not from rage, but pain and endurance, with an expression of sheer astonishment. Just asked you to toss a cigarette, but for me, why so much agony? 10,000 alpacas stampeded through Li Yangming's mind. Fuck your ancestors. You pressed a burning cigarette, but into my palm, and still ask why I'm in pain. Is there such a despicable person in this world? Li Yangming cursed angrily in his heart, but on the surface, he maintained a calm and indifferent expression. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a little unwell. At your service. His fist clenched the extinguished cigarette, but tightly in his palm before he turned and strode away. Chuyu gave a faint smile, then strode into the lounge. Too much. Not at all. Although Li Yangming was merely a pawn in Han Caiyan's schemes, the fact remains that he cuckolded Chuyu. Moreover, he aided in poisoning Chuyu and even hired assassins to murder Chuyu's entire family. For such an utterly irreconcilable enemy, no measure could ever be considered too cruel. Li Yangming tossed the cigarette but into the trash bin, pondered for a moment, then strode firmly into the medical room. His hand had already been scalded into blisters and needed treatment. Most importantly, Li Yangming wanted to see if Professor Wu and the others could treat the injuries on Lin Yali and Zhang Lihua's faces. The research teams led by Professor Wu at Huichun Hall and Professor Duan from Han Pharmaceuticals Group are among the top medical research teams in the country's pharmaceutical field, boasting first-class experts and state-of-the-art laboratories. Li Yangming simply couldn't believe that these two prestigious expert teams would have no solution whatsoever for a minor allergy issue. In the restroom converted into a medical ward, Professors Wu Jiaming and Duan Tianda sat with ashen faces, staring at each other in stunned silence. They had already collected samples from the festering wounds of Zhang Lihua and Lin Yaji for research. The results left both professors shocked. The culprit behind Zhang Lihua and Lin Yazi's allergic skin deterioration was something unheard of and unseen. Given their foundational knowledge and experience, they had no idea what this substance was, let alone how to formulate an antidote. The lounge was divided into two compartments. Inside the outer one, 7 or 8 noble women wailed and cursed, lamenting to the heavens. Inside the partitioned room, 2 medical professors stared at each other in silent dismay. Under these circumstances, the moment the 2 professors announced their inability to save the patient, chaos would erupt immediately. No one could predict what desperate and frenzied acts Lin Yaji, Zhang Lihua, and the others might commit. Li Yangming entered and immediately noticed the 2 professors standing dumbstruck. His heart sank, yet he managed to steady himself. Professors, have you found a way to treat this? Wu Jiaming and Professor Duan shook their heads simultaneously, Wu Jiaming letting out a heavy sigh. At this point, I only know that the Xiao Huandan contains another mysterious substance with intense radioactivity and toxicity. This is the direct cause of the lady's allergic reactions. But in such a short time, there's no way for me to isolate this substance, let alone develop a targeted treatment. This outcome had long been within Han Caiyan's expectations. Yet hearing Professor Wu Jiaming say so still sent a chill through Li Yangming's heart. He extended his burned left hand weakly. First, help me treat the wound. For now, we can only rely on Miss Han. No matter the cost, we must find the antidote, or things will spiral out of control today. Chuyu entered the lounge to find Han Caiyan still unchanged, her revealing outfit leaving little to the imagination before his eyes. Her disheveled hair, the violet dress torn into strips, and the bloody marks on her face, neck, and legs coalesced into a sinful, fallen beauty that tempted one toward transgression. Such a sight of Han Caiyan was undeniably pitiable. She was also a stunning beauty, the kind men would easily forgive, no matter what she had done before. Especially since Chuyu had once loved Han Caiyan. Han Caiyan had truly mastered the art of understanding a man's heart. However, the first words from Chuyu sent Han Caiyan leaping up from the ground in shock. In just one more quarter hour, the scars on those allergic patients' faces will become permanent. Not even a deity could save them then. Chapter 46. Not even a deity could stop it. Han Caiyan stared at Chuyu in panic, her face filled with desperation. Chuyu, I know you must have a way, right? Please help me. I'm willing to go to prison, but Han's pharmaceutical group cannot fall by my hand. I can't become the eternal sinner of the Han family. Chuyu glared at her coldly, lit another Huangalu cigarette, took a deep drag, but didn't utter a single word. Han Kaiyan was completely at a loss. 15 minutes later, Lin Yali, Zhang Lihua, and the other patients would be beyond saving, and the Han family would be finished. No matter what price Han Kaiyan had to pay, she would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Han Kaiyan begged pitifully, Chuyu, think about our past. Although I had ulterior motives, during our romance, I was truly sincere. Believe me, I was also forced by my family to act against you. I'm a pitiful woman too. You don't know how important you are to me. As she spoke, Han Kaiyan suddenly tore open her clothes, including her inner shirt. The peaks undulated, range upon range, utterly captivating. Han Kaiyan didn't evade in the slightest, looking straight into Chuyu's eyes. If you help me just this once from now on, I'll be yours. I'll do anything you ask. I beg you, please help me. Chuyu glared coldly at the woman, unable to hide the intense disgust in his eyes. Once upon a time, Chuyu had fantasized countless times about winning Han Kaiyan's heart, vowing to love only her for the rest of his life. Yet now, when Han Kaiyan was within easy reach, he felt an indescribable disgust. Han Kaiyan was incoherent, pleading with Chuyu when she suddenly noticed the look in his eyes and froze. His eyes were filled with hatred, disdain, contempt, and overwhelming disgust. To Chuyu, Han Kaiyan was no longer a vibrant and alluring beauty, but a beggar crawling with maggots. Han Kaiyan involuntarily fell silent. She quickly realized that in front of this man, every little scheme of hers, every evasion and excuse, was laid bare and completely transparent. Chuyu watched as Han Kaiyan calmed down before sitting down on his own. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Han Kaiyan's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, but she immediately got up nonchalantly and fastened her buttons anew. How did you do it? These past few days, I've been guarding the workshop day and night where we produce the new product. I personally supervised every single procedure and repeatedly checked each raw material. There's absolutely no way anything could have gone wrong. The new drug was produced, and I had many people test it. Even I used it myself. We experimented with varying doses repeatedly, striving for perfection. Why is it that none of us had allergic reactions, while all 8 people outside did? Chuyu looked at her faintly, with a trace of mockery in his gaze. The Chu family's medical arts are profound and boundless. If I tamper with the formula of the minor returning elixir, how could you possibly detect it? You guessed right. The placenta flower was indeed a decoy I planted, a deliberate flaw for you to discover. Only then would you confidently mass-produce it and hold the new product launch. But beyond the placenta flower, there's also growing grass, another forbidden ingredient. That's the true allergen I concealed within the formula. Growing grass. Han Kaiyan was practically going insane. This common Chinese medicinal herb was an utterly ordinary ingredient found in numerous traditional prescriptions. Han Kaiyan had doubted every single ingredient in the prescription, except for this one common Chinese herb. Han Kaiyan stared blankly, muttering to herself, "Why ratgrass? How could it possibly cause an allergy? Are you lying to me again?" Chuyu let out a cold laugh. The Chu family's medicinal principles follow the interplay of sovereign and subordinate ingredients, subtly mirroring the transformations of yin-yang and the 5 elements. How could you possibly comprehend it all? Let me tell you the truth. When mousetail herb combines with the main ingredient golden dragon's beard root, it produces a highly diffusive substance called inking toxin. Junsiking is just as volatile as purple placenta flower, but it can contaminate all your medicinal herbs even more surreptitiously and potently. Your so-called scientific instruments are utterly incapable of detecting it. While all of you were busy guarding against the purple river flower, the fungal toxins had already stealthily infiltrated and contaminated all the raw materials. Han Kaiyan collapsed completely, slumping into the chair like a heap of mud. This isn't just a slap in the face. This is complete and utter domination. The intellectual superiority, especially crushing one's spirit with sheer intelligence, breeds utter despair. Han Kaiyan suddenly seemed to have realized something, her eyes locking on Chu Yu with piercing intensity. Why is it that after taking Divine Elixir Life number 1 and the minor rejuvenation pill, I didn't have an allergic reaction? Furthermore, why didn't any employees experience allergies when trialing both products? This was the aspect Han Kaiyan found most perplexing. Since the formulas for Xiao Huandan and Jiuxin Yulu 1 both originated from Chu Yu, she had been exceptionally cautious, conducting trials on over 100 test subjects alone. Over 100 people had no issues, and the results were excellent, yet it suddenly erupted into chaos at the product launch. Who the hell do you even complain to about this? Chu Yu chuckled darkly. Have you noticed that all the patients with allergic skin ulcers are over 35, and the older they are, the worse their condition? Those under 30 are completely unaffected. Han Kaiyan's eyes widened instantly as a vague possibility dawned on her, making even her voice tremble. You beast! How could you stoop to something like this, you animal? In that instant, Han Kaiyan understood everything. This fungal cerulean only triggers allergic reactions in women over 35. No wonder Han Kaiyan's 100-plus test subjects never detected it. Because the ordinary employees used for drug testing were all under the age of 35. A woman who has been promoted to supervisor or manager wouldn't risk her own body by testing medicine. Han Kaiyan was indeed bold, testing the medicine with her own body, but she was only 25 years old this year. Every detail unfolded exactly as this demon had anticipated. Even the company's personnel makeup, social conventions, and promotion protocols were within his grasp. Han Kaiyan's downfall this time wasn't the least bit unjust. Under such meticulous scheming, even a deity couldn't withstand the onslaught. Lin Yaji and Zhang Lihua, aged 36 and 39 respectively, both became targets of the fungal neurotoxin's attack. And all other allergy patients were about the same age, 35 or above, with none spared. The deadliest part was that among the distinguished guests Han Kaiyan had invited, noble women in this age bracket were the ones you least wanted to offend. These women were either the wives of influential figures or matriarchs of powerful, wealthy families. The authority they wielded was enough to topple the entire Han Pharmaceutical Group and Huichun Hall. Women of this age, with their fading youth, pursue physical beauty to an absolutely appalling degree. The Han's Pharmaceutical Group's Miracle Life Elixir No. 1 series and the Huichun Hall's Minor Restoration Pill series had the misfortune of ruining their beauty. Such hatred could truly be described as sworn and irreconcilable. Chapter 47, He Actually Dares to Demand It. Han Kaiyan understood that this was now a matter of life or death for the entire Han family. If she couldn't make Chu Yu produce the antidote, the Han family, Li family, and Huichun Hall would soon face a crushing storm of annihilation. These 8 disfigured noble women would mobilize all their power and influence to exact a frenzied revenge. Under such retribution, neither the Li family nor the Huichun Hall would escape unscathed. Han Kaiyan had no way of knowing their fate. But she knew full well that the Han family would never hold out till the end, nor could they bear such losses. One wrong move can ruin the entire game. At this thought, Han Kaiyan felt faint, as if all the blood in her body had rushed to her head. She bit her lower lip hard, forcing herself to stay composed as she stared at Chu Yu. Name your terms. What will it take for you to produce the antidote and save those allergic patients? Chu Yu smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet his words nearly made Han Kaiyan faint on the spot. I want the Han family's ARC Pharmaceuticals, including management, sales channels, and all affiliated factories, equipment, and personnel. Additionally, regarding Spring Hall, I want Professor Wu Jiamin's research team, along with all the data and research results from his laboratory. Han Kaiyan completely broke down, wishing she could charge forward, wildly swinging a knife to cut him into pieces. This demon, he actually had the audacity to ask for it. Our corporation is the most profitable subsidiary under the Han's Pharmaceutical Group. From procurement to production and sales, ARC Pharmaceuticals has become completely independent, single-handedly supporting half of Han's Pharmaceutical Group's operations. In just the first half of this year alone, ARC Pharmaceuticals has generated $400 million in net profit for Han's Pharmaceutical Group, equivalent to the combined total of all other subsidiaries. In effect, Chu Yu's single demand has demanded half the lifeblood of Han's Pharmaceutical Group. As for Hui Chunhal, their situation was even worse. Over the years, the only reason Hui Chunhal could compete on equal footing with the Han Corporation and the Tang Group was because of the excellence of Wu Jiamin's research team, which consistently developed new products. Once they lose Professor Wu Jiaming's research team, Hui Chunhal will decline from a first-tier pharmaceutical company to a second-tier one, with bleak prospects for future development. This is equivalent to uprooting Hui Chunhal's foundation. That damned pretty boy has, with just a single sentence, taken half the life out of two major corporations. How vicious! Under normal circumstances, Chu Yu's words would be nothing but delusional rambling. Before he could even finish his dream, the Han family and the Hui Chunhal's people would wake him up by pissing on him. Even now, Han Kaiyan intends to perish together with Chu Yu, putting an end to everything. But Han Kaiyan wouldn't do such a thing. The 8 noble women outside were still waiting for the medicine from this living king of hell. If these 15 minutes passed, those 8 noble women would be left permanently disfigured, and the fate of Han Corporation and Hui Chunhal would be even more tragic. Han Kaiyan glared fiercely at Chu Yu as if she wanted to devour him whole. Chu Yu looked back at Han Kaiyan indifferently, his gaze calm and detached. Time passed second by second, and silence filled the lounge. For Han Kaiyan, even this single second felt like an endless torment from hell. With only the final 10 minutes remaining, Han Kaiyan finally broke down, stomping her foot in frustration. The demands you've made are beyond my authority. I can only report them to the family head and Chairman Chun of Hui Chun Tang for their decision. As she spoke, Han Kaiyan shot Chu Yu a venomous glare before turning and slamming the door behind her as she left. Chu Yu simply smiled faintly, shrugged his shoulders, and remained silent. Doesn't your Han family pride itself on being an aristocratic clan? Don't you think I, Chu Yu, am only worthy of being your stepping stone? Then let's see who the real stepping stone is. Han Xiqing and Chun Tianxiao were comforting the 8 disfigured women. Given their status and reputation, even if these 8 noble women went mad, they still had to show them some respect. The 2 pharmaceutical bigwigs smiled until their faces stiffened, earnestly comforting and reassuring the 8 women. They spoke in cheerful tones, telling the 8 distinguished ladies that allergies were no major illness, and that Han's Pharmaceutical Group and Hui Chun Tang would surely resolve the matter, ensuring their beauty remained unharmed. Such were their words, yet their hearts pounded with anxiety. For until now, Professors Wu Jiaming and Duan, top medical experts, had yet to propose a concrete treatment plan despite their sampling research. Who knows if it can be cured? 8 nearly hysterical wealthy women felt their cheeks growing itchier and more painful by the moment. Clusters of prickly heat erupted across their skin, oozing yellowish fluid at the slightest touch. Wherever the yellow fluid dripped, fresh rashes would sprout anew. This kind of allergic reaction is downright maddening, driving one to the brink of insanity, making life unbearable. Everyone is teetering on the edge of madness. Zhang Lihua has fainted several times already. She simply cannot accept the reality of her disfigured face. The other society women either glare viciously at Han Xiqing and Chun Tianxiao or wail uncontrollably, utterly inconsolable. Han Xiqing couldn't hold it in any longer. Lin Yaji's gaze at him was too fierce, as if she might come over any moment to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Han Xiqing hurried into the inner room to consult Professor Wu. Well, have a sampling test results come out yet? Has an effective treatment plan been formulated? Professor Wu weakly shook his head. Even now, they still can't determine the origin or pharmacological properties of that mysterious substance, let alone develop an effective treatment plan. Han Xiqing was so frustrated he nearly cursed aloud, but ultimately swallowed his coarse words. In the entire Jiangnan province, there was no medical expert more skilled than Professor Wu. If even he couldn't develop an effective medicine, others shouldn't waste their efforts trying. With grave concern, Han Siqing walked out to comfort the nearly hysterical noblewomen, assuring them that the remedy would be ready shortly. The women on the verge of hysteria finally regained their composure. Chun Tianxiao took it seriously and entered the inner compartment, only to emerge shortly afterward like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly dejected. Both of them understood that this time, Hua Chuntang and Han Pharmaceutical Group had stirred up an utterly disastrous storm. At that very moment, the secretary hurried in and whispered something to Han Siqing and Chun Tianxiao, instantly lighting up their eyes with excitement. Han Siqing apologized to the 8 noble ladies, explaining that he had urgent matters to attend to before leaving the temporary ward with Chun Tianxiao. Outside the temporary ward, Han Saiyin's eyes were bloodshot, her hair simply tied back, looking utterly haggard and defeated. Han Siqing's heart softened at the sight of his daughter in such a state, yet anger immediately flared within him. Damn it, it's all your fault. Got any bright ideas? They're driving me insane. Han Kaiyan remained far calmer than Han Siqing, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Dad, we've been fooled by that little bastard Chuyu again. As she spoke, she recounted the entire incident. Han Siqing and Chun Tianxiao listened with their hearts pounding and souls trembling. Though they navigated the business world for many years and witnessed countless schemes and deceptions, they'd never encountered anyone who could calculate so divinely before. Han Siqing steadied himself. If he has a way to save us, no matter what his conditions are, agree immediately. Let's survive this immediate crisis first. Han Saiyin's voice was already choked with sobs. Dad, our Han family simply can't agree to these terms. He's demanding both ARC Pharmaceuticals and Professor Wu's research team. The moment these words were spoken, Han Siqing and Chun Tianxiao seemed as if struck by lightning, their hair standing on end and their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. That damn pretty boy has ambitions higher than the sky. Chapter 48, The Real Viper. For a moment, the hearts of Chun Tianxiao and Han Siqing bled along the corridor. Han Kaiyan gazed at her father with tear-filled eyes, overwhelmed by both boundless remorse and self-loathing. She should never have acted so hastily in the first place. Once Chuyu is dead and the scheme is exposed, what could he possibly do about it? He died a clueless ghost. But who could have imagined that this poor man Han Kaiyan, looked down upon, would actually turn the tables against all odds, rising like a phoenix from the ashes? Who could have freaking imagined? Han Kaiyan wished she could strangle herself. Suddenly, Han Kaiyan seemed to remember something and urgently reported. That's right, he said if it exceeds 15 minutes, his medicine won't work anymore. Not even a god could help then. He demanded we draft the transfer agreement and complete all legal procedures within 15 minutes. At this point, Han Kaiyan glanced at her Vacheron Constantine watch. Dad, we now have less than 10 minutes left. At this, Chun Tianxiao and Han Siqing both jumped up like cats with their tails stepped on. Han Siqing bellowed sternly, commanding Han Kaiyan, immediately comply with his demands. Secure the antidote first. Han Kaiyan shuddered. Dad, that was a multi-billion-dollar corporation, a golden goose that laid golden eggs. Han Siqing had completely calmed down. Money can be earned again, but if the Han family's golden reputation falls, everything is over. Moreover, business is like war. Does this kid really think he could defend the Han family's company? He's just a dying man, temporarily holding the company for me. I promise you, as soon as he dies, I'll immediately take back Arcadia Pharmaceuticals. Han Kaiyan gazed at the man past his 50s, her eyes brimming with excitement and admiration. This is the true bearing and broad-mindedness of a distinguished family head. Life is like a game of chess. Losing one piece means little. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. At that moment, Han Kaiyan suddenly had an epiphany and turned to leave. She would liquidate the company's assets in the shortest time possible, having the legal counsel team prepare the transfer contracts and paperwork. Han Siqing watched Han Kaiyan hurry away before turning back to look at Chun Tianxiao. Brother Chun, what do you think about Professor Wu's team? Chun Tianxiao Witnessing Han Siqing's unyielding dominance, stamped his foot in frustration. I'm done playing nice. You're right. I must protect the golden reputation of my Huichun pharmacy. I'm willing to hand over Professor Wu's research team and laboratory. Han Siqing nodded, then let out a sinister, icy chuckle. Brother Chun, rest assured, this guy is courting death by resorting to deceit and force. Even if his terminal illness doesn't kill him, he won't live much longer. Chun Tianxiao stared blankly at Han Siqing, instantly understanding his intention. A flash of venomous intent flickered in Chun Tianxiao's eyes as he nodded. People like Chun Tianxiao and Han Siqing rose to power by stepping over the bones of countless rivals. A tiny human life meant nothing in their eyes. Han Siqing had never paid much attention to the minor squabbles between Li Yongming and Han Kaiyan, nor did he care to intervene. However now, Chuyu had severely jeopardized the Han family's interests, and he was preparing to personally take action. His strike would be nothing short of a thunderous blow. The entire management team of Han Pharmaceutical Group spun into frantic action like a whipped top. The same was true for Huichun Hall on the other side. Within just 10 minutes, they needed to liquidate company assets and debts while preparing all contracts and documentation. Even after completing these preparations, the transfer agreements still required notarization by relevant authorities. After the notarization, our corporation and Professor Wu's laboratory and team officially belonged to Chuyu. However, 10 minutes was far too short to complete the procedures. Han Kaiyan, seeing only 2 minutes left before the deadline, had no choice but to approach Chuyu again. Miraculously, the woman had somehow recomposed herself, not a trace of tenderness missing from her expression. Even Chuyu felt a chill run down his spine. Such a woman was a true viper, her gentleness and sweetness merely a facade. Anyone fooled by her facade would meet a merciless end without even a place to be buried. Before Han Kaiyan could speak, Chuyu took out a small porcelain vial and handed it directly to her. Melt this medicine in water and apply it to the affected areas. It will stabilize their condition. After applying this medicine, you'll have 3 hours. After this time, their faces will rot completely. Even gods couldn't cure them. Han Kaiyan froze for a moment, then turned and walked away with the medicine without saying a word. What more was there to say? This bastard used the urgency of a mere 15 minutes to force Han Kaiyan into having no choice but to compromise. Now, there's another medication, buying time for the contract signing procedures. He had anticipated every single detail, leaving no stone unturned. Dealing with someone as shrewd as Chuyu required no unnecessary words or mental effort. Yet, Han Kaiyan felt like crying. Why had he never realized before just how bewitching this man was? She couldn't help but recall a saying she'd seen on social media. There are men who, when they love you, become blind in the eyes, deaf in the ears, soft in the heart, more foolish than a pig. But once they stop loving you, they immediately regain keen hearing and sharp vision, becoming more cunning than a fox. Unfortunately, Chuyu was precisely this type of man. In the treatment room, Lin Yaji, Zhang Lifang, and other society women had already begun to lose their composure. Lin Yaji viciously grabbed Han Siqing's tie as if she wanted to devour him on the spot. Didn't you say an allergic reaction was just a minor issue? It's been so long. Where are your doctors? Where's your medication? Zhang Lifang, who had fainted several times, now glared at Han Siqing and Chun Tianxiao like a she-wolf. If her face were truly ruined, she wouldn't hesitate to mobilize all her connections and resources to bury both the Huichun Tang Pharmacy and the Han Pharmaceutical Group alongside her. The other noble women also joined in with loud rebukes. Some cried and wailed, smashing everything breakable in the lounge. Han Siqing's heart was filled with bitterness, yet he had no choice but to keep a strained smile on his face. Ladies, please don't rush. Considering your noble status and your invaluable faces, I can't treat you with ordinary medications. I've already had a professional medical research team prepare new medicine at the fastest possible speed. Please rest assured. Inside the compartment, The two medical professors were as agitated as ants on a hot pan, pacing in circles. Their research had already progressed halfway, extracting the spiral structure of the toxic substance. It could be said that, given enough time, they might actually succeed in treating this allergic reaction. However, the 8 noble women waiting outside could no longer endure the delay. If this allergy continues to spread and worsen, even if cured, it will leave behind severe aftereffects. This was something the ladies of high society simply could not accept. At that moment, Han Kaiyan hurried in, holding a small porcelain vial in her hand. Han Kaiyan passed the medication to Professor Wu. Hurry, turn this medicine into a solution and apply it to them first. Professor Wu was taken aback and looked cautiously at Han Kaiyan. Miss Han, where did this medicine come from? I'm worried. As a scientific research expert, Professor Wu has always adhered to scientific data and clinical evidence. He absolutely dared not use medicine of such questionable origin. Han Kaiyan rebuked sternly. Do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. The two professors exchanged glances, neither uttering a word. Han Kaiyan irritably snatched the medicine from Professor Wu and prepared the medical solution herself with purified water before carrying it outside. The two professors in the inner compartment trembled with fear and hurriedly followed her out. Neither of them had ever witnessed such medication being used in their entire lives. This mysterious medicinal powder was administered to patients without undergoing any verification or clinical trials. Should any accidents occur, there would be no way to remedy the situation. However, when a medical staff applied this herbal concoction to the faces of the 8 noble women, its astonishing efficacy became immediately apparent. Lin Yaji and Zhang Lihua stopped their quarreling first. Their unbearably itchy faces suddenly felt cool, as if covered with ice cubes. Their swollen, glowing cheeks gradually began to subside. The continuously emerging chickenpox also vanished considerably. Professor Wu, Professor Duan, Chapter 49, Life is Long. We'll play this game slowly. The two top medical professors were utterly stunned. This concoction was more miraculous than any divine elixir. The 8 noble ladies, seeing the medication take effect, finally ceased their panic and stopped their verbal barrage, calming down at last. Professor Wu Jiaming gazed at the remaining medicinal liquid as if it were a priceless treasure, snatched it away abruptly, and hurried into the inner compartment. He had racked his brains trying to cure the allergy, yet this tiny bottle of medicine had effortlessly done the trick. Professor Wu was eager to learn the formula and medicinal properties of this bottle of herbs. This represents a major breakthrough for clinical medicine in the treatment of allergies. Han Kaiyan looked at the two professors who were eager for knowledge, but shook her head and sighed. Chuyu would never have overlooked this possibility. How could he possibly let the prescription slip out? Most importantly, even if Professor Wu managed to replicate the prescription, this medicine could only alleviate the symptoms, not cure the root cause. To preserve the Han family pharmaceutical group in Huichun Hall, Han Xiqing had no choice but to obediently follow Chu Yu's demands. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the legal consultant of the Han family pharmaceutical group had completed all the transfer procedures and delivered 3 thick contracts to Han Xiqing. There were 3 copies of the contract in total, all signed. 1 kept at the notary office, 1 remained with the Han family, and the 3rd was to be handed over to Chu Yu. Han Xiqing entrusted the contract to Han Kaiyan, instructing her to negotiate with Chu Yu. Although Han's pharmaceutical group suffered a major setback this time, Han Xiqing retained the arrogance of a prominent family patriarch, unwilling to bow his head before Junior. Han Kaiyan held the contract as she walked forward step by step, her legs feeling as if filled with mercury, unbearably heavy. She single-handedly gifted Chu Yu the billion-dollar ARC pharmaceutical company. For Han Kaiyan, this was an unprecedented humiliation. Han Kaiyan pushed the door open and saw Chu Yu standing by the window, draped in a blue robe with graceful elegance. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he smiled faintly with effortless calm. Take the medicine on the table, leave the contract. Han Kaiyan felt somewhat unwilling to concede. How am I supposed to know this medicine will definitely cure my patient? Chuyu let out a cold laugh. This medicine certainly can't cure it completely. It only alleviates the symptoms, not the root cause, merely delaying the progression of the illness. I will hire a professional auditing firm to examine all assets and liabilities of ARC Pharmaceuticals. Only after 3 days, if ARC Pharmaceuticals is found clean, will I give you the real antidote. Time and again fooled by Chuyu, Han Kaiyan finally reached her limit. Are you even a man? First it was 3 hours, now it's 3 days. What exactly do you want? Chuyu turned around, giving Han Kaiyan an indifferent glance with frosty eyes. Do you have any other choice, may I ask? Of course, if you could develop a new drug to overcome the allergy within these 3 days, then everything I said earlier becomes null and void. This was precisely Han Kaiyan's plan in her heart. Although the contract had been signed, she could still refuse to hand over the company to Chuyu. After all, our pharmaceuticals was thoroughly staffed with the Han family's people. At worst, they could just go to court. Such commercial disputes could drag on for 8 to 10 years in litigation. Yet hearing Chuyu's words now, Han Kaiyan felt her heart instantly grow cold. This was enough to prove that Chuyu was completely unafraid, utterly unworried about them attempting to develop an antidote. It could be considered outright contempt. But it also proves that developing a targeted antidote within 3 days is harder than reaching the heavens. Han Kaiyan gnashed her teeth in fury. I truly can't understand. You're already terminally ill and won't live much longer. Why must you still make things so difficult for me? What use is ARC Pharmaceuticals in your hands? You'd be better off taking a sum of money to enjoy what little time you have left. Chuyu smirked with a hint of irony. So you agreed to hand over ARC Pharmaceuticals so quickly because you were certain I wouldn't survive. He chuckled softly. I'm telling you, the poison in me has been neutralized. We have a long life ahead of us. Plenty of time to play this game. Han Kaiyan's pupils dilated violently, as if she'd been struck by a blade. Her only hope now was for Chuyu to die quickly. Once Chuyu was dead, it wouldn't be long before ARC Pharmaceuticals returned to the hands of Han's medical group. But now, this bastard told him the poison had been neutralized. What a devastating blow and despair. Chuyu turned away, ignoring Han Kaiyan's furious and despairing outburst. In truth, why should I justify whether I live or die to her? Han Kaiyan's face flickered through a range of emotions before she suddenly laughed. I also hope you live 100 years. But with the ARC Corporation worth billions, I fear such fortune may be too great for you to endure. Her smile was sweet, yet the words that followed dripped with malice. Anyone could sense the murderous intent barely contained within her. With that, Han Kaiyan turned and slammed the door behind her, her heart seething with venomous hatred for that pretty-faced bastard. She swore silently in her heart. Once Chuyu was dead, she would hack his body into 8 pieces and feed it to the dogs. Just as Han Kaiyan stepped out, Chun Tingting walked in, presenting the contract for transferring Professor Wu's research team and experimental results. This time, Chun Tingting's face no longer carried the naive and innocent look of a little white rabbit, but was instead filled with malice. My dad asked me to pass on a message. Take care of your health. Eat and drink as you please so you won't regret it when death comes knocking. Chuyu looked at Chun Tingting with amusement. I never forget grudges. Just look at what happened to Han Kaiyan. Say one more word, and I swear I'll strip you naked right here on the street. Chun Tingting shuddered, feeling his gaze slice through her like an X-ray, as if he could already see straight through her clothes. She instinctively covered her chest with her hands and hastily turned to flee. Chun Tingting is far inferior to Han Kaiyan, whether in terms of vicious schemes or strong character, and she also lacks decisiveness. She had witnessed with her own eyes how every word Chuyu uttered turned into reality, more potent than any curse. How could she dare to argue with him? Chuyu laughed heartily, picked up the 2 contracts on the table, and turned to leave the room. Apart from the esteemed guests, the only people remaining in the room were the Han family members and the top executives of Huichun Hall. Everyone watched as this pretty boy strolled away with 2 contracts in hand, their emotions swirling with a mix of complicated feelings. The Han family and Hua Chuntang's Chun family have truly met their nemesis this time. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Han Xiqing stood with a face as dark as thunder. Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming stood behind him, their expressions equally grim. The Han family had schemed and calculated everything, yet they were thoroughly outmaneuvered by this pretty-faced man, left in utter disarray and suffering heavy losses. The mood among them was one of suppressed fury and resentment. Han Xiqing watched silently as Chu Yu departed, remaining wordless for a long time. Han Kaiyan and Li Yongming had been publicly humiliated by Chu Yu, yet Han Xiqing showed no concern. Instead, he considered it a whetstone to temper the two. But now this bastard had snatched a fat piece of meat right out of his hands, forcing Han Xiqing to consider lethal measures. After thinking it over, Han Xiqing issued a low, decisive command. Call your fifth uncle right away and have him come back to deal with this kid. Han Kaiyan was caught completely off guard, staring at her father in astonishment. Father, didn't you say fifth uncle is currently training overseas and we shouldn't disturb him? Is it really necessary for fifth uncle to deal with this kid? I feel it's a bit beneath him. Han Xiqing snorted. Our Han family has devoted all our clan's resources to cultivate your fifth uncle's martial arts training for 20 years. Now is the time for him to serve the family. Have your fifth uncle take a flight back. 3 days from now, once this kid hands over the antidote, kill him immediately. Han Kaiyan nodded excitedly and left with Li Yongming. Fifth uncle is coming back. Chu Yu is doomed for sure. Chapter 50. A bone-chilling aura of danger. Li Yongming looked at Han Kaiyan, who had completely shaken off her earlier despondency and now seemed radiant, with some bewilderment. Kaiyan, is your fifth uncle really that formidable? I noticed your father seems to rely on him heavily. Han Xiqing's smile blossomed like spring flowers. Have you ever heard of martial artists? Li Yongming was stunned, seeming not to comprehend Han Xiqing's words as he stared blankly at her. A trace of contempt flashed through Han Xiqing's eyes, swiftly concealed beneath a practiced veil. Above ordinary people, there exists a unique breed known as martial artists. They specialize in martial arts cultivation. Once mastered, they possess the strength of elephants, capable of capturing lions and tigers alive, utterly terrifying. Li Yongming understood, but he found Han Xiqing's description somewhat unconvincing. I know martial artists. That blood butcher who got duped by Chu Yu a few days ago was one of them. The bodyguards my family employs are also of that ilk. Li Yongming hesitated at this point, but in the end he spoke out. But I don't see much use in it anyway. Blood Butcher was hailed as a martial arts master, yet he was captured single-handedly by Chu Yu and his idiot younger brother. Men like him might have been useful in ancient times, but in modern society, they're utterly worthless. 10 martial arts masters aren't worth a single gunman. Han Kaiyan snorted and shot Li Yongming a glare. Your perspective is still far too narrow. Blood Butcher's meager skills have just barely scratched the surface, good enough to bully ordinary folks, but he's no real master. But even these novice-level warriors have been leaving a trail of bloodshed across the 13 provinces, defying all laws and morality. I'm telling you, the sheer terror of a true martial arts master is beyond your wildest imagination. My fifth uncle has been studying martial arts under a grandmaster since childhood. This time, to push beyond his limits, he went to a conflict zone overseas and became a mercenary. He once single-handedly wiped out an entire armed Delta Force squad in the Amazon jungle with just a dagger, including 2 snipers and 38 Delta operatives. His speed defies imagination. Even if you had a gun, he'd snap your neck before you could aim and pull the trigger. His raw strength is equally terrifying. Barehanded, he can take down lions and tigers. His palm strikes can shatter even solid bluestone. Li Yongming sucked in a shocked breath, utterly awestruck. Isn't this just like the superheroes from OV movies? There really are people like this in the world. Han Kaiyan could no longer conceal the contempt in her eyes. Your Li family is at least a second-tier clan in Zhongbei City. Is this all the insight you have? Let me tell you, many first-tier major families keep such supreme masters as their pillars. eternal guardians of their household. If a family doesn't have a supreme master guardian, no matter how powerful or wealthy you are, it lacks foundation and can't be considered a first-tier family. Li Yongming looked somewhat awkward, then suddenly thought of Chu Yu, his eyes lighting up. Your fifth uncle is precisely such a master. Doesn't that mean the kid is doomed? Han Kaiyan nodded, then let out a sigh. It's all my fault for handling things poorly, and now I've disturbed Uncle Wu's cultivation. What a grave offense. Chu Yu should consider it good fortune to die by my fifth uncle's hand. No matter how monstrously gifted he may be, there's absolutely no way he could escape. It's just a pity to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Li Yongming's face had already grown crimson with excitement, and he let out a loud laugh. That guy's about to be finished, ha ha ha. Once he's dead, I'll definitely set off fireworks to celebrate properly. Han Saiyan's face broke into a smile for the first time. You're right. Once he's dead, we'll celebrate properly. Taking advantage of my Han family isn't that easy. Let's see how Chu Yu dies this time. At this very moment, Chu Yu was walking down the road. The cool breeze lifted his green robe, bringing refreshing comfort. Yet, the tension in Chu Yu's heart showed no signs of easing. This time, he had forcefully seized a company and a core laboratory from Han's pharmaceutical group in Huichun Hall, marking an unprecedented triumph. However, Chu Yu understood all too well that behind this apparent prosperity lurked deadly peril. Neither the Han family nor the Chun family would take this lying down. Previously, the various conflicts between Chu Yu and Han Kaiyan, while damaging the Han family's reputation and ruining Han Saiyan's image, ultimately did not threaten the Han family's core interests. Han Xiqing even regarded Chu Yu as a whetstone for Han Kaiyan, using him to hone her skills and accelerate her growth. But this time, with the loss of Arc Pharmaceutical, a company worth billions, the Han family would never let it go so easily. From Han Kaiyan and Han Xiqing's attitudes, Chu Yu could already sense a bone-chilling aura of danger. Against absolute power and might, no matter how many maneuvers Chu Yu plans, it would still be extremely difficult to protect his entire family. One careless misstep, and the entire Chu family would be ruined. So, if Chu Yu simply accepted his fate and avoided provoking the Han family, keeping a low profile, could he preserve his own life and those of his parents and loved ones? The answer is no. They say the common man's only crime is owning a treasure. The Chu family's ancestral secret recipe was precisely such a fatal treasure. Han Kaiyan never intended for Chu Yu to survive from the very beginning, which is why she poisoned him with a deadly toxin. Once Chu Yu was dead, the rest of his family would soon follow him to the underworld. This ensures that the 9 Divine Dew elixir remains firmly under the Han family's control. After narrowly escaping death, Chu Yu would never allow such a thing to happen again, nor would he let his parents and loved ones come to harm. Not even a 1% chance is acceptable. He must fight for his family. Dozens of solutions flashed through Chu Yu's mind in an instant, yet each one seemed flawed. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, his face hardening with determination. 3 days. Chu Yu had only 3 days left to resolve this crisis. As long as he could get through this ordeal, the Chu family would truly rise. The way home was long. Chu Yu could have taken a taxi, but he chose not to. 2 hours later, Chu Yu arrived home. And it was during those 2 hours of walking that a comprehensive plan began to take shape in his mind. At this very moment, at the outskirts of a hidden military camp on the African battlefield, a bearded man emerged from the tall grass. Clad in a black cloak, only a pair of gleaming eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were visible within the garment shadows. This man was none other than Han Xiqing's 5th brother, Han Qianzhong. He was the Han family's greatest pillar, an indomitable presence like the central beam upholding the heavens. Han Qianzhong's current identity is that of a bounty hunter. He came here for one purpose only, to hunt down the leader of this mercenary group. The reason is quite simple. The leader of this mercenary group is none other than the internationally infamous Blood Shadow. On the International Bounty Board, Blood Shadow's head is worth $10 million. Han Qianzhong's massive frame, like a wildcat, effortlessly vaulted over the high-voltage wire fence and slipped inside. As he landed, he rolled into the yellowed grass and miraculously vanished without a trace. A hidden sentry lay motionless in the grass, utterly still. At that very moment, someone tapped his shoulder. The sentry's heart tightened, and he immediately swung his gun around. But before he could complete the motion, Han Qianzhong's dagger flashed like lightning across his throat. The sentry's throat was instantly sprayed with blood as he toppled straight backward. Han Qianzhong moved like a serpent and darted like a rabbit, eliminating 7 or 8 hidden posts within 2 minutes as he advanced rapidly forward. Inside a hidden bunker, 2 soldiers lay prone at the observation slit, peering outward. On a rickety table at the back, 4 soldiers were playing cards. At that very moment, a deafening boom erupted above the bunker, sending a cascade of sand and mud tumbling downward. Han Qianzhong stomped through the bunker's roof, descending from the heavens to land squarely atop the table. The 4 soldiers turned pale with fright and immediately reached for their guns. However, a cold, crescent-shaped gleam flashed through the air, and each of them clutched their necks before collapsing to the ground. The 2 soldiers on surveillance were startled. But before they could even draw their weapons, 2 crisp, whistling sounds sliced through the air. Playing cards flew like blades, cleanly severing their windpipes. Han Qianzhong shrugged his shoulders and walked deeper into the bastion. The bloody shadow he was hunting was hidden beneath the dark fortress. A few minutes later, Han Qianzhong stepped out, holding the severed head of a white-skinned man in his hand. The mission was over. Han Qianzhong turned on his phone, which had been shut off for a long time, and unexpectedly discovered a text message. He glanced down at the text message, his eyes instantly burning crimson as an indescribable aura of bloodthirsty ferocity erupted from his entire being. A murderous intensity that could drown mountains in corpses and seas in blood. Han Qianzhong murmured to himself, "Something like this happening at home. It's time to return." With those words, Han Qianzhong's figure flickered and vanished like a ghostly apparition. He was as formidable as a demon god.